Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Kimbolton and event 2 of the 2023 Motorsport UK Wera Tools British Kart Championship, and it's a record-breaking weekend. This weekend sees the debut of the Micromax class as a full round of the British Championship. We've got nearly 180 drivers in the Rotax classes, a record-breaking Rotax entry, along with nearly 20 of Britain's fastest karters, the KZ2 drivers. Now, in KZ2, Charlie Turner won the 2022 British title at this circuit last September. He begins the defence of his crown at the same track here in May. We've got 20 Micromax drivers. We've got 34 Inter drivers, which is the new name for the Minimax class. And check this out, nearly 80 junior drivers, coupled with nearly 50 senior drivers, including a triple Rotax Grand Final champion, Mark Kimber. This is going to be a truly special weekend of racing, and you can catch it all on the Motorsport UK YouTube channel, the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and all social media. Do not miss it. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, both watching on the live stream and here in the paddock at Kimbolton. My name's Henry Baudet. Joining me, as always, for the Wera Tools British Championship, Anthony Jordan. Anthony, it's going to be a very special day of racing, a record-breaking day for the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. But before we get into the racing, let's show the viewers where we are and what we can expect from the circuit.
Yes, indeed. The track itself that you're looking at there on your screens is, of course, the gearbox layout. There is missing the Derek's corner on that layout, but 989 metres is the actual track length of the normal direct drive circuit. And, well, I've got to say, it's a fabulous circuit for racing on 12 corners, 3 feet of elevation. It's a flat circuit. It's an old RAF airfield, RAF Kimbolton. Old school. 1959 established.
Old school rules.
Older than you, I think.
It's just about older than me. The weather today, at the moment, as you can see, it's a bit hazy, quite a bit of cloud cover. Temperatures are due to rise, but later this afternoon we are expecting a tiny bit of precipitation, annoyingly for the drivers, just about when they're due to go out for their finals. Those drivers who are lucky enough to qualify for the finals, but before we get to the finals, we've got 3 heat races to bring you. We've got the last heats for Micromax, for KZ2 and Minimax, which is now officially called Intermax. Then we're into the repêchages. We've got 75 junior drivers, 46 senior drivers, and only space for 34 on the grid for each class's finals. Now, the first race of the day will be for Inter Minimax 950, the Inter Rotax. Anthony Jordan, they had 1 heat yesterday. Please tell the people what happened.
I can indeed tell the people. Jacob Ashcroft took the race win from pole position from Cole Denham. They both started on the front row. They finished the race on the front row as well. 0.2 of a second between them as well. Very, very close. Albert Friendly started the race in 4th place. He pushed himself up into 3rd, though. He finishes with that top 3 positions from Charlie Wolfett and Oliver Majewski, rounded out the top 5. The O plate from Wilton Mill. Strong performance going into the start of this weekend. Big movers in that one, though. Finley Lines moved up 7 positions, getting a 8th place result in that one for the DHR team, as well as more big movers further back. Albie Lapper, 13 positions gained. He finished in P17.
Thank you, Anthony. But of course, we have forgot to mention that we would like to welcome all you, the viewers, your comments coming in on the Motorsport UK YouTube channel and the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Already we've got plenty of people saying where you're watching from. Henry Cameron Racing, who's actually here racing at Kimbolton, letting everyone know that he's here at Kimbolton. Well, Henry, let me tell you something. They're gonna, the viewers are going to know because they're going to see you on their screens very shortly. Support coming in for Nat Thomas and Jack Collins from Debbie Burston. We've got support coming in for Dan Amore, Ewan Charman, Finn Leslie in Junior Rotax. Support coming for everyone at Argenti Motorsport. Michael Burke, as always, joins us from Bathurst, Australia. And Sophie Kinghorn saying, come on, GCR, Guy Cuddington Racing, new team in the paddock. And Nathan Jensen Racing, yes. A shout out to Sam Ellis of Charlie Ellis Motorsport, Gridman Sam, For those of you here in the paddock, Gridman Sam has got a selfie competition going on this weekend. He wants to get as many selfies with members of the paddock as possible. I've had my selfie with him, Anthony. Have you?
I have indeed. I was the first to have a selfie with it. Yes, I was.
I was.
I was.
I was.
No, I was.
It was me.
It was me. Anyway.
And Charlie, Sam Johns, one of our team. Well, first of all, we hope that Sam Johns is okay. For those of you that watched the opening event of the 2023 season at PF International a couple of weekends ago, Sam Johns in TKM Extreme had a very nasty accident, going full bore into the bridge. But he is okay. Good to see him. And as Charlie King would say, wagwan.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, big shout out to everyone who is joining us on both of the live streams of Motorsport UK and Outflow. But of course,
Kenny Moore saying good morning to More Racing. And we want to say hello to More Racing, the young lads at More Racing. I think Tom Moore's son. Hello, Tom Moore's son, watching on, loves it. He's not here in the paddock because otherwise he would have replaced us, the paddock show. There has been some very, very big news this weekend. The Rotax Life Reward Scheme.
Yes.
I won't give it away just
yet.
You have to watch the lunch break, the paddock show at the lunch break, to say what is, and I'm not sort of over-egging the pudding here. It is the most lucrative reward scheme that we have ever seen in British karting. It relates to the drivers in Micromax and Intermax, and I think it's just safe to say you should watch it, the announcement. It's a great reward scheme. A thank you to Jag Rotax, who are the 5-time reigning Rotax Global Distributors of the Year. And can we have a shout out to Luke and Jack? They're watching back home. Yes, Luke Moore, Jack Moore, hello. Consider yourself shouted at. More Racing, the KZ2 class. We're going to see the KZ2 go out for their second senior heat race a little bit later on. Ella Stevens made history yesterday in the KZ2 class, becoming the first lady driver to not only take a pole position in the British Championship in KZ2, but also then win a heat race in KZ2 as well. Sophie Kinghorn, giving a shout out to Alex Cole. There's no C final here. We have a very special race for the drivers that haven't qualified for the repechage in Junior Rotax. And good shout out there. So, of course, we have got Uncle Tyrone in the paddock this weekend. Jack Hobson is back, and the better Uncle Tyrone. Can Jack Hobson take the win? Of course he can. There is a look, and there is Gridman Sam on the right-hand side of your screen. Again, fully qualified Motorsport UK official. He doesn't just do karting, does TCR touring car racing as well, which is a fantastic achievement for that young man. And he is truly an inspiration for not just the marshalling team, but for the wider sort of the Down syndrome community as a whole. His entire family, the entire Ellis family, are here at Kimbolton helping. They've got the mum is out marshalling, dad is paddock marshal, Charlie is doing the tyres, and Sam is our grid marshal. Karting is a family sport, and the Ellis family epitomise that more than anybody else.
Sam was also working with another part of the kart this weekend, but it looked quite exhausting.
Oh, Anthony Jordan made a joke, ladies and gentlemen.
I did.
Enough of the humour. Now let's get the racing. First race of the day for your viewing pleasure. It is Heat 2 for Intermax.
Yes, indeed. Intermax coming up next, or the Minimax 950 chassis that are coming out. It's race 14 of the weekend, and it is Heat 2 for them. Like we said yesterday, it was a front row lockout in qualifying, and it was a front row lockout in the first race as well, with Jacob Ashcroft and Cole Denham starting this one on the front row with a race win and second place for them yesterday as well. Max Endicott and Albert Friend, they will take row 2, finishing 6th and 3rd yesterday from Charles Kitely, and Oliver Majewski rounding out the top 6. He finished 5th yesterday.
Oliver Majewski, our British Open champion. Archie Levitt and Will Green go from row number 4, Charlie Wolfett and Kai Clark on row 5, Rory Armstrong and Luca Holmes-Ballock on row 6.
Harry Freeman, the privateer driver, starts on the 7th row. He had an accident yesterday, but is okay. Hopefully the kart's all repaired and he's back out on track. He's got Daniel Minto alongside. Finley Lyons starts this one on the 8th row. He finished 8th yesterday, started it from 15th, so he had a very good race. Blair Smith alongside as well, Noah Barham, and Tom Reed going from row 9.
Row number 10, Isaac Barker, and the only Welshman in the field, Ethan Griffiths, Jaden Sherwood and Finley Hines go from row 11, Joshua Griffin and Charlie King on row number 12.
Not to be confused with TKM's Charlie
No,
King,
different
indeed.
Charlie.
Yeah, different
Big-time Charlie.
Big-time Charlie. Oliver Meek and Nat Johnson, they go from row 13, from Ryan Gandor and Ellis Bell going from row 14. John Richardson and Albie Lapper round out the top 15 rows in the top 30 drivers. The last 2 rows, Samir Paul, Kieran Stewart, Ella Lucia and Thomas Butcher rounding out the 34 kart, starting this race. Very packed grid. Looking forward to it.
Yes, Ella Lucia, Anglo-Italian driver. We've got lots of internationals. John Richardson there, mum's from Azerbaijan, so he's representing Azerbaijan this weekend. Again, we've got a lot of international drivers. We will get those to you as the day progresses. Rayan Gandour, Canadian, representing Canada here in the not the grand finals. He's hoping to represent Canada in the grand finals. He's representing Canada in the British Championship. Now, I did see a driver go for a spin earlier on. It's a false start going through the Willows. So let's give a quick chance to take you around this corner. We're going into Stowe Corner now. Very, very famous corner in British karting. You go out of Stowe Corner and there'll be lots of overtaking going on in there into the Willows. Not Wind in the Willows. That was that's producer James this morning. Dearie me. Willows through there onto the Yamitsu Straight. The Yamitsu Straight named after some bloke called Yamitsu. There's the Yamitsu Straight. Now the direct drive kart's going to Derek's corner. Derek was a marshal here. Not quite sure what his surname is. I don't think it was Corner, however. But out of Derek's corner into the Dan Weldon corner. This is the circuit where Dan Weldon made his karting debut. Onto TKM Straight, which is where they are now. And of course, this is the spiritual home of TKM karting, the Hunts Kart Club at Kimbolton Circuit. Into Kestrel Corner. Very, very inviting overtaking opportunity into Kestrel Corner, but some doesn't always quite pan out. And then the final corner, this is Kimbolton Corner, and which leads you out onto the Hines Straight. Anthony Jordan, let's go racing.
We shall indeed. First race of the day then into the tram lines, and it is green lights and off they go in towards turn 1, side by side. Good run in towards turn 1. Who's going to get the jump though into the apex? It is the inside line that holds on to it. Ashcroft holds on to the lead, but there's a spin in the background. Several cuts off, and who's that stop there?
We'll check.
We'll check on the live timing.
But the good news is that all drivers, apart from one, get going. There's a lot of damaged cars. There's one of the Dan Holland racing cars. I think it's number 153, Isaac Barker, that has been delayed. And the 127 kart, that's Noah Barham, who is out. So not a great start for some of the Dan Holland racing drivers. And indeed, the 2 Dan Holland racing drivers that started on the front row of the grid have been deposed, because that is Max Endicott and Albert Friend now running 1-2 as they complete lap number 1.
Yeah, very interesting start in this one then. Bit of a shake-up for it, but they cross the line, like you say. Endicott leads from Friend, Denham. Ashcroft now down into 3rd and 4th place now from Pieski. Kitely still there in 6th place from Holmes-Ballock. Armstrong, Clark, Lyons and Freeman, who round out the top 11 on circuit at the moment. Action here is down the inside, chopping and changing.
That's new leader,
it
Albert
is
Friend, for the Strawberry Racing team. Driver number 191, Albert Friend. And one of the Dan Holland racing drivers, the Dan Holland duo, Jacob Ashcroft and Cole Denham, now back up into 2nd and 3rd. Max Endicott forced back to 4th.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it's getting very interesting out there. And again, change here. This is what we talk about, Kimbolton. It invites overtaking. Yes. You see these overtakes coming thick and fast. And Cole Denham retakes the lead. Usually doesn't get the fastest lap, though. That goes to Holmes-Ballock in P5 at the moment. So it just shows, again, the pace is quick all the way through the field. And like you can just see just off these top 4. So he's got a bit of clear air latching onto the back. So breakaway there as, again, Friend just behind. Not going for a move into the inside of Derek's corner.
There's the number 1, 2, 3 car.
That is Holmes Ballock.
Holmes Ballock for the Synergy Factory team. Oliver Mievski, our O-Plate champion for the KR Sport operation, is up into P number 4. So again, this new Minimax 950, all known as Intermax, we've got a great diversity of karts and teams running up at the front. And that was a great diversity. That was not great at all. That was the number 178 car. That's Harry Freeman.
That is
Harry. You've just had the wagon bolted back together after an incident yesterday, and he's giving his mechanic, and I think Sam Heading is helping him out back in the paddock, giving him a little bit of extra work to do as they go through the willows. There's the number 164 of Chulos. There's the number 164 of Charles Kitely, another of the KR Sport drivers, and Kitely is running just outside, or just inside the top 10 in P9. One of the Sam Pollock Racing drivers on your screen, Archie Lovett, in kart number 188. But now, Anthony, it looks like it's calming down ever so slightly.
It is indeed, yeah. You know, these first opening laps are always very interesting. Drivers scrabbling to find their sort of best positions. And we have had drivers who have made several really good positions in this one. Charlie King, who's currently sitting in 11th place, has gained 13 positions so far in this one. So he's had a very good start. Oliver Meek as well, one of the rookie drivers, up 11 positions. Ellis Bell, 12 positions as well, one of the privateers. So excellent big movers all the way through the field as Endicott, now with the fastest lap of the race in P6, slowly latching in on the group in front, just looking out the window. And again, there are like groups now starting to form. Yeah, the top 5 have sort of broken away. We've got the top 3 very close, with Denham leading Ashcroft and Friend. Majewski and Holmes Ballock 4th and 5th. They are just a little bit. There's a change for the lead. Jacob Ashcroft moves past Cole Denham. Now, I do recall, Anthony, at the Wera Tools O-Plate event at Wilton Mill, that the two teammates who are chopping and changing again, the number 162 of Cole Denham, last year's Honda Cadet British champion, I do recall that they did not necessarily play well together. Hopefully they've sorted that out. They're having to work together here, although the chopping and changing is keeping Albert Friend right with them as they come out of Derek's corner into Dan Weldon corner. Watch out for Majewski, and of course Majewski is the driver that capitalised on the inter-team scrap between Denham and Ashcroft last time out. That's why he's got the O-Plates, the British Open champion. Yes, indeed. So, again, like you say, you would think in these sort of classes that you would get the drivers starting to work together. But this time around, like you say, there's been overtaking left, right and centre. And once again, Cole Denham's going to go down the inside. But I'd tell you what, Ashcroft wasn't going to make it easy for him. Very, very close between the two of them. And Wolfit now with the fastest lap of the race is closing in. Checking over the shoulder. We're going to have a big scrap here for the race lead. Very, very soon and straight on. Was that? No? Well, that was Luca Holmes Ballock going at the inside of Oliver Mievski going into Derek's corner. And Mievski running very, very wide. I think Mievski has lost another place. He's down to P6. He's just regaining P5 from Max Endicott. But look at the gap that has formed. The top 4 are now clear. And there is Mievski. That was Luca Holmes Ballock being very, very precise going up the inside there, and Majewski getting caught out, and now he's lost a little bit of momentum, he's lost his rhythm, and he has fallen back behind Charlie Wolfit and Kai Clark to 8th position. We just saw on our screen there one of our race directors, our clerks, of course, John Watson, out there, as well as we saw obviously John's wife Kathy saying please you say out to Shay Watson, who is one of our timekeepers, and John out on circuit. And obviously we've got other, Ken and Sue Potter on circuit as well. Some of the officials here, long-standing officials in the British Championship. And they might have their hands full if this race gets any more lively. Finley Hines. Yeah, Hines. You've got Finley Hines and Finley Lines. Because he's number 57, Hines. Yeah. 57 varieties of tomato soup. Anyway, back to the go-karting. Cole Denham, Jacob Ashcroft, Albert Friend, Luca Holmes Ballock. Ashcroft, the runner-up in last year's Minimax Rotax Grand Finals. Albert Friend, podium in the Micromax Grand Finals. Luca Holmes Ballock, a former race winner in the British Bambino Karting Championship. But that class hasn't started yet this season. We'll catch up the Bambinos later on. There's Majewski now trying to fight his way back past Max Endicott for 7th position. 3.5 minutes to go. And is that one of the Coles Racing drivers
popping into view behind them.
That would be Charlie King, if you are seeing that. A driver who
Yes,
is pushing up the order, still with those 13 positions gained, so still having a good little run. You keep an eye on the screen, Henry. I'm going to have a look further down the order.
Towards the corner. I'll tell you if anything goes wrong, Anthony.
Yeah, Ryan Gandorf for KR Sports gained 3 positions as well, is up into P24, so a good run. John Richardson up 7 positions into P22 as well. Albie Lapper for Strawberry Racing. 4 places gained up into P26. Has just managed to get past both Nat Johnson and Samir Paul, which they are jumping down the order a little bit, but Samir Paul gaining 2 so far. Same with Thomas Butcher, as well as Harry Freeman, who's not had the best start, obviously, in this race, unfortunately, with that spin earlier on. But, like you say, big movers all the way throughout the field. Joshua Griffin as well, another driver, 9 positions gained as well, is up in that sort of top 15, P14 out on circuit. So there is big movers all the way throughout this field. 2.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. And I've got to say, Henry, is that sunshine that's breaking through?
It is. There is sunshine coming through the haze, which bodes well for a nice dry afternoon, we hope. The pace has been fantastic here. In senior Rotax, Kai Hunter, in practice, unofficially broke the all-time Rotax lap record here. Didn't do it in time qualifying, so it doesn't remain an official lap record, but that goes to show just how quick the pace is this weekend. One of the Hunter Motorsport karts going through there, that was Sam Pollock Racing kart, Archie Lovett. Archie is down in 16th position. Charlie King, Oliver Meek and Ellis Bell are the biggest movers, all up 13 positions. But Cole Denham and Jacob Ashcroft, well, despite all the battling between them, they've managed to pull half a second on Albert Friend. But Anthony, you're gesticulating at me.
I am just a little bit, yes. They have started to actually start working together now. While we were watching them, there were overtakes coming left, right and centre, and they were losing time. And yes, you could see that. And I think some stern words from the sea of DHR mechanics in the grandstand, I think, came in with just saying, stop it, work together. Break away. It's a heat race, just finish.
Yes, and of course, Dan Holland Racing, they got the number 2 seed in this class last year with Scott Marsh. Scott Marsh is here in the paddock this year, now racing for the Sodi team in Europe, factory Sodi kart driver, and the reigning Rotax Grand Finals Junior Rotax champion. And of course, you've got Synergy Racing Team. They guided Noah Wolf to the championship in Britain last year, and they're represented in 4th position by Luca Holmes-Ballack. And of course, 2 years ago, you've got Strawberry Racing, who won this class with Ethan Jeff Hall, and they're represented in the top 5 by Albert Friend.
Charles Kitely there just having a nibble at Will Green for P8, going into Derek's corner as a warning flag going out to Isaac Barker.
Another the Dan Holland Racing drivers. The Dan Holland Racing awning, 4.5 miles long, I calculated.
It is,
Strawberry Racing got a 3.8 mile long awning, though.
It's very close, but theirs is actually split out into 2 separate awnings, but just squished together.
Right. Now the defending begins. There's 12 seconds to go. So next time around, the leaders will get the last lap. There's number 154 of Will Green for the Argenti Motorsport team, moving up into, I think that was P9 at the expense of Kai Clark. There is the opener of Majewski, and Majewski has got Endicott right behind him. That's the battle for 6th and 7th. Up at the front, though, it's still nose to tail between Denham and Ashcroft. Friend and Ballack have got their own private battle going on. Albert Friend and Luca Holmes-Ballack, they're running out of time to catch these 2 leaders. When will Cole Denham start to defend, Anthony, as we start what will be the final lap?
Well, again, this is an excellent question that you bring up. I don't think we are going to see any defence. I reckon they are now. I think they've just realised, OK, fine, let's just get to the end of this one. We finished 1-2 yesterday. Let me finish 1-2 this time around. They're chopping and changed, it's slightly different. Oh dear.
That was the number 136 of Tom Reed in the pits. Maybe it was a bit of a Gilles Villeneuve, Didier Pironi sort of thing. Battle for the first 5 minutes, and whoever's leading at halfway, you stay in the lead.
You stay in the lead.
We'll have to see if that happens.
Well, big look over the shoulder. Watch where you're going. That was a long look over the shoulder there for Denham.
Yes,
got to be careful. And now he's going to defend on this.
Just making sure that Ashcroft wasn't getting thinking above his station. Perhaps it's side by side as we come out to the line. They cross the line, and it is.
Oh,
did Jacob Ashcroft steal it at the end? No. By 1/100th of a second, Cole Denham, Scotland's Cole Denham, hangs on for just 1 win apiece for Denham and Ashcroft.
So what you were seeing there, if you were thinking, oh yes, Ashcroft took the win, but then it changed. I will stress on that one that, yes, the transponders may have clocked up at that point, but the cameras in the...
Ian Rogers, the motorsport-timing.co.uk.
Photo finish.
Photo finish. We have the same photo cells here, ladies and gentlemen, that they use at the Olympic Games.
Yeah.
So there is no doubt. It's not as if someone's just bunged you in a 20 and said, make sure my lad wins.
Yeah.
No.
No. That is official.
Good race, good start. There's Albert Friend bringing his car into the scrutineering area where the technical team, led by Mr. Ernie Salmon and Mr. Paul Klassen, await, and they will now tell the drivers what to do. There's Jacob Ashcroft at the right-hand side of your screen, just getting out of his car. Cole Denham taking his overalls off at the left-hand side of the screen. We'll give you a full rundown of the results very shortly. Quickly, just Steve Wild saying good luck Finn Leslie from Grandma and Grandad. Oh, Annie and Grandpa. Nice. But we'll see Finn later on. Again, Sam Branson saying good luck to Will Green. Keep your comments coming in. There is the number 116 driver, Samir Paul, who were there. But again, great result, first run. A win for Cole Denham, but only by an inch. Next race coming right up.
Yes, indeed. Next race about to make its way out onto the circuit. It's the Micromax class here for race 15, heat 2 of the weekend. And Harry Taylor and Oliver Spencer start on the front row. 11th and 12th for them in their first race yesterday. They tumbled down the order. Edward Haynes and Max Gilman, though, they start on that second row. Second and third for them yesterday. Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Jack Freeman, they round out the third row.
Row number 4, Maximilian Abrahart and Kian Bernard. Then Zach Starbuck and Samuel Lowdy, with Harvey Bacon and Riley Murrow, last year's Bambino champion, on row 6.
Austin O'Man and Oliver Warner start from row 7. They had a good race yesterday, 9th and 8th place for them. Grayson Worthley and Joshua Cook go from row 8. Luke Millward and Josh Cormack, Dean Patel, Pahal, I should say, and Jensen Chalk round out the 10 rows. False start. Jensen
Chalk was probably one of the pre-season favourites. Had a technical non-compliance in qualifying yesterday. Very quickly, while they're on their own up, just run down what happened in yesterday's opening heat. It was Emerson McAndrew-Uren who took the win.
Yes, it was. Yeah, Emerson McAndrew-Uren took the win. 4 places gained for him from Edward Haynes. Max Gilman took third from Maximilian Abrahart, and Zach Starbuck rounded out the top 5. Jensen Chalk finished P7 after gaining 13 positions after starting at the back of the grid. Obviously a problem in qualifying. Saw him start at the back of the grid for all of these. So can he do the same today in that one? Interesting to see. They come down the TKM straight into Kestrel Corner, and again, hopefully we can get this one going.
Now this is laser straight. It's very short.
It's very short. Laser straight. It's because it's very quick, very short.
Very
laser straight.
Yes.
Oliver Spencer yesterday did pick up a penalty for a out of line, so hopefully he sorted that out today. Into the tram lines, green flag goes out, much better start. Hugging that inside line then is Oliver Spencer, who dives to the inside and maintains the lead. Bit of jostling in the outside, one of them going wide. That
looked like it was Emerson McAndrew-Uren getting hit from behind and then out-braking himself because he was loaded up going into the first corner. Didn't see what was going on behind him, but they're lucky to all get round. Now into Derek's corner, side by side, the number 45 car, Samuel Lowdy, one of the Synergy Factory drivers. And there's the number 46 car, that is Edward Haynes for the Richardson Engineering team. Richardson Chassis Engineering, the RCE team, new team to the British paddock this year. Been around a while, and they do a lot of things in other championships, but this is their first real attack at the British Kart Championship. And also there at the back, number 38 car, that's Luke Millward, another new team in the paddock this year, Toby George Motorsport.
Yes, indeed. Lots of new teams. Of course, new classes brings new teams as well, which is...
new chassis. There's Paralins, Birrell ARTs, and again, the Synergy chassis, I think, has become a Birrell ART. And big hello to Gary Byatt, who's from made the Synergy chassis. The name isn't around, but the karts are, and I'm sure that Gary will be back with a different wagon, a new development for something very soon. Hope to see that name back in the paddock. I know his son Owen is here helping out a variety of drivers.
Yes, indeed. Well, talking about RCE and their first dabble into the world of British Karting Championships. Edward Haynes for the team leads the way. 0.7 of a second from Oliver Spencer, who's there in second. Harry Taylor just behind as they go through. Now, it was Emerson McAndrew-Urin who did get squeezed out. He's now there in P4, just behind. Kean Bernard, the highest of the rookies out there as well, in P5. Grayson Worthy, though, with the fastest lap of the race in P11. So, again, it just shows that the pace here is very, very close.
And a lot of these drivers that we've seen before in Bambinos and maybe Honda Cadet, some in Iami Cadet as well. But Edward Haynes, our 2020 Bambino champion. But we have our O plate, Oliver Spencer, now P1. And Edward Haynes has dropped a long way back. He had a good lead going into this lap, but he's now back to fourth. This is going to be some great slipstreaming, Anthony. Great slipstreaming, tactical battling. And we've got a group of 6 leading the way.
Yes, indeed. That was what I was going to mention, the slipstream effect that you saw there. The front 3 who were just absolutely freight-trained past Edward Haynes there. Just Edward Haynes had nothing to do. He was doing exactly what he needed to do, absolutely flat out, going in towards Derek Corner. But unfortunately, the 3 drivers behind were just so much faster. And
here comes Emerson McAndrew-Urin up the inside. Oh, a little bit of door handling going on between him and Harry Taylor. One DHR member saying the other DHR member, I am not as happy with you as I possibly could be. And there's a bit of that looked like one of the Cato Motorsport karts off track coming out of Dan Weldon, or was it possibly Max Gilman? Or Harvey Bacon, who were 2 wheels in the air. That's a little bit further back. And
I think it was a Cato Motorsport.
Yes, it had
Harvey Bacon.
Those karts, they got new. Cato Motorsport has got new colours this year. I mean, it's the brightest orange I've seen. It's a very, very distinctive livery indeed, which is good to see. As we've now got Oliver Spencer trying to pull away from a 5-kart train, chasing him down. Edward Haynes, the 2020 British Bambino champion, Kean Bernard, Harry Taylor, Emerson McAndrew-Urin, and the reigning British Bambino champion, Riley Murrow, at the back of that group in kart number 22. And Riley running for the Sam Pollitt Racing team.
Yeah, and as you've already seen earlier on in this race, breaking away at the front in this class isn't usually the way to go. The slipstream effect here will kick in, and if these drivers behind work together, yes, they will. Emerson McAndrew-Urin, 5-second time penalty in race.
Penalty, which is non-appealable.
Yes.
And you can try, but I'm not quite sure exactly what the ruling is, but apparently in-race penalty is non-appealable. That would have been possibly for that sort of side-by-side clash with his teammate Harry Taylor. Now, for the back of the grid, Jensen Chalk has only made it up to P15 so far, just in front of Dian Pahal. Dian Pahal, one of the RCE drivers, we did an interview yesterday. Watch out on social media for that interview. We may even play it during the stream today if there's time, I'm not quite sure. But again, a great little interview. Very, very talented young driver, and a change to the lead, Anthony.
Yeah, indeed. Kean Bernard down the inside, fastest lap on the last lap. Now takes the lead past Oliver Spencer, top rookie at the moment, and leading the race, indeed. So down in towards turn 1 they go. Spencer's instantly going to fight back, but Edward Haynes goes down the inside, tries to get both of them, and he does get both of them. Manages to stop the kart, despite the fact he had that inside line. Brilliant drive.
On the anchors, and again, when you have 2 side-by-side, so Haynes had the advantage of not 1 but 2 slipstream, but now he's been pushed back to third. Emerson McAndrew-Urin on the outside, very distinctive crash helmet colours from McAndrew-Urin, and Emerson, his family have got a lineage back in the British Touring Car Championship, and we're so grateful to have in the paddock this weekend Mike Chittenden, one of Britain's all-time greatest saloon car drivers, still preparing race cars in his mid-80s.
Here we go, it's what we like to see, very close there.
Wide.
Oh, dear me.
Edward Haynes, I don't think that was a wave to Riley Murrow. It was some sort of gesticulation. He wasn't saying hi. No, he was saying something else, and they've cost themselves ground. The top 3 have now broken clear.
Crucially now, like you say, top 3 have broken away, and because they are a group of 3, they have that bump draft, the slipstream that they can work together. It's not one person on their own. So now that's going to have to be a lot of work that this group of 3 behind have got to do. So Haynes, McAndrew-Urin, and Riley Murrow will have to work together here. Big group just further back there as well. Max Abrahart, Austin Oman, Grayson Worthy, Max Gilman involved in that group as well.
Yep.
So big battles all the way happening. And down the inside, McAndrew-Urin getting past Edward Haynes.
Yeah, that's for fourth position.
It
We've
is.
still got good news is all 20 drivers that started this race still running. Harvey Bacon in 20th, Luke Millwood 19th, Josh Cormack 18th, Tian Pahal is 17th, then Jensen Chalk 16th, Josh Cook 15th, Jack Freeman in 14th, Sam Lowdy is 13th, followed by Zach Starbuck in 12th, Oliver Warner 11th, Max Gilman rounding out the top 10. Anthony went through the rest of them, and we have a new race leader, Kian Bernard, number 29 for the Zip Factory team. Speaking to Roger Wilco, Luke Hines and James Bean, they said, watch out, Mr. Bernard is very, very good, and they are not wrong. If there's anyone that knows how to spot talent, it is the people at the Zip Factory. They've got one on their hands here. The question is, with 3 minutes to go, can he hold on? I don't think we're done quite yet with lead changes, Anthony.
No, very much not. There is still 2.5 minutes to go, plus that one additional lap. Very squirrely under braking there for Spencer as he tries to slow the kart down.
Yes, we had the nose cone of Harry Taylor on his rear bumper, which was reducing friction between tyre and circuit. I think it's safe to say.
I got to say, yeah, probably so. But these are the conditions that we're racing in right now are probably the best they've had all weekend.
Even since we've been on air, ladies and gentlemen, the temperature here at Kimbolton has risen markedly. So that's going to affect grip levels of the circuit. It's going to affect how the tyres perform. It's going to have to affect tyre pressures and the setup of the kart. And it's getting hotter and hotter. I mean, anyone would think that we're in the middle of spring, closing in on summer, Anthony.
I know. Who'd have thunk it at this time of year?
New fastest lap, Emerson McAndrew-Uren in fourth place. And if you have a look back, he is starting to drop Edward Haynes and Riley Murrow. That's significant, although Haynes is going to get a good draft off McAndrew-Uren coming down the Amitsu straight. With just under 2 minutes to go, can Emerson McAndrew-Uren catch the top three? It all depends on when and how Kian Bernard starts to defend.
Yes, indeed. So far, though, he hasn't done that. Crucially as well, I've not even seen him check over his shoulder yet, and that's the sign of a true driver on that one, not constantly checking over the shoulder. You know, focusing on what's going on ahead of you, not what's happening behind you. There's a little check now. Now we're starting to see, because the timer is slowly running out, and again, all of them trying it, and straight away, Spencer's going to dive down the inside and take advantage of that one. Taylor thinking of it as well as he does go side by side. Oh, very careful there through the willows, because there's a big sausage curb as well on the exit. Bit of a hand gesture there, and all the way down now into P4 as McAndrew-Uren has closed in. I was about to say that I thought that he'd done quite well to only lose one position, because he slotted straight in behind Harry Taylor's car as they went through Stowe Corner, but of course then Taylor just forced him offline a little bit, and now everybody comes through. The top six are together. There's the battle for 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. Abrahart, Oman, Gilman and Wortley, Grayson Wortley rather, but it's the top 2, 4, 6 now that are going to fight this one out with 20 seconds to go. Next time around they'll get the last lap board. Oliver Spencer for the Synergy Factory team on a Birrell ART chassis. It's now branded as a Birrell ART, and he's got a lot of work to do to hold on to this lead, because Taylor and McAndrew-Uren, the two Dan Holland Racing teammates, are right there in his wheel tracks. Yes, indeed. This is going to be an interesting one to the end. The timer has struck 0, so last lap board will be out this time around. And crucially, McAndrew-Uren has just been constantly setting fastest lap after fastest lap. He is certainly making that DHR Cup work very, very well on the Lando Norris chassis, I believe that they're running on.
That is.
Across the line they go. But crucially, look at that, Spencer with the lead side by side.
That's not helping the two guys, Taylor and McAndrew-Uren, for second and third. This is the last lap.
Oh, they bang wheels through the willows. My goodness me, how they got out of that one unscathed, I'll never know. But they get out of the corner, down the Yamitsu straight, and crucially that's now scuppered their chances of getting a slipstream and now closing in on Spencer, who's driven away.
Well, Oliver Spencer will be saying thank you very much, guys, because he'll check over his shoulder coming down the TKM straight. There it is. And he'll now realise I don't have to defend into the last two corners. McAndrew-Uren there in second, Taylor in third, Kian Bernard in fourth. A new fastest lap for McAndrew at 47.30. But your Micromax Heat 2 winner is Oliver Spencer, the British Open champion. And into the pits they go. Braden Hill and Chris Banderi, they were supporting Kian Bernard on that occasion. He finishes 4th.
Yeah,
But
still a solid
look
drive.
at the results, Anthony.
Yes, indeed. Oliver Spencer takes the win. He was very proud of his hair that day. He'd said he'd blow dry and everything.
Barnett's on point, young man.
Exactly. McAndrew Uren then takes 2nd place from Harry Taylor from Kian Bernard. Edward Haynes, Riley Morrow, Maximilian Abrahart, Austin Uman, who finishes in 8th place from Max Gilman, Grayson Wortley, who rounds out the top 10 from Oliver Warner, Jensen Chalk, who managed to get himself up into P12 at the end of that one from Jack Freeman, and Zach Starbuck, who runs out the top 14, Sam Lowdy, Joshua Cook, Josh Cormack, Dion Pahal, and the rest of the field, Luke Millward and Harvey Bacon, all 20 karts who started, finished.
Yes, good news. There's Harry Taylor putting his kart over the Way Bridge. So for those of you new to the sport of karting, every single class has a minimum weight. That's the end of each race. Kart and driver have to come up to that minimum weight, and they will be weighed as they come in. If you're underweight, then you are eventually excluded. There is the number 93 kart going through. But, ladies and gentlemen, strap yourselves in because things are about to get very, very fast. It's time for Heat 2 in KZ2.
Yes, indeed. KZ2, race 16, and Heat 2 for them is going to be a very interesting one. Anna Stevens starts this one on pole position, the first ever female driver to pole it in a British Kart Championship. In KZ2,
yes,
yeah.
Indeed.
Took a race win yesterday as well.
More
Won
history.
Convincingly as well from that front row from Charlie Cole, who starts alongside Morgan Porter. Charlie Turner on the 2nd row did finish 2nd. Dan McCowan and Josh Price, who had a relatively good day yesterday, they start on the 3rd row.
Tom Adams, who celebrates his 18th birthday in a couple of days, starts P7 alongside privateer driver Derek Morgan on the right chassis. Ashley Lewis and Miles Murphy round out the top 10. Sam Ward, we'll talk about Sam Ward in a minute, and last year's vice-champion James Glenister on row number 6.
Hannah Lang and Nat Thomas go from row 7. Lee Ward and Ryan Green round out the top 8 rows. Joe Charlton and Greg Caton, who both of them didn't have a great day yesterday.
Well, Mike Chittenden is helping Greg Caton. Greg Caton running Porsches. Former champion Joe Charlton at the back of the grid.
For Greg Caton as well.
Indeed, indeed. So, defending champion Charlie Turner will go in kart number 1. Sam Ward had an issue with tyres yesterday. His mechanic accidentally walked out of Parc Fermé with his set of slick tyres on the kart. That is against the rules, so Sam is not allowed to use those tyres. He hasn't been excluded from the race meeting, but he's not allowed to use those tyres.
Yeah.
If it rains, then Sam will be able to go out there, but if it doesn't, then he can only drive on wet tyres today. So, commiseration of Sam Ward. There is 2020 British champion, number 51, Joe Charlton on your screen. So, Ella Stevens, driver kart number 28, Anthony Jordan. I can exclusively reveal the reasoning behind Ella Stevens' history-making performance here today.
Go on.
She started her career at Landau International Raceway, global home of World Motorsport, birthplace of champions. As a bambino.
Oh, well, there you go. It says a lot, doesn't it?
Oh, listen to the engine notes,
I love
guys.
it. KZ2, here we go. Red flag clears at the front then, and, well, this is going to be an exciting one, folks. Strap in for it. Revs rise, and it's go, and I think it was a slight jump start there for Ella Stevens, who just tweaked as they went in towards turn 1. Great start then from the entire field. Question mark over the start, though. Everyone getting round turn 1 cleanly. Crucially, good start, though, from, I think that's Josh Price, the number 27, who's already up into 2nd place.
Ex-British touring car driver Josh Price, as they miss out Derek's corner. They use the full length Iemitsu straight, 93 miles an hour before they get to Dan Weldon corner, and kartpicks.net's Chris Walker is sitting right on the outside. He gets the best photos in karting, but he does put himself in those positions. Out of Kimbolton corner to complete lap number 1. It's Ella Stevens, Josh Price, Charlie Cole, drivers running wide at the back.
It's the 80. Lee Ward.
Is the 80th Lee Ward, the Irishman, privateer driver on the Kart Republic chassis. Now Josh Price and Charlie Cole. The Jade Racing team are back in force. That Birrell ART chassis. The Jade Racing team, former British champion Scott Allen, his brother Ross Allen. There's Charlie Turner picking up a place. Let's not forget that Scott and Ross, they ran Danny Curl to the 2017 CIK World Karting title. Allen family, Martin Allen, Mark Allen, and now Scott and Ross. You will not find a more experienced family in British karting, especially when it comes to gearbox racing. And Anthony Jordan, your eyesight is a lot better than mine, because you spotted a potential jump start for Ella Stevens, and her start is under investigation.
Yeah, I think it was. It wasn't a full jump start. It was literally the kart just. Oh, it kicked forward.
It moved. And that's all that matters. Just as we watch the screen there, Connor Mills is saying good luck to Josh Price. Hope that Connor is getting better. He had a monstrous crash at Brands Hatch last weekend in the Legends car, which the whole world saw on ITV4. He had a bit of a concussion. That hope Connor is doing well. Like Connor, do you know why?
Why?
Because he raced number 82, same as my race number. All the best.
There we go.
There we go. Hope his dad Steve's okay too. Steve was so stressed about Connor's accident, he went on holiday this week.
Yeah.
That's what we do, isn't it?
Ah, there you go.
Right, back to the racing, back to the action on track.
Yes.
And the mechanics
there
and
it is.
personalities watching. 5-second penalty for Ella Stevens. Okay, all is not lost.
No.
She currently leads by 0.3 of a second over her teammate Charlie Cole. Josh Price has slipped back to third. There's number 75 of Dan McEwen, who was running in 5th position, just behind Miles Murphy. Miles in kart number 7, the Demon Tweaks sponsored driver. Again, Miles Murphy, he makes his living designing crash helmets for many, many drivers in Formula 1 and GP2, including Lando Norris. So for those who watched the Miami Grand Prix last weekend, you might have seen Miles's Lando Norris wearing a Beach Boy helmet. Miles designed that. Anthony Jordan, sorry for... Oh dear, look at that!
Yes, so I was just saying, I'm looking at my screen here, both Ella Stevens and Charlie Cole, the two of the J drivers, both with a 5-second time penalty in this race. They lead both 1 and 2 out on circuit. The gap between the two of them is only 0.4 of a second. Crucially, Josh Price, who's there in 3rd place, is only 0.9 further down the road. Now, Ella did win her race yesterday by 5 seconds, but the group behind were all scrapping. This time around, that's not happened.
Well, we've got 6.5 minutes to go. There's still time, but the two J drivers are pulling away, and there's a move. Charlie Turner at the inside. Reigning champion Charlie Turner, who had a birthday last week. Well, he's more racing. They put a post out saying, happy birthday, Charlie. Don't expect any gifts from us this weekend. Well, Josh Price just gave Charlie a belated birthday present by letting him through going into turn number 1.
He did indeed. Yeah, now in P3, finished, well, he had a good result yesterday, I think Charlie Turner finished in around P3 in his race. No, he finished P2 in his race.
Poor qualifying, but a good thing. And a big, so a Rush performance, team boss Brian Rush, he's walking around with his arm in a sling.
Yes.
He just said it's just wear and tear.
Nothing
serious, but at least Brian's got something to cheer about, because at the moment, Charlie Turner is leading this race, even though he's only 3rd on the road.
Miles Murphy's now on the close here on Josh Price. Miles had a bit of a tangle with another driver yesterday. I think Dan McCowan between the two of them on the start-finish straight. Yes.
Miles had a tangle in practice with a tyre that was incorrectly placed on the circuit that severely damaged that kart. I mean, you're doing 90 miles an hour. That's not good. There's Josh Price. Really hope to see Josh Price giving the season a good go. Hope he gets a bit of good fortune this year. Has always been quick, obviously raced the BTCC, but has had nothing but misfortune in the British Karting Championship.
Yes.
He's got Miles Murphy behind him. Then it's James Glenister at the P6, Tom Adams P7, Morgan Porter P8. We've got 8 of the 10 seeded drivers from last year back with us.
Fantastic.
But they're being led by a driver who is brand new to the class, Ella Stevens. Oh, and a problem for one of the Kart Republic karts. That is the number 80 of Lee Ward.
Yeah. Well, he's kept going. I think he's slowed down out of the corner. I don't know if it was just a missed gear.
The kart is slowly crying enough.
That's a break. That will be coming back into the pit lane. Big shame then for Lee Ward, who retires early in the race then. Back with a battle here.
Greg Caton has also retired.
Well, he didn't leave the pit lane. The same with Sam Ward. So he didn't start. So not sure what's happened to the privateer driver who's running on that Fullerton chassis. He didn't actually leave the dummy grid, so big shame
Oh,
there.
it's a shame.
Miles Murphy, though, and he's still latched onto the back of Josh Price, and Price not going defensive here so far, thinking against it, and crucially, Miles not diving it down the inside, just waiting for position. Crucially, though, Glenister now with the fastest lap of the race is the driver directly behind them.
And let's start looking at the
Oh,
gap.
here we go.
Here's Murphy, what a move!
Nice little run there. 93 miles an hour they go into that corner. Absolutely astonishing the speeds that these KZ2s can achieve around Kimbolton. It's a short circuit. It's less than a kilometre long, and they can hit 93 miles an hour.
Exactly. Now, what we're going to start looking at, ladies and gentlemen, is on the left-hand side of your screen, the scoring pylon. We need to look, where is the 5-second marker? At the moment, Ella Stevens and Charlie Cole have both been given a 5-second penalty. That would drop them behind Morgan Porter. So Morgan would move up to 6, so it would be Ella would be P7 and Charlie would be P8. There's the critical point. So they got to push away. Their team will know them. Cole has caught Ella Stevens.
And it's Price.
Oh, no!
Oh, dear.
That driver, well, Tom Moore, Sam Moore, and the rest of the Moore Racing team, you've got to get... Oh, once, Anthony, I'm lost for words. There's a driver on your screen there that has got bags of talent. And the last 2 years that he's been back in the British Karting Champion, he has failed to finish more races than he has finished. He's got to catch a break at some point. Yellow flags waving. There's Derek Morgan in Kart 10 and Nat Thomas in Kart 7. Dan McEwen in Kart 75. Ryan Green, good to see Ryan Green back in the British paddock in Kart number 26, the DR, the DR kart. Ryan Green's always driven a DR kart, Daniele Rossi chassis. And now, well, what does Charlie Cole do? Does he try and pass his teammate and pull away, or does he work with Ella Stevens and hope that they can both gain a few more places? So with Josh Price out of the race, that would now mean that they finish 6th and 7th on the road.
Yeah, so they're still there. I think they're just doing what they need to do at the moment. They've both got relatively decent pace. The gap behind with Charlie Turner, I think, is still relatively similar. It's not staying there. It's not opening up, but it's not disappearing. So I think he's matching the pace at the moment. So he's going to be constantly just that second behind. I don't think they can really do anything at that point. If Cole goes to the overtake, they'll lose time. If he doesn't, they're still going to drop down. It's a catch-22. I think they're just going to have to try and work together now and just try and open that gap up as much as humanly possible they can do. There's only 1 minute to go, though. It's not going to really happen for the two of them, which is a huge shame, despite the fact that they had a brilliant day yesterday.
Morgan Porter in kart number 4 is now 4.9 seconds behind Ella Stevens. If Morgan Porter loses another 0.02 of a second on this lap, Ella Stevens will finish in front of Morgan on the corrected timesheet. There we go. You can see there, Morgan now more than 5 seconds behind in the Moore Racing number 4 kart. So Ella Stevens and Charlie Cole, they've got to keep pushing on. 30 seconds to go. The next target for them, even though they can't see the target, will be the number 3 of Tom Adams. So Adams has got to keep his ideas fresh and make sure that he doesn't lose another 0.7 of a second to the 2 Jade Racing drivers leading the way.
Yes, indeed. So less than 15 seconds left on the timer then, plus that one additional lap. The current battle that you're watching here is the battle for P4. Miles Murphy and James Glenister. And, of course, this is Moore Racing versus Rush Performance. So 2 very quick teams.
Oh, yes.
2 very talented teams as well. And at the moment, Glenister, who's just constantly setting that fast lap after fast lap, is going to probably go for the move here, as looking over the shoulder now is Miles Murphy. As we go on to the final lap, he will defend that position with all he's got. Glenister tries to get the kart down the inside as they go through the willows, unable to do so now. Cranking it through the gears up all the way to 93 miles an hour as they hit the apex in towards down Weldon corner. Hard on the anchors, the front brakes working well here as well as the rears, so all 4 wheels on the stoppage there, but no positions gained or lost between the two of them. I don't think we're going to see a move. Crucially, though, at the front here, you two, what's the gap going to be?
Well, Ella Stevens and Charlie Cole cross the line astern, but it's going to be Charlie Turner taking the win, Miles Murphy second, James Glenn is the third, and look, what a last lap from Morgan Porter. Porter brings it back from the brink. So Adams will be classified fourth, Porter fifth, Ella Stevens will eventually be classified sixth, Charlie Cole seventh. Then it's Ashley Lewis, Dan McEwen, Derek Morgan, the number 10 in P10, followed by Ryan Green, Nat Thomas, and Hannah Lang. The 13 finishers. Sadly, we lost Josh Price, Lee Ward, and Joe Charlton in the number 51 car of that race. Sam Ward and Greg Caton failed to take the start. There is the debrief. And Ella Stevens and Charlie Cole, let's listen in. Oh, no, nothing said. But Ella Stevens still just 16 years old, youngest driver in the class. In fact, Ella and Charlie Stevens, the youngest two drivers in the class. Notice there we've got three major teams in KZ2 this year. We've got Rush Performance, Moore Racing and the Jade Racing team. Haven't got Andy and we've got the MK Racing team with Hannah Lang. Missing Andy Fearless Racing this season, so hope that Andy and his and Sue are doing well, and hopefully we'll see them back in the championship maybe before the year is out.
Yes, indeed. Now, the recovery job will happen out on track as well. As you can see, the recovering Josh Price's car, as well as the 80 of Lee Ward getting pulled off the circuit. And you've got a feel for Josh Price. You know, like you say, he's a fantastic driver.
Absolutely.
Buckets of talent.
You don't get to the British Touring Car Championship without oodles of talent.
No, exactly. But plagued with mechanical issues across several years. It's not just an occurrence in 1 year. It's just plagued him.
Yes, indeed. Absolute
nightmare. Hopefully we can see him back out on track. There's last year's champion, Charlie Turner, who, of course, won the championship by, 1 point here at Kimbolton last year.
James Glenister. What a fantastic race that was as the KZ2 karts go through. But, ladies and gentlemen, the next race is a very special race indeed. It's possibly the most cosmopolitan race that we have throughout the year. So race 17 is for the junior Rotax drivers that finished the heats 63rd in points and below. They haven't made the repechage, there's no transfer spots. But race 17 is the Vernon Clark Memorial Cup. Now, Vernon is something that have been involved in motorsport for a long time. We'll explain that after we introduce the race in its entirety.
Yes, indeed. Next race is about to get out onto the circuit. It is a small grid, only 7 rows of drivers.
Yes.
Max Horler and Zach Turner will start on the front row. But before that, Henry, explain, what is this one?
Well, we'll go through the grid very quickly. Max Horler and Zach Turner on row 1. Alexander Cull and Gabriel Cullen on row 2. Lachlan Johnson and Matas Mierzanskas on row number 3. Gabriel representing Ireland, Alexander Cull representing Scotland, as is Lachlan Johnson. Matas representing Lithuania. Dukas Pravilonas, another Lithuanian driver, is on row number 4 with Jacob Barowiak. Then Sky Parker from Wales and Niazani Onsakar from Turkey on row number 5. Levi Sangira from Canada and Cameron Edmonds representing England on row 6. And Shane Chandaria from Kenya on row number 7. So Vernon Clark. Vernon Clark was a fixture in motorsport for a very long time, started at a young age, raced karts, raced grass track racing, raced karts all over the country, came to Hunt's Kart Club and running a local school for karting, and was an observer and a marshal here at Kimbolton for the Hunt's Kart Racing Club. Vernon passed away a year ago this month. He is a close family friend of the Freeman family who run the Hunt's Kart Racing Club, and he was an all-round good egg. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is the one and only Vernon Clark Memorial Cup, and it will have another rolling lap. And I know that the marshalling team out here at the circuit, the Orange Army in British motorsport, the most important members of the motorsport community, are very pleased that one of their number is being remembered in this unique race. And, well, I know that Vernon's partner is watching at home, and we wish Vernon's partner and all his many, many friends, including the Freeman family, who run this club very well indeed, all the best. But in the Vernon Clark Memorial Tour, we have England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Lithuania, Canada, Turkey and Kenya represented.
I think the Gabriel Cullen fan club just joined the chat.
Oh, did they? Well, and so did Niazi Usnikar. That is Sahali Aligua on the chat as well. So lots of support from Turkey coming in. Here we go. Vernon Clark Memorial Cup is underway, 3 wide into turn number 1.
Nice clean run then. Everyone gets through. Good to see, especially in the junior category. We know the juniors are quite feisty out there, but all of them getting through turn number 1. Down the Yamitsu straight in towards Derek Corner for the first time. Crucially, Hunter Motorsports leading the way. Zach Turner. Good start then for Zach. Started this one on the front row, on the outside row. Managed to sweep into the inside row, getting that start very early on. But for Guy Cunnington Racing, down the inside.
Oh,
Alex
number 33, Alex Cole.
Yeah, gets it done. Moves into the lead. Oh, bit of jostling in the back.
Gabriel Cullen, obviously, robustly making a move. He knows his fan club are watching, and so Gabe Cullen for Argenti Motorsport. But just look at the teams list. There's Matas Mizanskas, one of the privateer drivers. Somebody just absolutely shaved the tyre barriers at the exit of Stowe Corner. But look at that. Okay, we've got some privateers in this race. Matas Mizanskas is one of them. But we've also got Kieran Crawley's M Sport karting team represented, Hunter Motorsport, Argenti Motorsport, Guy Cunnington Racing, Thule Motorsport, Sodi Vitesse, Ultimate R, and Pro Train in this race. Big names, big teams, and just goes to show how competitive this is, because these are the drivers that didn't even qualify into the repechage, but leading the way, Scotland's Alexander Cole. But for how much longer, we don't know. Side by side into Stowe Corner, Anthony.
Very, very close. Crucially, that's going to give Gabriel Cullen the advantage he needs to take second place. So, top rookie with the fastest lap as well. Gabriel Cullen now up into P2. Oh, big switch under braking there for Zach Turner, who nearly collides into the back of Cullen. But amazingly, they both get away with it and continue on in their fight for the race win. Mizanska still there in 4th place as well from Probek as well. Pravalon is still there in P6 also. Hauler still there. Sankara from Oshchinar. Parker, Johnson and Chandira. Edmonds there in 13th. Shane Chandira.
Oh, Gabriel Cullen.
Oh,
5-second penalty. I was going to say Scotland leads Ireland, leads England, leads Lithuania, but it's now Scotland leading England and Lithuania. This is an international
grid.
Absolutely fantastic. There is Matas Mizanskas, who now moves into 3rd position. Cullen in that Argenti Motorsport number 58 kart has got a 5-second penalty. I didn't see, what was it, a jump start, or was it some sort of contact out on circuit? I don't know. Sure. Guy Cunnington Racing lead with Alexander Cull. Guy Cunnington, if you have a look at the logo, the Guy Cunnington Racing logo, it's a triangle, a 3-pointed triangle signifying Guy's success in the British Championship, the European Championship, and at the Rotax Grand Finals world level. And the idea behind it is that they're all connected together. The colour scheme is the helmet colours that Guy was using when he won the British title back in 2019.
Yes, indeed. So lots happening there.
Oh, that's a Sodi Vitesse kart of Jukas Pravalonis trying to have a little nibble on the rear end of the number 35 of Jacob Borowiak. Levi Sangira from Canada, 8th at the moment. Then it's Turkey's Niazi Osinkar on kart number 79, running in 9th. And Shane Chandaria from Nairobi in Kenya, running 12th for the Pro Train Racing team. Really good. Oshchinar. That's right, you did say it's Oshchinar. Sorry, Anthony. Ladies and gentlemen, Anthony Jordan going big time this year in the CIK of the FIA, now teaching me how to pronounce things. Oh, how times have changed, boys and girls.
Haven't they just? And I can say, updating this one as well, Shane Chandira, who is currently in 12th place in this one for the Pro Chain team, representing Kenya in the FIA Academy trophy.
Oh, someone was just trying to do the energy course chassis. That's Levi Sangira, who was trying to cut some grass. on behalf of the Hunts Kart Racing Club coming out of Down Weldon Corner.
So we were talking about international grid. Let's just clarify. So we've got Ireland, Scotland, Lithuania,
yes,
the
England,
UK, Canada, Turkey, Scotland,
Wales,
Kenya. There are
nine nationalities. It's only a 13 kart
one
grid.
race.
For those of you watching overseas and you're thinking about the British Championship, this is why drivers come into the British Championship. The UK are now the second most successful nation behind South Africa in the Rotax Grand Finals in terms of race wins. 3 Rotax Grand Final champions, all here in the paddock this weekend. Only one of them driving, 2 of them doing some coaching. And there is Dukas Pravilonis having a little look at Max Horler. Max Horler started his career in the Daniel Ricciardo racing series.
Yes, indeed. So 4.5 minutes to go, plus that 1 lap. Battles all the way throughout the field. Crucially, though, top 2 of Gabriel Cullen and Alexander Kull have kind of broken away slightly from the rest of the field. Miazanskas, who you're currently watching on your screen, has got the train behind him. Turner, Horler, Pravilonis, Boric as well in that group. So,
but of course, Gabriel Cullen, 5-second penalty. There's a move. That is the M Sport kart of Max Horler, gaining a place on the number 76 of Zach Turner. Turner, the Hunter Motorsport driver, fighting back, and it's now 3 wide. Here comes the Sodi Vitesse entry. Dukas Pravilonis getting involved, but somehow Zach Turner managed to regain the place and hold on to what is effectively 3rd place. Now, there's no transfer for the winners into the repechage.
No.
This is it for the drivers. It's their one, it's their only race. They're racing for the Vernon Clark Memorial Cup, and at the moment, Alexander Kull from Scotland has it, even though Gabriel Cullen and the whole Pravilonis getting wide. Here comes Horler again, repeating the move he did last lap, but this time he doesn't allow Zach Turner to get back to the inside.
I think Lee Van Sagera just made the move as well. On Jacob Burrow moves up into P7 just behind. Lachlan Johnson, though, the fastest lap of the race. The Thule Motorsport driver running well.
Lachlan Johnson raced in Micromax last year.
Yes.
That is a jump.
I know
Lachlan is from Scotland, but I mean that's a jump, like that's a Ben Nevis sized jump. That was a geography based pun, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
By the way,
very well put, Henry. Well put.
Into Kimbolton corner comes the chasing pack. Well, Matas Miazanskas and Dukas Pravilonis, they're going to be hoping that Cullen and Kull start to battle because, Gabriel Cullen, he would be aware there is, a big board there to say that he's been given a penalty. Alexander Kull is there sitting behind him. That's smart from Alexander Kull. Not making a move, he doesn't have to. He has got the win in the bag at the moment, 2.5 minutes to go. If he starts fighting with Cullen unnecessarily, Joel Hull asking how many go through, 0 drivers go through. This is not a repechage.
It's a consolation race.
It's a Vernon Clark Memorial Cup.
That's
Winning the Vernon Clark Memorial Cup is prize alone for these drivers. So no one goes through. This is it for these drivers. Championship points are also available in this race. Not many, but there are But there are championship points. Somebody has just gone wide down at turn number 1. It's the Thule Motorsport car of Lachlan Johnson, who drops to 13th place behind Cameron Edmonds and Jacob Borowiak. Shane Chandahara running in 10th, Sky Parker 9th, and Niazi Ozcanar from Turkey running in 8th. Levi Sankera is 7th, and there's an what's going on?
Well, that was Levi Sankera getting a little bit wide there. The number 80 now under pressure from Zach Turner here for P7. Turner, who is going to want to go for the move, and has started this race actually on the front row in P2, led the first lap as well, did Turner. Now sees him down in P7, not able to get the move done. Now Max Horler for the M Sport team, based at Wilton Mill.
Yes, they are indeed. Kieran Crawley's team. Now, Jade Butler asking, when are Junior Rotax out next? Well, the answer is they're out next.
Yes.
Because after this race, we've got the repechage for Junior Rotax,
yes,
which will see 6 drivers go through, the top 6 finishers go through into the pre-final and final. Just under a minute to go. Gabriel Cullen leads on the road. He's got a 5-second penalty. It's Alexander Cole, who someone did say, yes, at least he can head back up to Scotland early. Thank you for that, poor Alex. But, well, he's going to be a memorial trophy winner, as the sun now shining very brightly, and it is getting very, very warm, Anthony.
It is indeed, yes. Like you say, the last couple of days here, it's been raining, cold, like about 10 degrees, and yeah, not very nice. And now, yeah, it looks like a beautiful spring day.
And I have made the schoolboy error of leaving my iron brew in the window.
Oh, dear.
And even I think that warm iron brew is not necessarily the
drink of champions.
It's not necessarily the most refreshing way that a commentator can lubricate his throat. Oh, there's a move from the M Sport driver, Max Horler, trying to get past everything. Oh, black flag for Sky Parker, the Ultimate R driver. Oh dear, Sky, not quite sure what Sky is. Then maybe that was in relation to the incident that we saw Lachlan Johnson running wide down at turn number 1. There's Matas Mizanskas in kart number 32, holding off his Lithuanian countryman, Djukas Pravilonis, out of the final corner. And Pravilonis sets a new fastest lap. This is for what is effectively second position in the Vernon Clark Memorial Cup. Alexander Cole. Now, Guy Cunnington Racing, it ran last year, but without, you know, it's a win is a win, and Guy Cunnington Racing on course for that. They've got some great merch. They've got some great team wear.
Oh, yeah.
The bucket hat game at Guy Cunnington Racing is strong. And I think Alexander Cole might, if he hasn't got one already, they should probably just chuck him one gratis.
Yes.
For this. Fortunately, Gabriel Cullen, this is the final lap. Gabriel Cullen will win on the road, but not in reality. There's your winner, Alexander Cole, crosses the line. Matas Mizanskas holds on for P2, privateer driver in P2, and a sporting thumbs up from Djukas Pravilonis in the Sodi Vitesse entry, finishing in third. Max Horler will come home in fourth. Gabriel Cullen, as you see his screen on the left-hand side of your screen, he will drop to fifth position. Canada's Levi Zankira in sixth. Turkey's Niazi Ozchinar is seventh, and Zach Turner eighth. Kenya's Shane Chadaria for the Pro Train team comes up in ninth. Jacob Borowiak is 10th. Lachlan Johnson 11th. Cameron Edmonds in 12th. Sadly, Sky Parker was a black flag. That, ladies and gentlemen, was the Vernon Clark Memorial Cup, and that is a nice way for the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship and Hunts Racing Kart Club to remember one of their own.
Yes, indeed. Well, a fabulous little race there, and the drivers will make their way back into the pit lane. Next junior Rotax race is about to head out onto the circuit. It's race 18. It's Repcharge. Stay tuned.
Woohoo!
You wafting the pages around your face. It's getting a bit toasty in this commentary. I might need to turn the AC on.
Oh,
I'll do my very best.
Turn the AC on.
Take over.
I run through the starting lineup. Finn Leslie and Harrison Crowther go from row number 1. Lucas Blanford and Lewis Goff on row number 2. Thomas Ingram Hill and Eli Baden on row number 3. Daniel Amore and Deacon Russell on row 4. Ethan Head and Gracie Mitchell on row 5. Oliver Smith and Alexander Savnikov on row number 7. Luke Bate and William Ray on row number 8. Tyler Harris and William Murphy, row 9. Ethan Carney and Freddie Lloyd are next. Then it's Aris Majewskis, Oliver Sander, Archie Buttle, Victor Hansen, Max Taylor and Kai Veach, with Kenzo Craigie and Zach Heslop next. John Brown, Charlie Neve, Finley Buck, Brandon Truman, your top 30. Ayaman Bansal, Matthew Sayer, Luke Cordner, and the rest. Here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing. The top 6 go through, Anthony. How many are going to get through Stokecorn on lap number 1?
Hopefully all of them as they go in. It looks good. One a little wide, but it looks like the entire grid managed to get through Stokecorn unscathed. They have to negotiate the Willows now, and that's all good as well. Down in towards Derek Eric's corner, and a clean breakaway then already for our drivers. I think Finn Leslie still leading the way as the rest of the field go through, and now you can see here the chopping and changing was one of the Jackson Motorsport karts. So that's Deacon Russell just in the middle of that fray. Everyone getting around Dan Weldon corner, all fine and dandy, and so far so good.
Well, while you look at the screen, I'll take the viewers through some of it. So in this race, we've got Finn Leslie, who was a Minimax GP plate winner last year, who was leading the way. We've got Harrison Crowther, former member of Team UK in the Rotax Grand Finals. We have got Ukraine's Alexander Savinkov. We've got race winner in Junior TKM last year, Luke Bates. We've got a former vice champion in Junior TKM, Tyler Harris. We have got Fast Freddie Lloyd, who has been on the podium in Europe. We've got America's Ethan Carney, Lithuania's Aris Majewskis. We have got Germany's Luke Cordner for the Craft Motorsport team. We have got drivers from Charlie Neve representing Thailand. And we got Kenzo Craigie, part of the Mercedes-Benz Formula 1 Junior Driver Programme, all in the repechage. It is absolutely insane, the quality level here in the UK this year. Side by side for the race lead, Harrison Crowther up to P1. The top 6 go through, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, indeed. Only that top 6 do go through the field. We have a tasty little graphic for that as well. Hopefully we can show you for that as well with the top 6.
Tasty graphic.
It's very tasty indeed. 8 minutes to go then. Crowther leads the way from Leslie. Blandford's there in 3rd place. The second of the 2 Sody for Test drivers here that being tutored and run by Bradley Barrett. This was a former KZ2 driver last year, I believe he was.
He was 4th and 5th in the championship last year. Again, a champion out in the DE, the Deutsche Elektronik Kartmannschaft. He has represented Team UK internationally on many occasions, now just focusing on running the Sody for Test team. Tyler Harris, driver, again, big ni hao to everyone at Tyler's family in China, and hello to everyone, the rest of his family out in Dubai. Tyler, there's a lot of racing out in the Middle East, and he's just set the fastest lap of the race for the MLC Motorsport team. But it is Harrison Crowther. Harrison Crowther raced for Coles Racing for a couple of years, moved away last year, has come back this year. He is leading. Lucas Blandford for the Sody for Test team in P2. Then it is the Cato Motorsport car of Finn Leslie in P3. And in 4th place, Ethan Head, kart number 48, the Hunter Motorsport driver.
Yes, indeed. So Blandford there running a little wide out of the corner. Finn Leslie had an opportunity to go for the move there. And again, now you can see it's really closed in between the two of them. And now Hunter Motorsports. Ethan Head joins the fray in the number 48. So keep an eye on that one as Leslie now drops down into P4.
7 minutes to go. Let's have a look. Thomas Ingram Hill currently 7th. William Murphy is 8th. Oliver Smith 9th. Luke Bate 10th. Then it's Gracie Mitchell, Tyler Harris, William Ray. Kenzo Craigie had a terrible day yesterday. Kenzo Craigie and Brandon Truman. Brandon, he is up. Well, Kenzo's up from 25th on the grid to 14th. Brandon is up from 30th to 15th position. Finley Buck up 11th place to 18th. I'm not saying that any of these drivers are going to get to the top 6, but they are giving it a darn good go.
They are indeed, yes. Some big movers all the way throughout this field. William Murphy,
Dana Moore's retired.
Ah, what a shame.
Privateer driver. Do you know what? I didn't even sing his name.
No.
It must have been.
Do you want to do it now?
Well, he's out of the race. I'll save it for next time.
Okay.
India's Ayman Bansal started karting at the Bangalore Kart Club, working with with reigning British and global Rotax senior Rotax champion Callum Bradshaw, former world karting champion of the Strawberry Racing team. Ayman Bansal up 5 place to 26th. Luke Cordner from Germany up 8th place to 28th. Ethan Carney from the USA running in 23rd position. And still, though, the top 6, Anthony, as we're looking on our screens, the 52 of Lewis Goff for the Hunter Motorsport team. Lewis Goff in the number 52 for, I believe, Sam Pollitt Racing. And the Hunter Motorsport car just chasing him. But still looking. Tyler Harris up into 10th position. Where's the gap? Where's the gap between William Murphy in 6th and the 7th place battle? It's about 0.7 of a second, Anthony.
It is. It's not much. And you've got to say, Will Murphy has now pushed himself up into 6th place. He's after gaining 10 positions. He's in that transfer spot now. Who dropped down? I think it was Tom Ingram Hill who's dropped down for the DHR team. He's dropped down 2 places. I think he's in P7 now. So he was in that top spot. Now was struggling. I'm just trying to ascertain that one. Yeah, no, there he is on your screen.
Ascertain. That's a very good word, Anthony. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Gold star for you.
Thank you. There he is in P7. Yeah, so Tyler Harris now will want to close that gap. There's only about 0.6 of a second between Harris and Ingram Hill. But they need to close the second gap that they've got to William Murphy, who did set the fast lap on that last lap, who is in P6 on the last transfer spot. There he is. There's retirement.
Oh, that is the number 16 card,
Yeah.
Savinkov, Ukrainian driver. There's Luke Bates.
Disaster.
Luke Bates, you can't miss Luke Bates. He's got that bright yellow, luminous yellow crash helmet and race suit of the Project 1 racing team. Deacon Russell in 10th, Oliver Smith, Brandon Truman, William Ray, Gracie Mitchell, Kenzo Craig. He's fallen back to 16th position. Brandon Truman is a driver that now we're going to look at. The number 85 driver racing for the Strawberry Racing team. He has gained 18 places. He's up into 12th. He's going to need the drivers in 5th and 6th, and the number 96 of William Murphy has just passed Ethan Head for 5th position. The more they battle, there on your screen, those are the two drivers. 5th, the number 96 of Murphy. 6th, the number 48 of Head. The gap behind them is growing, but they were battling. It's now going to start shrinking. Ingram Hill, Harris, Bate and Russell have got to get their heads down. They got 3 minutes to try and make it into the main final, but it's Blanford and Crowther 1-2.
Yes, it is indeed. Yeah, 0.3 of a second now separates P6. Oh, actually, no, I tell a lie. That's only P5 from P6. Tyler Harris still there in P7. Another just over a second behind. So, yeah, they are going to have to really close that gap to see what they can do. Just under 3 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Not long left in this one. Crucially, though, Blanford now starting to, I wouldn't say defend, but he's just positioning that car in somewhat of the middle of the track. Crowther now wanting to try and capitalise on this. The same with Lewis Goff. Of course, top rookie is Goff. And, you know, these three drivers will have to work together here to try and open that gap, keep it going, because they don't want the drivers behind to start closing in. So, big check over the shoulder there for Goff, just to see what's happening behind. And don't worry, you've got quite a sizable gap between yourself and Will Murphy just behind.
Indeed, Lucas Blanford. The top three. Now, this is where, I mean, okay, so Blanford is new to the championship. So is Lewis Goff. Harrison Crowther, an experienced peddler. He'll know not to do anything outrageously silly. He'll sit in second. The winner of this race starts the pre-final 29th. Lots of support coming in. Henry Gregory, obviously Uncle Tyrone will be proud of Brandon Truman. Of course he would. Ollie Cook saying better luck next week. Dan Amore. Chloe Chong saying hello. Chloe Chong now racing in the what's it called?
F1 Academy.
That's the one.
For the Prema Racing team.
Very good. Speaking of Prema Racing, we've got Thomas Behrman, Oliver Behrman's brother. He's coming up in the main event later on as well. But it's 1 minute 36 seconds to go, or layman's terms, about 90 seconds. Change for P2. This is all a bit unnecessary, lads. That is Lewis Goff passing Harrison Crowther. Crowther going, okay, I'm going to back off. But you've got to say the top 6 are closing in. Now, the MLC Motorsport number 84 of Tyler Harris moves into P7. Tyler, very, very quick. I think he had an exclusion from one of the heats or from qualifying yesterday, which is why he's been battling through for the back. There's Harris, tall driver, leading the Thomas Ingram Hill kart, and then Luke Bates. Harris is on the move. Last time around, he was 1/10 of a second quicker than Ethan Head, and he's got to stay ahead. So there's the number 84, Tyler Harris. He's got 50 seconds plus a lap, and the drivers behind him are battling. This is the driver now. He's got no one challenging from behind. He doesn't have to worry about defending, Ansley. He can just attack. And the driver he's attacking is the number 48 Hunter Motorsport kart of Ethan Head. Here are your top 5. There's Head in 6th, and Harris, like a, well, I know his dad builds fish tanks or maintains fish tanks out in Dubai, but like a great white shark, Harris honing in on his prey, and the prey, Ethan Head, turns his head, realises, uh-oh, I'm in trouble here.
Yes, indeed, yeah. Harris is a very dedicated driver. Obviously, he jumped into the world of international karting out in the Middle East, like you say, and it's still kicking off in front. This will play into his favour here. as they go through. And again, just keep an eye on that gap it's going through. Now, as I was saying, he's a determined driver.
Yep.
He went out to Dubai, went out to the Middle East.
Yes.
Yas Marina, warm-up session on the F1 circuit, into the Babel hairpin, flipped, broke a collarbone, repaired it. Now he's back racing again, and he's there in the repechage, and he's fighting back fierce, and look how close he is now.
The clock strikes 0. Harris checks over his shoulder. He knows he doesn't have to defend. So Luke Bates, Thomas Ingram Hill, Deacon Russell, William Ray, Brandon Truman, Max Taylor and the rest are out of contention. It is now between Ethan Head and Tyler Harris for the final transfer spot into the main event. Harris right on his rear bumper through Stowe Corner. Now they go into the Willows.
He can see a shot here in the A final right in front of him, but so can Ethan Head. Ethan Head is going to go extremely defensive in towards Derek Corner. Crucially though, Finn Leslie still in danger here as well, because Leslie's also started to go defensive. Charlie Neave with a 5-second time penalty, not in contention at the moment for this top spot, but he will see that one as they go down the TKM straight. Not going for a move. Are we going to see a line up here into the final corner? He has to go for it.
Now
He's going to switch to the outside, switch back. No, it's not going to be enough.
Ethan Head holds on to P6 by 0.2 of a second. Look at Tyler Harris is devastated. Ethan Head did very, very well there. He only defended into the last corner.
Yep.
There is a look. So unofficially, your transfer drivers: race winner Lewis Scott, William Murphy, Harrison Crowther, Lucas Blandford, Finn Leslie, and by the skin of his teeth, Ethan Head. Sadly, provisionally, provided of course there are no post-race issues in scrutineering or with nose cone penalties. Going home, Tyler Harris, Luke Bate, Thomas Ingram Hill, Deacon Russell, William Ray, Brandon Truman, next time Brandon, Max Taylor, Gracie Mitchell, Kenzo Craigie, Oliver Smith, Aris Majewski, Zach Heslop, Archie Buttle, Finley Buck, Ayaman Bansal, Kai Veach, Matthew Sayer, Eli Baden, Ethan Carney, John Brown, Luke Cordner, Henry Cameron, Charlie Neave, Victor Hansen, Alexander Savnikov and Dan Moore. Unofficially,
of course.
Wow, the quality is worthy of a pre-final in the main event. But the next race is coming up very, very quickly. We've got one more repechage to go, Anthony, and it's for Senior Rotax.
Just like the weather, the action on circuit is hotting up, ladies and gentlemen. Senior Rotax Race 19 repechage is coming up next. Alexander Adams Acton, the Jackson Motorsport team, starts this one on pole position. Jude Fernho alongside for the Jack Dex Racing team. Neo Clark in a repechage. Who'd have thunk it? Oxley Pryor alongside. Matt Overhoff and Jack Collins round out the top 3 rows.
Yes, indeed. Row number 4, we'll see Sam Cornwell and Dylan Brierley. Then it's Jay Lewis and James Jackson, Harry Barlow and George Hunter round out the 6th row of the grid.
Alex Moody and Craig Stevens, privateer, go from row 7. Isaac Lord and Alfie Davis go from row 8. Jack Bate and Max Kettle round out the top 18 on row 9, and the entire grid. Only
18 drivers, 6 will qualify.
Yes, indeed. So
a rundown of some of the contenders: Alexander Adams Acton Jackson. That's a long way. Leo Clark, top 5 in the junior, the British Junior Championship 2 years ago. Oakley Pryor, a former race winner and member of Team UK. Matt Overhoff from Germany, part of the Kraft Motorsport setup. Jay Lewis, another of Landau Kart Club's own brethren. Dylan Brierley from the Daniel Ricciardo series. Alex Moody had a mechanical failure in his number 88 Caterham Motorsport kart yesterday. That what pushes him back down the order. Again, it's a very talented driver. We kept the paddock show away from Matt's Overhoff, which we didn't have enough bleep buttons on there. But it's here we go. 18 drivers, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. It is the Jack's Motorsport kart of Alexander Adams Acton Action Jackson. That's a long nickname.
That's a long nickname.
I just made it up. I might change it. We'll see. He leads the way to the lights. We're out, we're green, we're off and racing down towards Stowe Corner. 18 Senior Rotax drivers going around the outside. Jude Fernio for the Jack Dex racing, that MS Kart was wound up like a spring.
Oh!
And contact the back of the field as well.
Yeah, it's one of the X-Spirits that's gone off there.
Drivers beating themselves. You know, there's eliminating themselves. That could have been KR Sports, Max Alfie Davis, Craig Stevens, Isaac Lord could have been in that group as well. That
I think it could have been Alex Moody.
Alex now in a bad Moody.
No, I don't think it is Alex Moody. There we go. So we'll find out when they cross the line to see who went to the back of the grid. So Vernon leads the way from Clark, who's put himself up into second place, and instantly on the defensive from Alexander Adams, Action Prime man. Oakley Pryor in fourth place, and Jack Collins. And who was it? It was Jack Bate with the Sam Pollitt Racing team.
Oh, and there's another driver going off there, and that is a very badly damaged kart. Both front track rods have gone. Driver storming out of the car. It is one of the Sam Pollitt Racing drivers, so it's either going to be Max Kettle or Jack Bate.
I think. I'm not too sure.
We'll have a little look. I think it might have been Jack Bate. We'll have a little look.
I think it's Isaac Lord.
It's 47. It's 47. It's Max Kettle.
Okay. Sorry.
But luckily, he is out of the kart and walking away. There are tyres that are scattered everywhere. So coming out of this corner here, on the outside of the exit of the Willows, there is a curb, then there's a sausage curb, and then there's 3 tyres. Those 3 tyres have been scattered all around the circuit. So we're down to 17 runners. Sadly, Max Kettle out of the race. It's Fernihow from Clark, Pryor, Oakley Pryor, third in the 2019 British Karting Championship. Spent a year out of the season, of the series last year. Now he's back with Coles Racing this year. Then it's Collins, Adams Acton, and Max Overhoff. Max Overhoff, in his own words, he goes, "I am a B-final specialist, yeah," because he's German, that's how he speaks. But he is trying to get out of the repechage and into the main event. There he is, and that's a very, very distinctive sort of metallic blue Craft Motorsport kart.
Yes, indeed.
So realistically, the top 4 have broken away, Anthony.
Yep.
Fernihow, Clark, Pryor, and Collins. As I say that, Collins goes to battle with Pryor. Oh no, an Oakley Pryor. Thinking, come on, what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
And here comes a move for the race lead.
Yeah, Neo Clark down the inside from Drew Fernihow, and yes, some very gesticulations going on there in the background between those 2 drivers. Like you say, they're both in the top 6. They don't need to battle, so you know they can just work together now and close up to the front 2 and just drive away. Crucially, Adams Acton's on his own in P5. Matt Overhoff here in P6 is in that last transfer spot. And he is under pressure from Barlow.
He has company. He has Harry Barlow, Dylan Brierley, Harry Barlow and Dylan Brierley are right there with him. There's about a second gap back to Cornwell, Lewis, Jackson, Hunter and the rest. Anthony Jordan, what's going on? There's more action.
It's side by side for the last transfer spot. Again, it's all kicking off here as they're all trying to fight for that position. And oh dear me, Dylan Brierley almost into that tyre wall.
Indeed. So, Max Overhoff, you are going to have to make the rear the rear bumper of that Craft Motorsport kart very, very wide indeed. The number 43. There he is, and he's got the 79 of Harry Barlow. Harry Barlow staying with the Thule Motorsport team. And, of course, the more Overhoff defends, the closer this...
with a spin in the background.
That was the number 38 kart of Craig Stevens, Scottish driver on the Comp Kart chassis. Well, believe in the fluoro. And he's going to believe in going the right way before he can believe in the fluoro. So he is now out of contention, as is Isaac Lord, who has dropped to the back of the field as well. However, looking down the order, Overhoff has been passed. Barlow now up into P6 in kart number 79. Now, Matt, you don't start defending now. Now you've got to attack, I tell you.
Oh, for goodness sake. There we go. That was a good pun there. Yeah, he's under pressure here.
Very good.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, Briley's still there now, P8, or P7, I probably should say, in that number 11.
P7.
Oh, no, he is. Yeah, he's still in P8. Yeah, so, again, he's got to be careful here. And he's just got to try and close that gap up once again. Barlow starting to break away slightly, but look how squirrely he was under braking there. Did you see that? He had to really work that to get it in a straight line.
Well, you know, it's pressure. Harry Barlow's been amped up trying to get past. Now he is on the bubble. He is the driver that's got to worry. So automatically you start thinking. Yeah, we're only at half distance, ladies and gentlemen. There's the driver on the outside looking in, Mats van Overhoff, in the number 43 car. Then it's Dylan Briley on that Croc chassis. Jay Lewis closing in ninth position in kart number 42 for the Hunter Motorsport team, and Lewis passes Briley, and that moves him into P8. They've got to be very careful, this group, where they make the moves, as Barlow, Overhoff, Lewis, Briley, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th, Anthony.
Overhoff and Briley under investigation at the moment. So, big question mark over that. What happened? Was it the start? Was it an incident on track? They have both gone down the order slightly, haven't they? So was there a debacle between the two of them?
Something could have gone badly wrong. Now, it could have been, if they were out 2 wheels outside the tram lines, maybe 4 wheels outside the tram lines, that's a time penalty. That means they're possibly reviewing the start, or they're under investigation for something. Oh, and there's side-by-side, 3 wide. Oh, now, this is 2nd, 3rd and 4th on the road. Now, Fernhow in P2, the Thule Motorsport car of Clark in P3, Pryor in P4. These are all experienced drivers, Anthony. Alex Adams Action Jackson is there in 5th position. We're going to try and say that after you've had a couple of beers in the bar one night. But there he is, the Jacks Motorsport car number 18. Those 5 are clear. Look at the gap between them and Harry Barlow in 6th position. There is no need to be battling for what is effectively 29th, 30th, 31st, 32nd. Look at Neil Clark's pointed to Oakley Pryor. No, go, just don't worry about defending. Go, go, go. And then he tries to go side by side through the willows. Well, if any of these 3 drivers fail to qualify for the pre-final and the final, I have to say, Anthony, they've only got themselves to blame.
Yeah, it's always one of those things. But again, a lot of these drivers, they're so focused on what's going on in front of them, they don't know what's going on behind. You know, we always say, never look behind you. You know, that's always where you'll end up.
Yeah. I mean, if you're not.
But you need to be aware of what's happening around you.
Yeah. If you're not looking at the track in front of you, then you're not concentrating on the next racing line. However, there is time and a place to look behind you, to be self-aware of what you need to do to maintain a position at vital points of the race. With 2.5 minutes to go, this is not a vital point of the race.
No, it's not. And of course, none of these drivers have communication with mechanics or teammates in the pit lane or anything like that. They have no idea what's going on around them, so they just have to be just that little bit careful and aware of what is happening around them. And unfortunately, right now, we're still 2 minutes to go. They are allowing here Barlow, Overhoff, Briley to close in, and they've got to be very, very careful here with that. The gap is still obviously massive at the moment. There is still really no drama between them, but crucially as well, they've let Collins get away. He's 1.1 seconds further up the road.
All it will take is one mismanoeuvre, one slight error of judgment, and you've got a nose cone penalty, and your day is over. Barlow half a second in front of Overhoff. Overhoff needs to put it into overdrive to get back on the rear bumper of Harry Barlow. It's the Thule Motorsport came into this race. I'm just saying they had, Harry Barlow started 11th on the grid. They came into this race with 3 drivers in the repechage, did Thule Motorsport, and apart from James Jackson, who's down in 13th position, the other 2 drivers are successfully going to make it into the main event. Spoke to Drew Tooley this morning. Unfortunately for Drew, his awning is right beneath one of the paddock speakers, which means him and the entire team get to hear you and I, Anthony, in full volume all weekend. And Drew did say this morning, goes, wish your voice would go again, Henry. I'm right beneath you again. Sorry, Drew, but at the moment we're saying good things about your team, because you've got 2 out of the 3 in the main event. Collins leads, number 17, for the Pro Train Racing outfit. Pro Train back in the paddock this year. Again, experts at the club level, Wilton Milk Kart Club, they are absolutely unbeatable there. Oh, and a 5-second penalty for James Jackson. So
he's in 13th place at the moment.
13th place, so not exactly in contention. Alex Moody moves up into 9th. Dylan Briley, rookie driver, privateer driver, and another driver out of the Daniel Ricciardo series. He's there on the Mad Croc chassis. not for Crop Promotions, running as a private team, but on that Mad Crop chassis. Doesn't look like he's going to go much further in terms of making the main event. But, well, Brierley, he's running out of time. The clock has struck 0. Next time around, they will get the last lap board. I've got to say, Anthony, that Harry Barlow looks like he is sitting pretty and can relax. There he is.
I think he's all right, yeah. He's got a nice, comfortable breathing spot behind him. And at the moment, Mats Overhoff not able to close in. Overhoff still under pressure from Riley as well. So at the moment, there they are just in the background coming through. There is your last spot man, Harry Barlow. Thule Motorsport, like you say, bring it home as we go on to the final lap. So Collins, who leads by 1.6 seconds, 1.8 seconds now as they go through the next timing beam, is looking very comfortable.
Indeed he is. Welcome back, Pro Train. Top of the podium in the Repechard, Jack Collins will race in the pre-final and the main event in Senior Rotax, as will, provisionally of course, Jude Ferneyhough for the Jack Dex Racing team, Oakley Pryor for Coles Racing, Neo Clark for Thule Motorsport, Alexander Adams, Acton Action Jackson in the Jack Racing number 18, and Thule Motorsports, Harry Barlow. Commiserations to Mats Overhoff. He misses out by just 1 place for the Craft Racing team, and also missing out will be Dylan Brierley, Alex Moody, George Hunter, Samuel Cornwell, Jay Lewis, James Jackson, Jack Bates, Alfie Davis, Craig Stevens, Isaac Lord, and Max Kettle. There's Jude Ferneyhough for the on the MS chassis. And again, lots of, lots of OTK products. We've got Tony Karts and Cosmics, Red Speed for Oakley Pryor. But, we've got the MS Kart proving that it is a good wagon. There's Oakley Pryor. Good to see him back in the paddock. Of course, new team for Oakley. And here's the... now, we haven't got nose cone watch just yet.
Well, no, I think we're okay in that one because the camera at turn 1, when they come in across the line, watches them, and I was actually watching the top of them, and all of them looked okay. So I was watching. Don't worry, Henry.
Fair enough. I'm glad somebody was.
Someone's paying attention in this commentary box. Only 50% of it is,
but
it's fine.
There needs to. Well, the sun is shining brightly here at Kimbolton.
What a beautiful day.
It is indeed, and. Obviously, we've got a lot of people to thank for making this broadcast possible. This is, of course, an Alpha Live broadcast of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. But, Anthony, why don't we take just a few short moments to thank some of our sponsors?
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to a very, very sunny Kimbolton circuit here just north of Peterborough in central England. Of course, you're looking at why is the track like it is? Well, you can see that is one of the old runways. This was the home of the 379th US Bomber Command Group. And there is a famous painting and a famous story from the Second World War about an American B-17 bomber coming back from a bombing raid over Germany, and they had been shot up at Kimbolton just before Christmas in 1945, and they had been shot up badly as we look at some of the Minimax drivers about to go out for the next race. But as they were approaching the English Channel, they noticed that a Messerschmitt ME-109, part of the Crack Luftwaffe squad, coming in, and they thought themselves, the 10-man crew all thought, that's it, we've got one engine, we're shot to pieces, the aircraft is disabled, we have got, that's it, it's game over. And the Messerschmitt pilot, Lieutenant Franz Stiegler, saw that the aircraft was in difficulty, and he thought there's no honour in shooting down a wounded aircraft, and guided them back across the English Channel so they could land 2 days before Christmas in 1945 at Kimbolton Airfield. And in 1990, the surviving members of the crew, they were all still alive, they invited Franz Stiegler to one of their reunions so they could introduce Franz to the children and grandchildren that, if it hadn't been for Franz's actions, would never have been born. And here at Kimbolton, the Hunts Kart Club are very proud of their history with the 379th Bomber Command Unit, and they have got lots and lots of photographs, memorabilia, war stories of this venue's history back in the Second World War. But that's a little brief, a brief aside. Now we head back to the racing itself. It's the start of the pre-finals, and it is the Intermax Minimax 950 that are due to go out. There is Oliver Meek, who is about to get into his number 167 kart for the Synergy Factory team. There's number 155, Scotland's Blair Smith. Good to see that. Oh, Paul Ozan is on the live chat saying, good drive, Harry Barlow. Paul, very, very experienced driver, and a very funny guy as well. But just that's the way he looks, though. But no, he's funny as a person as well. Only joking, Paul. Good to see you. Hope to see you at a track very soon. Here is the number 167 car. It's Oliver Meek, rookie driver, sitting, waiting, going. You can see the difference. The sun shining, glistening off the graphics kits on these 950 Minimax Intermax karts. There's the KR engine, Big Louis from KR, one of the many officially licensed sealing unit trainers. There's the number 146 kart of Scotland's Ellis Bell. Ellis qualified very badly, but has managed to get himself up the order and is starting on the 8th row of the grid. Ellis had a little go at presenting the paddock show at the O-Plate at Wilton Mill in place of my good self for 5 minutes. Was obviously far more talented, eloquent and well-spoken than me. Now, let's move. There is Joshua Griffin, another driver from Bonnie, Scotland. Now, at the start of the lunch break here, you will be able to watch a very, very significant announcement from Jag Rotax, Jag, the UK distributors for all Rotax engines. We're very, very glad to welcome Daryl Smith and Jenny Wade from BRP Rotax here at the circuit this weekend. There is the number 128 kart, Daniel Minto, raced in the Rotax Grand Finals last year. You can see him with his Team UK race suit on. And yeah, so there's Daniel Minto. He's starting on the 6th row of the grid. Now we look ahead, you'll see, well, there's Finley Lines' kart. Finley, the Maximum Group sponsored Dan Holland Racing driver, not in his kart. Now we move up to Will Green for the Argenti Motorsport team. And Argenti, again, who have won 3 British titles, 2 in Rotax, 1 in X30, only came into being in 2020. So very, very successful team run by Danny Sweeney with support from Michael Meadows and the Mercedes Formula 1 team. There's the number 1, 2, 3 kart, Luca Holmes-Balak, another of the Synergy factory drivers. And of course, last year the Minimax grid were on the full-size chassis. Now they're on the 950mm frame chassis, which is why the karts look a bit smaller. And you're thinking, why have they all got 3 digits? Well, the Micromax karts, the same size chassis as the Minimax karts, and they've also got yellow plates and black numbers. So the mini karts, they have 3 digits, and everyone else has 2. Michael Burke on the live chat saying that he's already watched the Rotax. I've got to say, you know, we get our information out to Bathurst, Australia very slightly. And again, Michael, I agree with you. It is good on Jag for their support, and it is a great announcement for all the drivers in Micro and Mini on your screen. Now we have a little cross at the number 162, Cole Denham. Now, Cole's dad, this is flip-flop weather for Cole Denham's dad, the Scottish driver, last year's Honda Cadet, Wera Tools British champion. There's Albert Friend, just standing behind Albert Friend, that's Lee Taylor. Lee Taylor guided Callum Bradshaw. He was his mechanic in the British Championship and in the Rotax Grand Final. So a great short game there, Lee. Well done. But again, Albert Friend has got a World Championship winning mechanic on board. And the O plate. He's not 000, just 10 for Oliver Miewski.
Yeah. I suspect that
Yes.
cameraman doesn't want to be standing there for much longer.
Oh, I think it would be very entertaining if he did. If they did, I don't know who's down there, but if that camera person were there, it's Ryan. We can afford to lose him. Can't afford to lose the camera though, can we? No, no, no. There's the first policy of Alpha Live: camera crew are expendable, cameras are not. Here is your starting lineup.
Cole Denham and Jacob Ashcroft, they will go from the front row in this one. What can they do? Of course, the pre-final will determine the grid for the final later on today. Albert Friend and Charlie Wolfett go alongside from Oliver Miewski and Luca Holmes-Balak on row number 3.
Row number 4, it is Max Endicott and Will Green. Row 5, Kai Clark and Finlay Lines. Row 6, Rory Armstrong and Daniel Minto.
It's Lovett from Griffin on row 7, from King and Bell on row 8. Charles Kitely and Blair Smith will round out the next 9 rows.
The top 20, Finlay Hinds and Oliver Meek, then Isaac Barker, Jaden Sherwood, Albie Lapper and John Richardson.
Noah Barham and Ethan Griffiths go from row 13, from Ryan Gendor, Tom Reed, Samir Paul and Nat Johnson on row 15, Kieran Stewart, Harry Freeman, Thomas Butcher and Ella Lucia round out the 17 rows, 34 drivers in total.
Okay, well, there's no need for any umbrellas, Ellas, AA. In this one, here we go. It's lights out, we're off and racing. 34 Minimax into drivers down towards Stowe Corner. Finlay Lines getting high, wide and handsome into turn number 1. Are they all going to get round cleanly? Yes, they do, Anthony.
Willows is clear as well. Nice start then from the Minimax 950s, the Interclass here as they're now called, as they sweep down in towards Derek Corner.
Good move, Ellis Bell.
One driver going straight over the Derek's Corner section, who will unfortunately have to concede a lot of places for
many
that
positions.
one. So rest of the field goes out. I'm trying to ascertain who it was who did miss
Use
it.
that ascertain word again, Anthony.
I have.
Well done, twice in a day.
Thank you.
Now, into Kestrel Corner. The lead group were single file. Now they're not, and there's still 3 wide coming out of Kimbolton Corner onto Hines Straight with Denham, Ashcroft, Friend and Charlie Wolfett in the number 195 car for the Synergy team in 4th position. We did a video at the O plate, which you can see on the Motorsport UK YouTube channel and the Alpha Live YouTube channel of Jacob Ashcroft and Albert Friend. I would say this is going to be a great battle between them. Cole Denham obviously as well in there, but the cream rising to the top. There's Ellis Bell in the orange crash helmet. They're losing out, coming through Dan Weldon Corner, but it's going to be a fascinating battle. 2 of karting's powerhouses, Dan Holland Racing, Strawberry Racing. Okay, same chassis, one Lando Norris, the other one a Tony Kart, different paint jobs. great. Anytime you see DHR versus Strawberry, throw KR Sport and Argenti into the mix, as well as Coles, it's going to be a good day.
It is indeed, and already Denham was trying to fight back with his teammate Ashcroft there, going in towards turn number 1. Move didn't really pan out, and he stays there in second place. Crucially, Albert Friend now with the advantage of trying to close back in. Wolfit's still there as well in P4 from Endicott. Majewski from green. Lines, Armstrong and Luca Holmes-Ballock rounding out the top 10. Investigation, though, for the driver in 10th place. The 1-2-3, Luca Holmes-Ballock, potentially for a start infringement.
Yeah. Oh, and a bit of contact coming into Kimbolton corner there, back in the pack. There is the number 146 cut again of Ellis Bell, battling with Charlie King. Luca Holmes-Ballock was just in front of them in P number 11, and there is Ballock now passing the number 166 of Rory Armstrong to get into the top 10.
Armstrong really close to that wall there, very lucky to keep it out. Crucially though, Ellis Bell manages to get through again. Privateer again this year, did have a spell with the Zip team at PFI. Now back as a privateer and running very, very well. A very quick driver is Ellis Bell.
A test session and assessment.
Yes.
But, I think Ellis Dan Graham was like, look, we've come this far as a privateer. We're right before the start of the season.
Yeah.
You know, we know our equipment. You know, the door is still very much open. Unfortunately, Ellis also left the door open there, and it was the Coles Racing Kart of Charlie King that went through it up into P11. Change up at the front. That's the number 181 Kart.
That's Finley Lines.
Finley Lines making a move. Good line there from Finley.
Yes, indeed. Very well done. Fastest lap of the race as well. 44.59. Very, very quick time indeed. Whole grid still running then.
Yes, all 34 drivers, which is good to see. Now, Albert Friend up into P2. Anthony, have we got an issue further down the order?
We don't have an issue further down the order, but we have got some drivers who have struggled a little bit in this race, I should say.
Race?
Going all Jonathan Ross here. 10 positions has dropped down for Archie Lovett, unfortunately. Noah Barham, however, is up into P14. 11 positions gained in the early stages of this race, so for the DHR team, doing a good job. Now up into P13, so that's 12 positions now he has gained. So big movers, but crucially, everyone getting through. Samir Paul dropping down the order on that last lap, unfortunately losing out to both Albie Lapper and Tom Reed further down the order.
Yes, now, we talked earlier about how Jacob Ashcroft and Cole Denham weren't necessarily playing well together in the early stages. This race, however, they are doing the exact opposite, and it's working because they're not battling. Okay, they got Albert Friend between them, but the top 4 on your screens now, with that Synergy Racing team entry of Charlie Wolfett at the back of the quartet, are pulling away from this group on our screens. That is Endicott, Lines, Green and Majewski, with Lines now at the head of the secondary. Well, no, actually, sorry.
Endicott's on his own.
Yeah, sorry. It's the battle for 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th that is good. And there's further back the number 111 Kart of Coles Racing's Jaden Sherwood, just holding off Blair Smith and Isaac Barker.
I believe Cole Denham has now got back into second place at the expense of Albert Friend.
Yep, that's a good call there, Anthony. You can just see that going around down Weldon corner. But that move has given Jacob Ashcroft a little smidge of breathing room.
But like we've seen in the past, that's not a good thing. You don't want to be on your own in these, I'll say slower because they are technically, but they're still very quick classes, you know, because the slipstream is so vital. And if you're on your own, you've got no one pushing you, you've got no slipstream that you gain from that. It's not good. So expect Cole Denham, who has just set the fastest lap of the race, to start to close in.
And saw a move there. The number 1, Noah Barham, was picking up a position at the expense of a Coles Racing Kart. I think it was Charlie King and Noah Barham battling together just outside the top 10. Harry Freeman is up into 22nd. Looking down the order, 10 places gained from 32nd to 22nd for Harry Freeman. Oh, and there is, that is Majewski. That is the British Open champion, Oliver Majewski, off behind the Vera barrier. Oh, at least he had the decency to do it when we get a sponsor logo in. But that is not great for Oliver Majewski. Out of the race, out of the top 6.
Crucially, not out of the weekend, but it does mean that he will be starting the final at the back of the grid. And for the driver who won the O-Plate in this category, that is a disaster, and understandably, incredibly frustrated.
And sponsored there, Oliver Majewski, by a local Audi service centre, and it is absolutely Vorsprung durch kaputt.
Das Auto ist kaputt.
So here we go. more battling. Charlie King is making good progress in that number 174 Coles racing car. I think that's put him up into P8 ahead of Kai Clark, but the top 4 still clear. It's now a Dan Holland Racing 1-2, Synergy Racing Factory Racing Team in 3rd, and Strawberry Racing in P4. Albert Friend, remember I think it was last year in Honda, Albert Friend having to come from the back of the field up through the order. Now he's got a little bit, he's still got
what a spin!
Oh, it's Ellis Bell and one of the Dan Holland racing cars. I think that may have been Kai Clark. Ellis Bell and Kai Clark out of the race. The result of this race sets the grid for the final. Azerbaijan's John Richardson losing a few places coming out of the Willows as well. 4.5 minutes to go, Anthony. Number 191, Albert Friend. This is critical for Albert. He's got to get his head down now, stay in contention, so when the 3 leaders start to battle amongst themselves, he is close enough to capitalise, because Denham, Ashcroft and Wolfett are pulling away from him.
Yeah, they are indeed. They will battle, of course. They do want to be starting on that top spot, but crucially as well, the front row, doesn't matter if you're on the inside or the outside. If you get a good start, you've got a good chance of getting to that inside line. Battles here further back as the 181 is that.
It's that cart there is the number 178. That's Harry Freeman. Spoke to Harry Freeman in the paddock show last night. He had a crash yesterday, crashed this morning, has had to come from 32nd on the grid, but Harry has got it up into 16th position. What a drive. Oh, and there is one of these Strawberry Racing drivers. It's the number 113. It's Joshua Griffin out of the race as well. That is now 2 retirees from the race. And Harry Freeman, I said he's got help. He's got help with the Zip car here. Roger Wilco from RPM is here. Luke Hines, obviously from Zip here. So is James Bean. Man like Bean in the paddock. Sam Heading helping them out. Harry Freeman, he's got that kart working really, really well. As we look at the lap times, 44.2 for the 3 leaders. Albert Friend, a 44.4. He's not getting a slipstream, he's not getting a tow, and that's costing him 0.2 of a second a lap.
Yeah, indeed. So he's got to be very, very careful here. 3 minutes to go, plus 1 lap change for the lead. Denham down the inside. Denham gets it done.
I've got to say, Anthony, you're doing very well this morning. And the punditry is on point. Now, Denham defends a little bit into Derek's corner. Wolfett is right there in number 195. There, look at some of the micro drivers before their next race, watching their teammates. Now, Albert Friend, look at the look at the gap. Last time around, it was 1.4 seconds between erstwhile race leader Jacob Ashcroft and Albert Friend in 4th. There's been 1 position change. Has that affected the gap between 1st and Albert Friend in 4th? The answer is microscopically.
Yeah, not much at all.
Charlie Wolfett, impressive. Sitting, watching, waiting. Yeah,
exactly. Again, doing exactly what he needs to do here. Not really putting himself in any predicament. I say, as I say it, down the inside he goes of Jacob Ashcroft and moves up into P2.
Wasn't Curse the commentator, it was more like commentator talking nonsense. That was me, not you, Anthony.
Yes.
Sitting, watching, waiting. No, he's not. He's made a move. But he made the move well, and he hasn't lost any ground to race leader Cole Denham.
Yeah.
So that was a smart move, and it was also smart from Jacob Ashcroft to not
fight it.
Not fight it, because, look, we're still in the slipstream of the race leader. And on this lap, they've actually gained another 0.2 on Albert Friend. Max Endicott is for, here's a move.
Back down the inside for Ashcroft, and Wolfett just trying to squeeze there, but Ashcroft didn't move, didn't yield to the squeezing, and very, very close between the 2 of them. But again, they didn't lose any time, amazing, because again, it was on a straight line. And they're still there with the slipstream. Cole Denham didn't defend at all, so he's not compromised his line. He's not lost any time at all. It's just these 2, and because they can gain that slipstream back almost immediately down the next straight, they're okay. So Friend's just on his own a little bit there.
Friend looking over his shoulder. Max Endicott in 5th position. He's got Finley Lines closing in. So Finley Lines, top rookie in last year's Honda Cadet Championship. Finished, I think, top 5th or 6th in the championship last year in Honda Cadet. Finley Lines now with the Dan Holland Racing team, closing in on Max Endicott for a potential top 5 start. Although, if there's one driver that's not going to mind starting on the outside row, it's Finley Lines, as Number 122, Jacob Ashcroft retakes the race lead.
Yes, indeed. 25 seconds to go in this race, plus 1 lap. Remember, folks, this determines the grid for the final later on today. Crucially, you want to start on that inside row, and that will, of course, go to pole position. So will they battle all the way to the end? And crucially, will Albert Friend have enough time here to close that, essentially what they have, a
no.
battle buffer?
Nope,
if they start scrapping?
Well, possibly, but they've crossed the line with 3 seconds to go. This is the penultimate lap of the race. So less than 2,000 metres of racing remaining in the Intermax 950, Minimax 950 pre-final. Into Derek's corner is Jacob Ashcroft in kart 122, Cole Denham in kart 162, and Charlie Wolfett in kart number 195. Drivers are going to dispute the victory. Wolfett's made one move. Will he make another? Let's see. Into Kimbolton corner. Friend, Endicott, Lines, Green, Barham, Kitely and Rory Armstrong round out the top 10 a long way back, and now the defending begins.
Yes, indeed. Straight to that inside line goes Ashcroft, but Denham fights it and gets the switch over, has the inside line as they go side by side through the willows, but Denham holds on to it. Now down the inside looks Wolfett on Ashcroft. Bit of touching between the two of them, but crucially they managed to get through amazingly side by side, but Wolfett will come out on top on the exit. Denham's been released. Denham's clear now by about half a second from the other two. So it's now down to Ashcroft and Wolfett, but Wolfett's got the jump here. Friend has closed in, but it's not close enough, and I think that's all she wrote.
Indeed it is. Cole Denham has an uncanny ability to take the lead and get a gap right at the critical moment, and he's done it again. Checkered flag out. Cole Denham wins the pre-final in Inter Minimax 950. We saw it time and time again last year, Anthony, in a big pack of karts. Suddenly, Cole Denham emerges at the front with a gap when it matters most. Charlie Wolfett finishes second, Ashcroft is third. Then it is Friend, Endicott, Lines, Green, Kitely, Barham, Armstrong from Northern Ireland in 10th. Then King, Minto, Freeman from 26th on the grid
What
up
a
to
drive.
13th. Oliver Meek, your top 14, Jayden Sherwood, Blair Smith, Luca Holmes-Ballock featured really well in the second heat. Not so well, only 17th this one, followed by Finley Hinz, Kai Clark, Ethan Griffiths, Isaac Barker, Nat Johnson, Ellis Bell after a spin, Archie Lovett, John Richardson, Samir Paul and Albie Lapper, with Kieran Stewart, Rayan Gandua from Canada, Thomas Butcher, Tom Reed, and the Anglo-Italian driver Ella Lucia, rounding out the finishers in 32nd place, Joshua Griffin and Oliver Majewski, the only two drivers who failed to finish.
Yes, indeed. They'll make their way back into Parc Ferme, then get themselves weighed up and checked, of course, scrutineering. All the results that we talk about here are provisional, of course, pending scrutineering. Everything must be checked to make sure it is all good to go.
A quick check at some of the chat coming in.
Yeah.
Keep pushing Ellis Bell, number 146, the tiny Carter says Mr. Lord Pancake. Nice name. Harry Freeman, P1, says Ollie Cook. Well, not quite, but that was a heck of a drive from Mr. Freeman. Michael Burke, I was at orange kart track. Well, most kart tracks are grey and green with the grass to tarmac.
Words being had here.
Oh, dear. Oh, hang on. Karma. All well, nice to see the kids getting along with one another. Michael Burke, I was at Orange Kart Track last weekend as an official. It snowed 4 times during the day and it was still shorts weather. Well, they build them tough in Bathurst. Yeah. Now, Sue Griffin is enjoying. Sue Griffin is
enjoying a
the
weekend off.
Yes, a bit more than
What on
Charlie.
earth is that?
Let's have a look. Let's have a listen.
Interesting
So
stuff.
Max Endicott saying I had to defend on Finley.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, let's take a break, folks. We'll be back in a moment. More racing to go. Micromax is coming up next. We'll take a short break now. Stay with us. here we go then. The next race about to get themselves out on circuit. A look at the front of the grid. The number 46, Edward Haynes for the RCE team.
And Mr. Mulvaney, his mechanic, was like,
fantastic beard.
You're not getting me on camera this weekend. We did. Hey, hello.
Maximilian Abrahart.
Max Abrahart. That's number 3. He's saying I'm third of the grid. Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
Let's hope to try and get to P1.
Yeah.
Number 53, that's Harry Taylor of the Dan Holland Racing Team with his, and I'm queuing it up with his.
Iridium.
Yes, you missed the cue totally, Anthony.
I did. Well, I was wondering what you were talking about.
Ladies and gentlemen. Noah Osbaldeston saying, can't wait to compete here next year. Hopefully we'll have you on. Monty Brathwaite feeling sorry for Tyler Harris. Yes, it was missed out. Jack Stewart saying good luck to Emma. Jack Stewart say good luck to Emerson McAndrew. It'd be even better if it was Jackie Stewart say good luck to Emerson Fittipaldi. Yeah. They know each other. Yeah. Anyway, there's Emerson McAndrew. Again, great crash helmet design. That was his birthday present for Kart Masters last year, which we announced live on air. On the outside, Max Gilman, the Cato Motorsport team again. Max Gilman. So looking back here, we've had Edward Haynes, former Bambino champion. Max Gilman was a successful Bambino driver. Riley Murrow, the defending champion. Let's have a look at the full starting lineup, packed with the youngest talents in the British Championship. Haynes and McAndrew on row number 1. Abrahart and Gilman on row 2. Harry Taylor and Riley Murrow on row 3.
Austin O'Man and Cian Bernard go from the 4th row from Zach Starbuck and Oliver Warner. Jensen Chalk and Sam Lowdy round out the top 12 on row number 6.
Jack Freeman and Grayson Wortley on row number 7. Joshua Cook and Josh Cormack, row 8. Oliver Spencer and Luke Millward on row number 9.
The final row on the grid, Dean Pahal and Harvey Bacon round out the grid for the RCE and KMS team. Cato Motorsport as well on the back. And there's a Kart pulling off at the side. It looked like a black suit with a blue helmet.
It's the number 29 Kart going off. It was Cian Bernard, the zip back driver, but he's getting back on.
Yeah, I think he's back on. Back into position, yeah. Not sure, because it was on the grass.
Yeah, so maybe he's avoid evasive action. Are we going to get a start? First time of asking. They come to the line. No, I didn't want to tempt fate, Anthony, but the pace looked a little bit brisk.
It was a bit brisk out there, just like the cool air that is flying out of our air conditioning unit in the commentary box. I've got to say, the temperature in here is fabulous.
Yes, it is.
It's warm.
It's cool. It's cooler. Everyone's baking outside. It is great. This is shirts and T-shirt weather. Fantastic. Welcome to British summer. Both hours of it.
Is it summer or is it spring?
This is summer weather, but we'll enjoy it until 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
When
then the rain comes.
When it's like what was that TV show that everyone watched? Winter is coming.
Yeah. Game of Thrones.
Something like that.
Yeah. I liked that. Big fan.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Well, you're just not educated.
I like reality. There's nothing. No better stories than real life. Here's some real life action. It is the RCE kart of Edward Haynes, the Dan Holland Racing kart of Emerson McAndrew. Then it is Max Abrahart and Max Gilman. Max attack from row number 2. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Oh, it's a great start from McAndrew. He cuts across the front of Haynes to take the lead going into turn number 1. Haynes now switches over to try and get underneath it coming through the willows, but it's Max Gilman for the Cato Motorsport team who slots into P2, or is it no? And the Cato Motorsport kart of Gilman losing out as they go down towards Derek's corner. Gilman was second and a spin at the back, and someone's lost a chain guard.
Yeah, Desprez on the circuit. They'll have to try and clear that one up. Marshall's quickly on the scene to do that. So a spin there. I'll try to see who has dropped down the order.
Great marshalling there from the Hunts Kart Racing Club to get rid of the chain guard at the circuit. There's the number 22, Sam Pollitt Racing's Riley Murrow making a move to the inside.
I believe it was Joshua Cook.
Oh, Josh Cook overcooking things going into the Derek's corner, side by side further back in the pack, but it's a line astern, single file, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 into Stoke corner at the start of lap number 2, and it is a mechanical failure. Josh Cook, a spin and part of the kart departing. He will have to pit and retire at the end of this lap, sadly. Well, I mean, I'm not quite sure what the ruling is. If you could get the chain guard back to the paddock, he comes into the pits, put the chain guard back on, he can technically go back out, I believe. There was Luke Millward in kart number 80. Oh, it's Harvey Bacon in kart number 80 making a move. He's up into 15th position.
So, 10.5 minutes to go then of this race. Very early doors in the Micromax pre-final. Once again, all the pre-finals here will determine the grids for the finals later on. So all drivers will want to start on that inside row. So, McAndrew Uren leads the way, crucially, but he's under pressure here. Haynes is still there with Abrahart. There they are on your screens. DHR versus 2 of the RCE karts. And again, like you say, their first year bringing the drivers into the British Kart Championships, and so far really showing what they've got made of here. So Harry Taylor still there in 4th place as well. Then you've got the second group just behind. You've got Riley Murray, Gilman, Warner, Oman, Spencer and Chalk. Chalk already up several positions in this one. Spencer up 7 positions. The O-plate from Wilton Mill in the Open Championship. They're in P9 after gaining 8 positions so far in this race. Is a little wide there for McAndrew Uren. And he will be under pressure here as they go in towards Derek's corner. The 4 of them very, very close here. But again, no one trying to go for those moves. So again, as we watch them, Henry, again, the very young drivers here,
yes,
but showing very mature driving skills.
Well, and this is going to be really interesting because you've got two sets of teammates. You've got Dan Holland Racing topping and tailing the top 4. There's a move from our O-plate, Oliver Spencer. How do those Richardson Chassis Engineering drivers, Edward Haynes and Max Abrahart, how do they work together? And how do the 2 Dan Holland Racing drivers, race leader M. McAndrew Uren and Harry Taylor, how do they respond? It's going to be very, very interesting because, again, these are drivers, they're cadet age, they're the youngest drivers, so they're used to the style of slipstreaming racing, but you could see Edward Haynes pushing Emerson McAndrew Uren along, the 16 wheels working together, and you can see the difference in lap times, 47.7 for all 4 of the drivers on screen. The 5th place battle, it was 48.1 for Riley Murrow, although Murrow's now dropped back behind Oliver Spencer, the O-plate driver, signalling to last year's Motorsport UK Bambino champion, Murrow, to work with him. Gilman down to 7th, Warner is 8th, then it's Austin Oman, Kian Bernard, Jensen Chalk 11th, then Zach Starbuck, Sam Lowdy, Harvey Bacon, Jack Freeman, Grayson Wortley, Tihan Pahal, Luke Willward and Josh Cormack. 19 of the 20 drivers still running.
Crucially, Oliver Spencer on that last lap was faster than all 4 of the drivers leading the way. Spencer is on a charge here, 7.5 minutes to go. The gap between them about just under 2 seconds. That's a long gap, a big gap, isn't it, Henry? Is it doable by yourself?
No, not by yourself, not even with 7 minutes to go. Let's have a look. Now Oliver Spencer is in clean air. He is lapping just under 0.2 of a second a lap quicker. So it's going to take him, if things stay as they are, closing on them. But as I say, that yeah, he's a 10th quicker than the race leader, Emerson McAndrew Uren. The gap between Taylor and Spencer, it's now come down, Anthony, just to 1.7 seconds.
0.3.
When they start battling, Spencer's not out of this one yet. If they stay single file, then no, he's not going to catch them on his own. But that O-plate kart, that Synergy Factory team kart is flying. And he's going to need help. But as you can see there, looking over the shoulder, number 53, Harry Taylor, just checking. And you could see Spencer hunched down behind the NASA panel, trying to create maximum aerodynamic efficiency. You will tick that one off your commentary bingo card, boys and girls. The 16 and 22 liveries are pretty cool, says Ben Edwards. That would be the 2 Sam Pollitt Racing drivers. Well, this up close and personal, a lot of these graphics kits are very, very intricate indeed. Jensen Chalk is now, he still hasn't broken into the top 10. Got to say, he has got half a second to make up, has Chalk, the kart number 64, the MLC Motorsport team. So really, sort of expecting Jensen to be able to make a bit more progress than he has. So he's got to get his head down, has Jensen. to catch the lead duo. This is only the pre-final though, and there's been no change in the running order in the last couple of laps. They're driving very mature driving from all 4 of our lead contenders.
Yes, indeed. So, once again, time running out. 5 minutes to go in this race, plus 1 lap. We'll hopefully try and bring the timing graphic back up for you on the screen.
While we're doing that, while we're looking at this, so what is the maximum age of the junior class? You can race in the junior class up until the year of your 16th birthday, so you can race as 16 effectively. Zane Quecker saying, give you a shout out. No, I can't, sorry Zane.
There you go.
There you go.
The age you can start juniors, I believe, is the year of your 12th. No?
I can't remember because they have changed the regulations.
It's literally just changed, and that's why I say that one. So, again, being the commentator for the British Kart Championships, you work alongside Motorsport UK, you would think that we would know information like this, but unfortunately that we don't.
Ah, yes, because you've got these commentators. Yeah, we are not just the commentators, we are those guys. Yeah, we are those commentators.
Oh, those two.
Yes, those two. No change up at the front. Haynes in the 46, Abrahart in the 61. Just starting to drop Harry Taylor bit by bit, and look at the gap that Spencer is in. Well, new fastest lap, the O-plate, Oliver Spencer. I've only been doing this job for now about 18 years. It shows what I know. I said there's no way that Spencer can catch the top 4. And what does Oliver do? He goes about trying to prove me wrong, and he's doing a great job. 47.19 for Oliver Spencer on his own, no slipstream. The leaders, Emerson McAndrew-Urin's best lap is 47.45. That is insane waft for Oliver Spencer.
It is indeed, yeah. Look at him close up here, watching his lines through the corner. And again, look at it, tucking in. As soon as he's in the straight line, tuck in as much as possible. Get that waft at all you need. And just closing that gap, and look at it. All on his own. They're not even battling up ahead. He's just latched onto the back of them here. Brilliant driving so far for him. Crossing the line, look how much tighter he is out of that final corner as well. So those little things.
Locks up with the brake and catch the slide perfectly there, right? You can see the tyre smoke there as he gets on a little bit of dust. The key is now, it's momentum. Spencer, again, a 47.4, 47.5. Now we're getting to 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes to go. Now we're getting into it. Spencer, he can't afford to sit behind the top 4. When he catches Taylor, he has to make the move straight away. He's got that extra speed, Anthony. And if he sits behind Taylor, all that extra momentum will be lost and he won't be able to get it back. So watch for this driver, Oliver Spencer, to pick them off as soon as he catches them.
Yes, indeed. Here we go then as we enter onto the last few moments of this race. 2.5 minutes to go. McAndrew-Urin leading the way from Haynes, Abrahart, Taylor. Spencer, who's on the charge, locks up the rear axle once again.
Identical. He's in the zone, and he did that same thing a lap ago. 47.33 for that man on your screen, Spencer. 47.34 for the race leader, Emerson McAndrew-Urin. That's his best lap of the race. The rest of the top 4 all running 47.5s.
Just taking out those gaps all the way throughout. 12 positions gained so far. Kian Bernard's still there in 6th place as well from Gilman, Murrow, Chalk, Warner, Oman, Freeman into 12th place from the rest of the field. And with less than 2 minutes to go, he's with the pack.
Yep, you can count the gap in kart lengths now. When you get down to that, you know he's closing in. That
again,
same
look
line.
At that
Watch
line.
for the smoke. Let's look. See if he's again on the there. Boom. That's 3 times. The driver's in the zone. He is inch perfect. He's braking, and I'm not doing. He's braking within about 10 centimetres of the same braking point every single lap. 10 centimetres. Now it's game on. Here comes Edward Haynes, and watch Spencer start to scythe his way through if he can maintain his momentum. It's Haynes, McAndrew-Urin, Abrahart, Taylor, Spencer. 5 for the win with 1 minute to go.
He needs to catch them at the right moment here, and I think he's nailed it really as he goes through. This is the prime opportunity if he can get the move done down the inside in towards turn 1. He knows exactly where he brakes. Watch that tighter line once again. The kart gap now about 2 kart lengths between the 2 groups. Again, holding that inside line.
Wait for the smoke.
Wait for it.
No, not this time. But now
easing off. He's
He's not in full attack mode now because he's done the hard work. Oh, 5-second penalty for Dian Pahal. Here we go, side by side for the lead into Derek's corner. McAndrew Uren takes the lead back, and we have got a 5-kart train. 2 Dan Holland Racing Karts, 2 RCE Karts, and that one from Synergy Factory Team.
Yes, indeed. So, just seeing, Emerson McAndrew Uren leads the way from Haynes, still there in second place. And down the inside goes Spencer.
Got to, he has
on
to.
Abrahart, gets it done.
Not losing momentum. He's still maintaining that extra speed, that momentum. Now the 2 drives in front are starting to defend. The clock strikes 0. This is not the last lap, though. 2 laps to go, Anthony.
Plenty of time in a cadet race, and out of the Willows they go down the Yamitsu Straight. Are we going to see moves here at the front?
Spencer
Nearly
went for a move.
for it, didn't he?
Taylor closed the door. That's going to cost him momentum. Now he's just stuck in the same place.
There he
No,
goes.
he's not. Oh, simply irresistible there for Oliver Spencer, P3. And TKM straight to Kestrel corner. Next on the hit list, Edward Haynes.
Well, can Haynes hold on to this one here? Because, you know, he's shown what he's got at the front of this grid. Knows what he needs to do. And again, crucially, does go defensive down the inside line. And now the switch over.
Great
wow.
move. Great move. Can get cut back. Can Haynes get the cut back there wheel to wheel? That's allowing McAndrew Uren to escape this the final lap. But still 3 moves in the space of 3 laps from Oliver Spencer to go from 2 seconds behind this group into P2 with half a lap to go. Outstanding driving, but it's Emerson McAndrew Uren around down Weldon corner. He's got the lead. He checks over his shoulder, and now Spencer's got to turn attack into defence.
Oh, as it's all kicking off in the background, as well as Abrahart tries to get the move on Taylor as they go through Kestrel corner. I think it may have planned out. Checker flag will come out, and Emerson McAndrew Uren will take the win from Spencer after gaining 15 places.
Drive of the day so far by Oliver Spencer. Boys and girls, if you're watching back home, that was probably Max Gilman deciding to reverse into Parc Ferme there. That is a classic example. Never give up. There is your result. Emerson McAndrew Uren, P1, Oliver Spencer, P2, then Edward Haynes, Harry Taylor, Max Abrahart. Kian Bernard came through to come home in 6th position. Sorry we didn't feature the battle behind the lead, but of course you couldn't take your eyes off that lead scrap. Bernard in 5th, then it's Gilman 7th, Jensen Chalk salvages 8th, followed by Riley Murrow, Jack Freeman, Samuel Lowdy, Zach Starbuck, Harvey Bacon, and Grayson Wortley. Then with Dian Pahal with a 5-second penalty, that'll drop Dian back to 18th behind Josh Cormack, Luke Millwood. Then it's Oliver Warner, Austin Oman at the back there after an incident with Joshua Cook failing to finish. Now, Anthony, let's see if we can listen in, because things are quiet at the moment, but they're going to get very loud very quickly, very soon, because the next race is the pre-final for KZ2.
So there is Taylor on the weighing bridge.
Well, just see there may be a couple of little snippets there of conversation between the contenders as they come through the weigh scales. A bit of Travis Perkins sponsorship there for Max Abrahart. And again, this coverage, it is helping these young drivers and their families gain a bit of sponsorship, a bit of financial investment, which is so important in motorsport. And it's a courtesy of the sponsors, Wera Tools, Demon Tweaks, Alpha Live, you know, for putting on this coverage that allows... Oh, here we go. Let's listen in. Let's listen in.
I think there was a conversation happening there. Oh, just congratulating each other.
Could be better on the cart though. Yeah, something there. Sure. Yeah. It's still there. It's still there. Now it's spoken.
There we go. So after racing so fierce, and all I can think about is you got a bit of dirt on your
I wanted to push
forehead.
it to second, but then I knew I was going to be on the outside. But then I didn't want to drop back down to 4th
because at the time it was a four-way battle, and I didn't want to drop down to fourth. Because
Do you know Spencer and Taylor and everything?
Yeah.
Were they pushing you while we were pushing?
No.
How did they close up then?
I don't know. Well, Taylor was always on my back bumper. Spencer just closed up. I was pushing you most of this session, and then Taylor got on my inside. I couldn't really do anything about it.
Where were you?
Well, there we go. A far more intelligent conversation there than what would happen in this commentary box between me and Henry. But yeah, it was sheer waft is how your man closed up, Mr. Spencer, who closed up that fantastic gap to take that second place spot at the end of that one. So the last thing's happened there. There is Paul Klassen. There is Oliver Spencer, who finishes in second place. A big smile on his face.
No, it's not. It was before.
There you go. Ernie Sanders there as well. Our scrutineering team down there.
And that's proper racing. 250.
I think showing some of the bigger karts out there that are available to the drivers. So there you go. Always an interest for these young drivers about the other classes that they could race in when they grow up. And I think the drive there.
Jen Wade.
Yeah, Jen Wade there.
From BRP Rotax.
Yeah.
There's a lot of the international Rotax media work with Jen across the year, various events. There's what you want to see. Well done, lad. Well done, son. Bit of a kiss on the head there. Congratulations. That's what it's all about. You know, some of these drivers have got mechanics, but some of them are just, they're just lads and dads, lasses and mums, and all other genders are available in karting. Here we go. It's KZ2, and it's up now.
Here we go then,
Yes.
race 22, pre-final time for KZ2. Hopefully all the little troubles that the drivers had earlier in class have got them sorted out. Charlie Turner then will start this one on pole position from Ellis Stevens, who did receive that 5-second time penalty for the jump start earlier on in the day. Starts alongside Tom Adams and Miles Murphy on the second row. Dan McCowan and Derek Morgan, Del Boy, starts from that third row.
On row number 4, it's Vice Champion James Glenister and Ashley Lewis. Josh Price and Morgan Porter on row 5. Charlie Cole and Hannah Lang on row 6.
The rows behind Nat Thomas and Lee Ward go from row 7. Ryan Green and Joe Charlton round out row 8. Greg Caton and Sam Ward. I don't think he'll be out in this one.
No, Greg Caton's not out there either.
No, he's not.
I think Sam Ward, who can only use wet tyres today, he can't use his slick tyres because his mechanic accidentally took them out of Parc Ferme.
Yeah.
I think you can put the wet tyres away. The weather forecast said rain at 2 o'clock. I think the weather forecast was telling us porky pies, ladies and gentlemen. Looking across the commentary box, the banking going down Yamitsu straight there. A lot of the Rush Performance team have gathered there. I can see Brian Rush there. I can see Derek Turner, Charlie's dad. I can see Chris Adams, Tom's dad, out there as well. Chris Mechanic, Mike is there. And standing start, 6-speed gearbox kart, nearly 100 miles an hour before they get to the outside of the Yamitsu straight. This is where the title was decided last year. There's Derek Morgan. They are allowed to do these practice starts just to clean the carbs out on these karts. It's going to be Turner and Stevens on row number 1. Defending champion versus new KZ2 superstar on row number 1. There's your 2020 champion, Joe Charlton in 51, starting shotgun on the field. The engine notes are rising. Anthony Jordan, this is going to be special.
It always is in KZ2 as the lights go on. Lights out and down towards turn 1 they go. It's a brilliant start from Stevens, who gets a lightning getaway from the grid, dives immediately to the inside line and holds the race lead as they negotiate turn number 1.
I was watching the start of the commentary box to see if there was no creeping. There wasn't. Ella Stevens went off like a rocket. She's got 31 kilos of lead on her kart because she's very slight, and of course all the karts have to be a minimum weight. That allows Scott and Ross Allen, the Jade Racing team, to position that lead around the car in areas that will help, and they've certainly helped get her off the line. There's plenty of weight over that rear axle as she gunned it off the start and leads at the end of lap number 1 from Charlie Turner and the rest. Adams up into P2, sorry. Charlie Turner's gone back to 5th in the number 1 plate car. So it's the new generation, it's the young guns, Stevens and Adams leading the way with some of the veterans, Murphy, McCown, and look at that, Derek Morgan up into P4. Delboy on the right kart is in P4. Great start from all the KZ2 drivers. There's Turner and Glenister showing each other a bit of an elbow at over 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, definitely very close. And I've got to say, if this isn't an advert for any of the senior drivers who are thinking, you know what, I want to try something different, look at this.
Yep.
Look at this. You know, what a drive so far from Stevens this weekend.
Yes.
Pole position, win yesterday. Granted, didn't go fully well this morning with that 5-second time penalty, but right now showing once again what she did yesterday, siding away from the field. Miles Murphy, though, fastest lap of the race, is there in 3rd place. It is all kicking off the background here as, there's Price trying to get back through. Josh Price.
It was the Daniela Rossi car of number 26, Ryan Green, taking a slightly wider line around the Dan Weldon corner. Morgan Porter thought about making a move. That is down in 10th and 11th place. Joe Charlton's up to 9th. There's a move. Glenister passing the number 75 car of Dan McCowan for 5th position. Okay, so these karts are a little bit more expensive to buy than your direct drive karts for good reason, but sometimes some say the running costs can be a little bit less, so you get a lot more bang for your buck, shall we say. Charlton on that Energy Course chassis is making waves at the order. Nat Thomas down in 16th, Charlie Cole 15th, Charlie Cole 2nd this morning, down in 15th place now. Hannah Lang is 14th, Josh Price has not made a great start, he's then 13th, Porter down to 12th, Green up to 11th, Charlton up to 10th, then it's Lewis in 9th, Ward 8th, Turner down to 7th, McEwen in 6th, then it's Glenister 5th, Morgan 4th, Murphy 3rd, Adams 2nd, but they're all chasing the fast lady, Ella Stevens.
That was a great shot, that was, just to see how quick these karts go down the straights here at Kimbolton. Like you're saying, nearly topping out at 100 miles an hour as they enter into the Dan Weldon corner. So committed round this track, lapping in the 35-second times. They're 10 seconds a lap faster than some of the other karts we've got running here this weekend.
I know they're missing out one corner, but still, that is ridiculous. Now, the Moore Racing team, represented by, amongst others, number 7, Miles Murphy. They've got Robert, Ethan and Alex Moore, the younger generations of the Moore clan, watching on along with the rest of the Moore family. And the Moore Racing team, they've got Morgan Porter, Miles Murphy, they've got Josh Price in their awning. Jade have got 4 drivers. They've got McEwen, Thomas, Ella Stevens and Charlie Cole. Rush Performance, Charlie Turner, James Glenister, Tom Adams, Ashley Lewis, as well as Sam Ward, who's not out there this time. MK Racing with the IPK Praga chassis, the IPK chassis for Hannah Lang, and then you've got a bunch of very competitive privateers, including former British champion Joe Charlton, who is now up 7 places to 9th behind fellow privateer Lee Ward. The leading privateer is Delboy Derek Morgan, kart number 10, running P5 on the right chassis.
Yes, indeed. Well, 7.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap, and well, look at the train starting to form there. There's Murphy in 3rd place. Not closed in fully, matching the pace here. Glenister, however, has closed in on these two and is wanting to get past, I suspect. So Tom Adams, who's there in 2nd, and there goes Glenister down the inside of Murphy. Gets it done. Murphy wasn't ready for that one there. I don't think he knew Glenister was there.
And you could see it sort of rattled Miles Murphy just a little bit, because then he was a little bit late on one of the shifts coming out of the corner. One thing I'm going to ask, during the lunch break, if we have time, Anthony, we're going to ask some of the KZ2 drivers how many gear changes per lap they are doing, because I think you might know, Anthony. Please, doth tell.
I think. Oh, and there's a spin, so he's off camera going in towards.
Oh, my word, that's at the end of the Yametsu straight. It's one of the Jade karts. And driver getting out, it is the number 9,
it's Charlie Cole. Now, I think what happened there,
Seize.
I think it's a seize, and crucially, out of the 4 drivers in the Jade Racing team, he's the only one using a different engine, the Streamer 4, compared to the TM engines that the other 3 are using in the team.
Yeah, all these karts on LeConte tyres, engine builders. You've got Rush Performance building their own engines. The KZ2 build their engines for Morgan Porter. More Performance, Jade Engines, DB Motorsport, Del Boy building his own engines. You've got the Euro Kart Limited for Ryan Green. You've got Galifa Tuning for Josh Price. Then you've got Andy Fairless Racing tuning Joe Charlton's engines. Time Racing doing Nat Thomas's motors. And yeah, like you said, MKR, like you said, Charlie Cole, a different engine builder there. And that engine, well, these things rev to a ridiculous amount, but then for about 3 seconds, the engine revved to about 50,000 RPM before crying enough. And that was it. These engines only seize when you're at full speed.
Yes, and that's exactly where it happened.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. So Ella Stevens down to the gears into Kestrel Corner. This is lap number 11. 5.5 minutes to go. Her lead just over 1 second over Tom Adams. Tom, this is his second season in Gearbox. You've been following him out in Europe and in the Global Championship. Look at that! Quicker than a hiccup. Oh, wow. That's art. That is art.
It really is, isn't it? It really is.
There's Derek Morgan. You know, you cannot click your fingers quicker than it takes these karts to flash through the camera screen. Now, Joe Charlton has stalled out in 8th position. He has got half a second now to make up on Josh Price. But to be fair to Joe, he's passed half the field. He's just got the other half of the field to go. He's going to put himself in a very, very strong position for the final as things stand. The lead is now quite spread out. Look at that big gap. There's the big gap back to Price in 7th. So Charlie Turner in 6th. What's James Glenister going to do? I think that Glenister is going to make a move coming into Kimbolton Corner on this lap. He can't afford to let Stevens get away. Let's watch. Does he make a move here? Not this lap. That's already made his move on Murphy. But it does look as though Glenister has just set the fastest lap of the race, 35.0. Oh, no words. No words.
Brilliant, isn't it? That gap now down to 0.5 of a second. Remember, the tyres that these drivers are using, like you said earlier, the LeConte tyres, are the only set that they can run throughout this entire weekend through qualifying, heats, pre-final and the final. You have to babysit your tyres. You can only have the one set. Like we're saying, one driver, Sam Ward, who's not racing at the moment because he only had the one set that he took out, apart from it, meaning he's only got the wet tyres available to him.
He's going to score points for DNS. Here's a move.
There it is.
Oh, sideways. And that forces Adams wide. And you could just see Glenister having to scrabble through the gears a little bit more. Oh no, Glennis is gone.
No.
Glennis is gone. That move going, I think he missed a shift. When he went under braking, the engine just revved a little bit too hard as he outbraked himself going to turn number 1. And that was a costly error for James Glenister. All the hard work is undone in one fell swoop. And because Tom Adams got delayed, Ella Stevens has got a huge lead now. And Adams under pressure from Murphy, Turner, Morgan.
It's Turner's turn now to have a go at fighting for that top spot. Now the fastest lap of the race in P4. He fell down the order a little bit in this one. You know, he's dropped 3 places. He's there. You can see him as he goes through. Hey, Derek Morgan coming through the field. What a drive so far.
Derek Morgan, he's got a Bailey Caravan and an Easy Up awning next to it. He's running out of there, him and a mate. I know he's got a young family. I'm not sure if his kids are here this weekend or if Mrs. Derek Morgan is deciding, okay, this is great. I'm going to have a weekend of peace and quiet with the little ones, but away from a kart track. But again, superb effort. And it's going to show that you can still do this as a privateer on a budget.
Yeah, definitely so. And again, I think it's a huge call for a lot of the senior drivers out there, because the senior class is so full at the moment. There are so many drivers in the senior categories. This one here needs some more.
Yeah, you know, it's a shorter championship. I think it's only 4 rounds this year, but I mean, you know, you can still enter and race. I mean, last year we had Jack Doohan and Rhys Ujijima from GP3 come to Glenna Course.
They only went and won it.
They only went and won it, yeah. But again, you can just, you know, you can put a guest entry in, you know, enter the championship late. This is a great advert.
And give it a go. And give it a go. See if you like it.
The red and white, the Maranello Army of last year's the 2022 Wera Tools Champ Team of the Year Rush performance. A clean sweep, 1, 2, 3 in the British Championship. No other team managed to do that. Well, the 2 is not going any further in this race. Miles Murphy, the Demon tweaks back, more racing entry.
Just to clarify to the viewers at home, yes, this is indeed the pre-final.
It is.
It will determine the grid for the final later on today.
And I have to say that, again, Ella, I've seen Ella's dad here in the paddock.
Yep.
And again, I joked about it, but I was commentating the very first time Ella stepped in a kart at Landau Kart Club, what is now 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Which makes me feel very old. But again, her family be very supportive. She is getting help. She gets Alice Powell and Abby Pulling, you know, supporting the female race in motorsport, working very well. She's done out and done some racing in Europe. Hasn't always been as successful as she would have liked on the European scene yet. But again, you forget how young she is. She's still only 16 years old. She's leading some of the best in Britain. In fact, she's leading 7 of last year's 10 seeded drivers in this class. Yes, she's got a fantastic team, the Jade Racing team. They guided Danny Curl to several British titles. They guided Danny Curl to a world title. They have got many years of experience. Scott Allen, a former British champion before the modern era. Ross Allen, if you've ever seen any 250 national gearbox racing, Ross Allen, an absolute legend in that world. I mean, even at Little Rissington on a short circuit, Ross Allen sends a 250 gearbox kart. That's twice the speed and power of these, ladies and gentlemen, around Rissington, about 800 metres of circuit. It is breathtaking.
It really is, and of course all these drivers deserving a spot there. And Turner once again fastest lap of the race.
Now, let's talk a little bit about who's out there. So we've got behind the leaders, Josh Price still runs 6th. Lee Ward, Irishman, privateer driver, number 80, up at the 7th position, still holding off Joe Charlton for 8th. Dan McEwen is 9th. Morgan Porter, the Moore Racing team in kart number 4, dropping to 10th position. Then it's Ashley Lewis, Nat Thomas, Hannah Lang and Ryan Green.
Checker flag comes out and Ella Stevens will take the pre-final win, meaning she will start on pole position for the final later on today. And across the weekend, that's pole position and 2 race wins for Ella Stevens for the Jade Racing team. The Birolot chassis, Tom Adams will take 2nd from Miles Murphy and Charlie Turner, who did start this one on pole position, did drop down the order, but there is your provisional classifications at the end of race 22. Pre-final for KZ2, Ella Stevens from Adams, Miles Murphy, Charlie Turner, Derek Morgan from Josh Price, Lee Ward, Joe Charlton, Dan McCowan and Morgan Porter rounding out the top 10. Ashley Lewis, Nat Thomas, Hannah Lang and Ryan Green rounding out the top 14 and the finishers of the race. We lost 2 drivers in that one, James Glenister and Charlie Cole, to mechanical failures, and 2 non-starters, Greg Caton and Sam Ward.
Before we listen in, and I'm not tempting fate here, in the modern era of the British Championship, only 1 female driver has won a final. That was Jessica Edgar. She won both races in 2019 in Mini X30 at Three Sisters. Ella Stevens has got 1 British Championship podium. It came in Mini X30, the last round of the 2020 season at PF International. They were the only female drivers to even stand on a podium in the modern era of the British Championship until 2 weekends ago when Sukmani Kira got a podium in Water Swift.
Yeah.
Hello. Oh, hello, Miles' mum and dad. Yeah, you're saying hello, but again, we could be, and I'm not tempting fate. I'm not trying to tempt fate. There's Charlie Turner, but Ella has already made history this weekend in the gearbox class. Hannah Lang has been for so long the only female driver in the KZ2 class, and she has been a stalwart of that class for many years. Now, at the premier short circuit class of British karting, we've got another female driver, and we've got a female driver who's winning, and that is so significant to, you know, to this sport as we try and push for equality, as we try and push for even more diversity, as we try and encourage people, you know, not just, you know, young white men into this sport. It's so great. We've got some fantastic talent from various countries, ethnicities. There is Ella Stevens. There's Ross Allen. I've got to say, the only person that has beaten Ella Stevens this weekend is herself by having that false start in the second heat. If she can control her nerves, and there are going to be nerves, if she can control that off the start line, I think she will be very, very hard to beat. There will be a slight element of concern with Charlie Cole, one of her teammates, having a seize in that last race. But like you said,
So,
Anthony,
different engine.
different engine.
She's on the tried and tested TM engine.
Yes.
Very well known in KZ2.
Yes.
Very reliable as well.
There is Sam Moore, Sam the Sedberg Cole man. Back in the day, he would race against the like of Frank Rathel and Ramey Eastwood in KZ. He was a former British champion. And again, the whole Moore family watching at home. Tom Moore, Robert, Ethan and Alex Moore, as well as the rest of the Moore clan. But just gives you some idea of the task. So there again, there's the fuel man taking a fuel sample, the Vital Fuel.
Alistair.
Taking there, Alistair from Vital Fuels, taking a sample. There's Derek Morgan, he must be happy with his morning's work. Miles Murphy, look at that, look at the back of that, the exhaust, you know, there's some of the, when people say to me, oh, go-kart racing, is that what you do at the fairground? You don't find equipment looking like that at your local Pontins, do you?
Pontins?
Butlins.
Butlins?
Yeah.
I've never been to Butlins.
Holiday camp. Oh,
It's a long walk back, isn't it?
Yes. It was a sudden, and yes, a sudden spectacular failure. There is, and again, British built, right chassis, doing the job. There is James Glenister. So just listening in. Sam Garford, Alfie Garford's out as well. Of course, Olivia Jenkins got on the podium in TKM last year. So there's 4 female drivers. Sorry, Sam.
Green
Sorry,
flag.
Liv.
Junior Rotax 23. Pre-finals up next.
Okay.
Sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, I have to stop Henry from talking because he waffles on too long. Anyway,
Yes.
here we
Quick
go.
run through
Starting
the grid.
grid.
Go, 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 go.
Bishop from Ethan Jeff Hall on the front row. William Atribus, Joshua Graham, Ewan Charman, and Timo Youngling go from row 3.
William Andrews fast in qualifying. Kian Garrity, Joe Rippin, Archie Clark, Hugh Moulton, Gustav Uzakovs representing Latvia, and Aidan Hassan with the new chassis on row number 12, a bended chassis.
Arman Hamilton and Jack Hobson go from row 7. Harry Hannum and Lizzie Mentier go from row 8. Joshua Turnbull and Joshua Smith round out row 9.
Tommy Harfield, James Shotton on row 10, Reg Hayward and Ollie Stevens row 11, Thomas Minspearing and Thomas Behrman are on row number 12. Freddie Ingram, Leon Hasty, the S-plate, Noah Wolf, last year's Minimax champion, Harrison Whitcomb, Lewis Goff, William Murphy round at the top 30 with Harrison Crowther, Lucas Blandford, Finn Leslie and Ethan Head completed the 34 kart starting lineup. Lights are out, we're off and racing in the Junior Rotax pre-final. Bishop, the O-plate champion, leads them into turn number 1. Oh!
And, well...
Synchronised owing can only mean one thing, contact at Stowe Corner, but somehow everybody manages to emerge unscathed.
I suspect there could be a few dented body panels in there somewhere, but yeah, like you say, they all managed to escape cleanly.
Ian Garrity's made an absolutely monstrous start.
Yeah, he has indeed. Yeah, really good start then from the rest of the field as they go down. So, again, chopping and changing these sort of moments here are when everyone tries to get a good position done. There was Harry Hannum just getting a move down the inside there through
Harry the Lion.
Kestrel Corner.
I have to say, Harry the Lion wanted me to convey his thanks to Jane Cunningham for funding his airline tickets, a bit of sponsorship here, because of course Harry lives in Dubai and he's got some sponsorship there from Jane Cunningham to help him get to the British Championship. Consider yourself thanked, as Harry the Lion trying to roar his way up from mid-grid. Lizzie Mentier, leading rookie, 13th place overall. She's got sponsorship from the FHO British Superbike team.
Indeed.
See
So
Lizzie going through there, the pink and black race suits.
yeah. So shopping and changing then all the way throughout, and drivers just trying to get themselves sorted out here. Macaulay Bishop, though, leads the way from Charman. Geraghty still there from Clark, Antrobus, Hamilton, Uzakovs, Graham, Hobson and Moulton, the top 10.
And again, we saw 6 drivers go through from the repechage. All 6 of the qualifiers, there were no technical issues. So the top 6 that we saw on track in the repechage were the top 6 that actually made it to the thing. Good luck to all the Jack Dex racing drivers, says Sam Baker. Joel Hull saying Finn Leslie, top gear from the rear, incoming. Well, Finn Leslie at the moment is up to 26th position. Biggest movers, Noah Wolf, last year's Minimax champion, up to 15th position, and the S plate, the Scottish champion, Leon Hasty, up into 16th place.
Just dropped down into P17 now at the expense of Joshua Smith and Thomas Spearing, who go through. Wolf now up into 14th place. Lizzie Mentier up 3 places in 13th as well. So big movers there. More at the front as well. Armin Hamilton is up 7 positions into P6.
Armin Hamilton
Brilliant
from Australia, but representing Hungary. He's moved over to the UK for the racing season from Australia, but I think his mum or dad is Hungarian, so he's got a Hungarian flag on his kart. Here is the chasing pack. Bishop leads by over a second from Charman. Archie Clark has got Ollie Walker mechanicking. Ollie Walker won this championship last year with Brandon Carr. Brandon racing in the USA this year. Here's a move. That's P2.
Yeah, as down the inside. King Geraghty getting it done. And Archie Clark also moving up into P2. Charman down a place. Uzakovs with the fastest lap of the race. Last year's number 4 seed in the junior category.
Good question. What happened to Ethan Jeff Hall? He is not appearing on our leaderboard anywhere after qualifying for this race on the outside of row 1. That's a very, very good question, Aidan Mitchell, on the live chat, and it is a question that we cannot answer.
He's not on my screen at all.
He's down in 23rd position, is where Ethan Jeff Hall is in the number 5 kart. Let's see his progress, and I can just see he crossed the start-finish line underneath the commentary box. He had 2 wheels off the circuit trying to make a move. There is a Hunter Motorsports kart off of the side of the circuit. That is Ethan Head, who squeezed in. He took the last transfer spot for the repechage, and he'll be starting last for the final. Out front, there's the number 47 of Archie Clark. We mentioned his mechanic, Ollie Walker. It's great to see Gary Walker, Ollie's dad, back in rude health as well. Aidan Hassan, having broken his only kart. There's Kian Geraghty, who is just trying out, I think it's only a second or so meeting in Rotax. Normally found in the X30 classes. Great battle of a second. Macaulay Bishop, the O plate winner, is just running away with it at the front, as now there's the number 4 car of Usakovs running wide coming out the Stowe corner. This battle for second place is just allowing Bishop to waltz away. And I tell you what, Anthony, we're talking about Ella Stevens. She's not the only lady with a podium chance again, because look at rookie Lizzie Mentier, kart number 50. There she is at the back of this chasing pack on her British debut.
This is fantastic in junior Rotax. These drivers really putting in the performance here, is back down the inside. Ewan Charman in the 42 getting the move done and moving up into the front of that one. Look how much it shakes it up. As soon as one kart goes to the move, it allows another driver to get away. Archie Clark already with that moves away and down the inside there, just further back.
Oh, there's a move. That's Hugh Moulton up over one of the... Let's have a look. That was over William Antrobus there, and there's the 96 and the 71. That is William Murphy, and the number 71 kart of James Shotton in the mix. A big thank you, Vorza Edits. Saying, Tristan Powell says, come on, Macaulay Bishop. Well, Macaulay Bishop, he is up the road. Maisie Creed Racing. I hope you're happy now, Maisie. We have mentioned where Ethan Jeff Hall is. He was 23rd. He's now 21st. That's 2 mentions, so you'll be doubly happy now.
There we go. 6 minutes to go in this race plus 1 lap, and it's all still kicking off at the front here. Back down the inside, the 88 getting the move done. Joshua Graham on Cian Geraghty as they again side their way through Stowe Corner. Through the Willows they go, very fast through there as they go down the Yamitsu Straight. And again, just everyone just trying to find their piece of track. That's how many people are watching on that side of the circuit. You should see the grandstand on the other side of the circuit.
It is absolutely jam-packed. Yellow flags waving, going into, and this, yes, that was the collision that we saw between Shotton and Murphy. 30 drivers still running. Lucas Blanford down in 30th position. Now, breathe, half distance. It's Bishop by 2.2 seconds over Clark, Charman, Hamilton, Armand Hamilton, from Hungary via Australia. Hopefully Michael Burke is still up and watching back down under. He is into 4th position. Absolutely outstanding drive. Then it's Graham, Usakovs, Youngling, Mentier, Rippin, Geraghty, Min-Spearing, Hasty, Antrobus, pole position in qualifying. William Antrobus down to 13th. Then it is Joshua Smith, Hugh Moulton, Noah Wolf, Jack Hobson, Aidan Hassan with his repaired kart, followed by Josh Turnbull, Ethan Jeff Hall now back into 20th, Freddie Ingram, Reg Hayward, Harry the Lion Hannam, Tommy Harfield, Ollie Stevens, Harrison Whitcomb, Lewis Goff, Thomas Behrman, Harrison Crowther and Lucas Blanford. That is the 30 karts that are still running.
So much has happened in this race. Drivers have gone up the order, drivers have gone down the order. It's a real shake-up in this field as everyone tries to scrap for a top spot in the final later on today. So far, Bishop's doing exactly what he needs to do. That gap, 2.2 seconds, and it's ever increasing here as Archie Clark is continuously under pressure from Charman, Hamilton, Graham, Usakovs, Youngling, Ripping, Geraghty and Spearing all behind.
Side.
And again, here it is again, and there you go. Charman now through into 2nd place.
We talked about, look at the number 46 kart there. We talked about as a penalty goes out to number 96 William Murphy, but he's already out of the race, so that does not amount to much of a hill of beans. We have talked about the influx of overseas drivers into this championship this year, and all of them, we're going to see a lot more of them in senior Rotax, but it's fair to say that most of them have struggled a little bit just to get up to speed. Armand Hamilton is the exception. First time out here in the UK, and he is bang on the money. Gustav Usakovs, again based in the UK, but from Latvia originally, and represented Latvia in last year's grand final. He's got that Latvian lion, that symbol of strength on his kart.
That's
Lucas Blanford, the Sodi Vitesse driver, out of the race.
See him back out later on today, of course, in the final, but crucially at the back of the grid. There was Noah Wolf just going through your shot. Another driver who's up several positions in this one, 12 positions up to P15. Leon Hastie's actually managed to get past
Noah Wolf, yes.
Yeah, so again, chopping and changing all the way throughout. There's Lizzie Mentier, currently in 11th place, just behind Thomas Min-Spearing.
Yeah, well, FHO Racing, that Superbike team, they have put their money somewhere very, very smart. On her debut, Lizzie Mentier, and again, we're talking about, there's the move on Cian Geraghty. Cian Geraghty, a seeded driver in Junior X30, has just been put to the sword by Lizzie Mentier. And that is the number 50 kart. It is a Jack Dex racing kart, so it's another MS racing chassis. And Finn Leslie has made it up from the repechage. And, there's problems, Anthony.
Yeah, it was around the
there they are. There's the set. Harrison Crowther. And
no.
the number 83 of Joshua Turnbull. Well, Josh Turnbull, Nathan Herbert, his mechanic's not going to be happy. And, that's Wolf. Wolf, the kart number 45, that axle was not straight at all. He's coming out to the Dan Weldon corner, and there goes Harry Hannam. Oh no, Wolf, the tyres come off the rim by the look of it.
Yeah, it
Tyre has come off the rim.
Yeah, it's a full puncture. He's got to be careful because that's his only tyre he's got.
Well, if there's a damaged tyre, you can get a new one. It depends. If the tyre is damaged, obviously he's got the Lennox Racing. He races for Jordan Lennox's team in CIK Racing. Back on the track, here's side by side. There's another of the, dearie me, that is one of the MLC Motorsport karts battling just in front. That's Joe Rippin battling with Timo Youngling and Thomas Min-Spearing. Lizzie Mentier up into 10th position. Geraghty's dropped to 11th, and Aidan Hassan still in the top 15. Aidan thought that he was going home yesterday lunchtime because his chassis had snapped. both Pro Train and Cato Motorsport came to his aid, and well, I don't know where Cookie is. We'll see who's Cookie. Watch the paddock show, you'll find out.
Timo Youngling with a 5-second time penalty as well. He's currently sitting in 7th place in this one, 4 seconds off your actual race leader. So a disaster for Thomas Spearing. And as you can see, the grid here still, it has just a little bit. I think they've realised that, yeah, okay, it's nearing the end of the race, but wow, we've had quite a battle, haven't we?
Absolutely, even though Macaulay Bishop has dominated this race, it has been breathless behind him. Now the two Argenti teammates, the 42 of Ewan Charman, the Charmander. There's Usakovs at the inside, Archie Clark losing another position to Armand Hamilton. Hamilton for the Strawberry Racing team, just sweet to this. So again, Usakovs and Hamilton racing for Strawberry Racing, the familiar green and white colours of the Tony Kart shod outfit. Archie Clark, that is the kit that Brandon Carr won the British title on last year for the KR Sport team, under the watchful eyes of Jordan Chamberlain and Ash Orchard. For the KR team, there's the number 5 Kart. There's Ethan Jeff Hall, and Ethan Jeff Hall is now closing in on Hugh Moulton. So Ethan Jeff Hall started second, went back to 25th, and is now scrapped and clawed his way back up into 16th position. He's just passed Jack Hobson. So Uncle Tyrone's not going to be too happy with Hobson there in this one. Hobson dropped 3 places to 17th for the Ultimate R Racing team. Ben Hingley and Bonner Hingley's racing outfit. Matty Hingley not in the championship this year, I don't believe, unless he is in senior. Matty Hingley, haven't seen him this weekend, but the team is still out there, of course.
Yes, indeed. Timer strike 0 then. Last lap board will be out this time to Macaulay Bishop, who leads by just about 3 seconds. 3.09 across the line from Charman. Now it's going to come down to what happens here between Charman and Graham. Graham, you can see then the 88 right behind his teammates. Is he going to go for the move? And no, I don't think he is. I saw out my commentary box window here that he said, right, you just keep going. Yeah. I'm not going to attack here.
Because Usakovs is ready to
right there,
pounce.
isn't he? Yeah.
Usakovs in that very, very smart Latvian race suit is ready to pounce if anything comes his way. But a couple of corners to go. Macaulay Bishop, the O-Plate champion in Junior Rotax, takes the checkered flag by a country mile. And astonishing, considering that 1 second covered the top 70 drivers in this class in time qualifying. Bishop wins the pre-final by more than 3 seconds. Argenti second and third with Ewan Charman and Joshua Graham. Then it's a Strawberry 4 and 5, Usakovs and Hamilton. Germany's Timo Youngling comes home in 6th position, followed by Archie Clark, Thomas Spearing, Joe Rippin in 9th, and Kian Geraghty in 10th for MLC Motorsport and MTL Motorsport, respectively. Joshua Smith for Project 1 with the fastest lap of the race on the penultimate lap, takes home P11. Lizzie Mentier just misses out on a top 10 finish. 12th, fantastic though, nonetheless. And William Antrobus for Sam Pollock Racing, and the leading privateer, Aidan Hassan. Now, I know Aidan runs with the Mark Baines Motorsport team. Frag is down at Landau this weekend at another event, but he'll be bellowing into his phone. Ethan Jeff Hall, 15th, then Hugh Moulton, Jack Hobson, Thomas Behrman, Ollie Stevens, Harry the Lion, Harrison Whitcomb, Reg Hayward, Tommy Harfield, Freddie Ingram, Lewis Goff, and the Scottish champion, Leon Hasty, 26th. Leon also retired from that class. So we had 34 starters, only 25 finishers. We lost Hasty, Wolf, Crowther, Turnbull, Blanford, Shotton, Murphy, Finn Leslie after a great start, and Ethan Head.
So
this could make for interesting listening, Anthony.
It could. We don't have an active blipper in this.
Blipper, yes.
Yeah.
Can I warn you all? Obviously, I know Kitty Thatcher, Macaulay's mum, watching back home, says well done. She'll be happy. The tales of woe. Yanis Racer asking how many cc's there. 125cc Rotax engines.
Words already being said here.
Yes, we'll apologise in advance. Obviously, at the end of an adrenaline-filled race where there's, Oh.
Jeffy got hit, and then I had to avoid him, and I lost a bunch of positions. Yeah. And then, because everyone was white lining, I caught up to you guys. And
I came round on like 2 laps ago, and there's just like grazes all along the track.
Well, there we go, from the horse's mouth, as it were. Ethan Jeff Hall getting forced wide, getting hit off at turn number 1. White lining, obviously the track limits. That's people talking about defending. That's the term. Here's McCoy.
I'll come out of the first half.
It's the whole weekend I've been sliding all the time. You lot complain about it sliding. That's the grippiest cart's ever been for me.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. This is like, in Formula 1, when you go into the green room after the race.
Yeah.
These youngsters are far more animated after what they've done than, all you get in, is PR speak in the green room at the end of a Formula 1 race. Maisie Mentier saying, well done, Lizzie, and quite rightly so. Good luck to Chloe Chong, formerly of this parish, now racing in the
F1 Academy with Framer.
With Framer, she's watching as well. Good to see. And Angus Fender watching as well, another former vice champion in X30. There is Gustav and his dad.
Change of team, formerly with the Hunter Motorsport team, now with Strawberry.
Now with Strawberry.
Again, so...
Won a race for... Did he win a race last year for Hunter Motorsport?
Oh, yeah. I think it was at PFI.
Yes, he did. And that was the Reese Hunter's first win in the British Championship.
And I think he got Warden Law as well.
He was on the podium at Warden Law.
He was on the podium at Warden Law and was a win at PFI.
Yes.
Yes.
Now we have one race to go before the lunch break.
We do. Favourite time of the day for me.
That's Ernie Salmon, just instructing the drivers to take some tyres off. But before the next race, let's have one or two more words from the people what make this happen.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more.
Senior Rotax pre-final time. They're on their own lap, so this will be a quick rundown. Kai Hunter and Sean Butcher, row 1. Jamie Perilli and Teddy Pritchard Williams, row 2. Matthew Higgins and Archie Walker, row 3. Lewis Gilbert and Harry Linden, row 4. Morgan Porter and Pearson Bullock Carter round out your 10. Then it's Owl Esner, Kimber, Lilly, Cunnington, Folland, Rennie, Lawrence, Hawthorne, Holbrook, Duncan, Lee, Donald, Ellswood, Nagelbort, Cordal, Lowther, Kovacs, Pemble, Collins, Ferneyhough, Pryor, Clark, Barlow and Adams, Acton, Jackson.
It's a false start.
Oh, I don't believe it!
Yes.
That was 34 names in 12 and a half seconds, and I even got Alexander Adams-Acton's nickname in, and then they messed at the start.
You got one slightly wrong.
Go on then.
Kai Hunter.
I did say Kai Hunter.
The replay will confirm. Anyway.
Anywho, almost lap record holder. Apologies to anyone that might have been offended by my Freudian slip there. If there was one, I wasn't aware of it. Couple of things. Congratulations, William Pemble getting into the main final. He's got Lewis Malin spannering for him. Despite that, William Pemble, in his first year as a senior, only started karting last year into the final. Zombor Kovacs. multiple runner-up in the grand finals, a world championship runner-up. Zsombor Kovacs from Hungary, a European champion, multiple Hungarian champion, just on the back row of the 27th position. We have got talent. Austin Lee from the United States on row number 11. They come to the line. Now lights are out. Now off and racing. And now Kai Hunter takes the lead. Oh, and that's Archie Walker getting squeezed wide. They somehow all get round clearly. The talent on this grid, second to none. And look at that. One of the unsung heroes, Pearson, Bullock, Carter, making a good start, and is up in the top 10 around European, British and global champions.
Jamie Pirelli also there as well, up into second place from third on the grid, so he's had a relatively decent start as well. And now it gets changed as down the inside goes Sean Butcher, retaking that second place spot. Back across the start line they go. It is Hunter from Butcher, Pirelli, Pritchard, Williams, Higgins, Walker, Gilbert, Porter, Linden, Bullock, Carter, the top 10.
And I have to say, Teddy Pritchard Williams, Super Ted, in the number 55 MLC Motorsport Kart, won a heat race yesterday and is doing an excellent job. There's a move. There is Walker to the inside of Higgins going into Derek's corner with the Craft Motorsport Kart at number 29, the Diamond and Dial Rye. Lewis Gilbert hot on his heels. It is still Kai Hunter leading this race by 0.2 of a second over Butcher. Pirelli in third, Jamie Pirelli third, and Pritchard Williams in fourth. And looking back, so Mark Kimber, three-time Rotax Grand Final champion, only P11. Guy Cunnington, last year's number 3 seed, only in 12th. Harry Linden just drops back to 12th position. There is a move. Walker passing Higgins for 4th position.
Yes, indeed. So managed to get that one done before they even cross the line. It's still chopping and changing here as we've got one of the Jacks and Guy Cunnington. This is Pearson, Bullock, Carter and Guy Cunnington down in P9 and P10 at the moment. A big shock for them. You know, Guy Cunnington, the number 3 seed in 10th place. You know, we expect him a little higher up in the order, and at the moment he's fighting to keep that position.
But he is the only owner driver.
He is.
He's the only driver that owns his own team and still racing in the paddock. Sean Butcher. Now, cast your mind back, Anthony Jordan.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Kimbolton last year. Callum Bradshaw leading Sean Butcher right behind in second. Butcher trailed Bradshaw in his wheel tracks all the way through the final. Okay, this is the pre-final, and Butcher couldn't quite make the move again. Can he now do the same one? Can he change the outcome of that, battling with Kai Hunter? These two, Hunter and Butcher, have battled not just on these shores, but all around Europe and the world. And they are now leading the way in this pre-final. There is Super Teddy Pritchard Williams in the number 55 kart, doing a superb job. Jamie Pirelli, for so long a member of the Project One racing team, has finally moved away after about 5 or 6 years to Strawberry Racing, doing a great job. Oh, and behind them, that's Morgan Porter, the 2020 British champion, giving Matthew Higgins a bit of a love tap and backs out of it. Kimber is up to 9th. This is only Kimber's 2nd race of the year. It just goes to show no matter how good you are, if you're not got your bum in a seat, then you're struggling. Like Kimber, he will now come up. Look at Mark Kimber's driving style. It's unique. It is extremely effective. And Kimber, I was speaking to his mechanic, Dan Tate, yesterday. He's lacking about a tenth and a half. As the day progresses, watch Kimber close in. If he hasn't got the fastest kart, and to be fair to Strawberry, he doesn't have the fastest kart here, he will his way up the front. He will use his racecraft, his experience and his intelligence to outperform the equipment that he is in. I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm saying it's not the quickest. There's a move.
Archie Walker now past Teddy Pritchard Williams for P3. So Walker now on the hunt for his fellow teammate Sean Butcher and the race leader Kai Hunter at the moment. There's still 8 minutes to go in this race. Plenty of time to close that one as Lewis Gilbert down the inside of Jamie Pirelli there. And Matthew Higgins goes through as well. So Gilbert with the robust move.
Yes, you know, they
gets it done.
Again, Gilbert, all smiles, the Craft Motorsport team. You know, have done a fantastic job. They look the part and they're racing the part. Lewis Gilbert last weekend at PF International at the Coronation Cup meeting had a nasty accident and flipped his kart, but showing no ill effects as he moves into P5. Hunter, more wins the British Championship than any other driver in the modern era leads. Sean Butcher has been a nationally ranked driver on about 6 or 7 occasions throughout his career. Archie Walker, 7th in last year's championship, top 3, I believe, in the Junior Rotax Championship in 2021. Teddy Pritchard-Williams supports Aston Villa. Lewis Gilbert, a multiple O-Plate champion, has been on the podium at global events. Matthew Higgins, former British Junior Rotax champion. Then you've got Jamie Pirelli, first time with a new team at Strawberry in the top 7. 2020 British champion Morgan Porter, 8th. Multiple 3-time Grand Final champion Mark Kimber, 9th. Former British champion and European champion Guy Cunnington, 11th. Pearson Bullock Carter, just out of juniors, runs 11th, followed by fellow junior graduate David Olejna and Harry Linden. That is the level of competition at the front.
It really is, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant terms there.
Oh, and Kimber's been forced. Oh, Kimber and Cunnington. Guy Cunnington made the move on Mark Kimber. Kimber was forced very wide. You couldn't fit a cigarette paper between Kimber's rear wheel and the tyre barrier. He's lost position somehow, though he's still in this race.
Yeah, this is certainly starting to heat up here at the back of this grid. Crucially, though, it's all kicked off at the front as well, because Butcher has taken the lead of this race from Kai Hunter. That happened on the last lap, so we missed that one, but Butcher now leads the way and is actually pulling a gap here on Kai Hunter at the moment. Fastest lap of the race. Butcher is on a charge here. The top 4 fairly spread out, but it's all kicking off further back, though, as down the inside there. Well, Matthew Higgins gets the move done.
Higgins, he'll be going out to the United States to race in the Formula 4 Championship in the USA with Kyle Tilley's Era Motorsport team on the road. There's a driver. Trying to think, we've got Jack Harvey, a former British karter, racing in the IndyCar Series in the Indy 500 later this year. We've got other drivers, Stefan Wilson and people like that, Enam Ahmed and Jamie Chadwick racing in Indy Lights. Matthew Higgins is going to be the next of the long line of British drivers that have a very successful career stateside, you have to imagine.
Yes, indeed. 5 minutes to go, plus that 1 lap. Butcher still leads. Gap increasing from Hunter, from Walker, Antrobus. Teddy Pritchard-Williams, I should say, not Antrobus.
Brandon Nagelvort in 22nd place, former Minimax British champion Callum Voisin watching on, giving Brandon his support. Valam Koizin, even a man of my limited intelligence, Callum, can tell that that's you.
Good guess on that one, Henry. Big movers in this one, though. Jude Fernahoe up 11 positions, currently in P19. Yeah, from the Repechage, so having a good run out there. Small wonder, Zombor Kovacs as well, 4 positions gained as well. Brandon Klein-Dangelvort up into P22 as well, 2 positions gained. Guy Cunnington, fastest driver out on circuit a few laps ago. Now Sean Butcher.
Watching Zombor Kovacs in the number 71 car on the street, getting elbowed wide at Kimbolton corner. Obviously the Hungarian car, it's very competitive in Europe. Zombor races all over Europe, and he has been British champion. There's a lot of a European title contender as well on a global scene, but he has never been to a circuit that has been in existence since 1959, where the bumps are uneven, the curbs are uneven, the tarmac's uneven, the runoffs are all different. It's a proper old school throwback, and it's such a different style. And there's Nagelvort up the inside making a move, and for the Dan Holland racing team.
Ben Folland, Ben
Folland, we spoke to Ben Holland's go-kart in the paddock show.
Really nice guy is Ben Folland's go-kart.
The go-kart, top bloke. Zombor Kovacs makes a move, and look at the way that Sean Butcher, it must be the haircut. He's got a spanking new haircut as the number 5 seed, and a nice new KR Sport white race suit, and he is now waltzing away from Kai Hunter, who unofficially broke the lap record here in testing yesterday morning.
Yeah, we're not into the 39s in this one. Fastest time, 40.40 at the moment. That is your current race leader, Sean Butcher, who leads the way. There is Archie Walker in 3rd place. Now, Walker's having a good run this time around. They're in 3rd place. Is actually, I would say, closing in on Kai Hunter. KR Sport have done something right this weekend with their drivers, because they've got 2 of them in the top 3 and are very, very quick.
Absolutely, and again, Pritchard-Williams following at a distance in 4th, but again, really good performance from the MLC Motorsport team. Matthew Higgins holding down the top 5. And of course, because it's so close, when you do get gaps it's very difficult for any driver to close in and on another driver unless that driver makes a mistake. Now, Pearson Bullock Carter up into P9. Little story about Pearson Bullock Carter. I did a 24-hour indoor kart race back in 2005 with Pearson's dad Paul and Salvo Caccia. And anyone knows Salvo Caccia has done more for charity karting in this in the UK than virtually anyone else. Salvo is battling motor neuron disease at the moment, but I was invited to this 24-hour kart race with ex-Formula 1 driver Mike Wilds, Fernando Alonso's helicopter pilot, Salvo Caccia, and Pearson Bullock Carter's dad, Paul. It's safe to say that Mike Wilds, ex-Formula 1 driver, did half an hour, went home, and so did Fernando Alonso's helicopter pilot. So it was me, Paul and Salvo did a 24-hour kart race all on our own, indoors, in the fumes, with no beds, nowhere to sleep, and we still beat the team made up of the Jaguar Formula 1 team mechanics.
There we go.
That's my story about how I got to know Pearson Bullock Carter's dad, Paul, and also to highlight Salvo Caccia, all the work he's done for charity karting in the UK, and I wish him all the best in his battle with motor neuron disease.
Yeah, indeed. Did a gig for him quite recently for Children in Need up in Manchester.
Again, has done more has done more to promote good causes and charitable work in karting than
100%.
Virtually anybody else. Back to the racing.
40 seconds to go, plus 1 lap. Eyes are on this battle for 7th place. Jamie Perilli and Guy Cunnington. For Guy Cunnington Racing, obviously, new team, new merch. They have got an awning. They didn't bring it this weekend.
Yes, they've got the temporary awning.
Temporary awning.
Now, is Guy Cunnington hoping to make Jamie Perilli's hold on 7th place temporary? We shall find out with 20 seconds to go. Does he make the movement to Stowe Corner? No.
No.
Not yet.
Every overtake that Guy Cunnington does essentially is an advertisement for his team.
Yeah, well, that's very good. Yeah, I think he's got 9 drivers in total, not all in this championship. But again, the growth is slow and steady. There is Pritchard Williams now coming under pressure from Matthew Higgins. Can Super Ted hold on to P4? Archie Walker is closing in on Kai Hunter as we start the final lap. It is Butcher by a second over Hunter, Walker, and then this battle between Pritchard Williams, Higgins, with Gilbert watching on.
Higgins is definitely going to go for the move here. Not sure where, potentially into Derek's corner. Not fully close enough here, but Higgins will want that extra spot. Remember, this will determine the order for the final later on today. So any position you can gain is a position you can gain later on in that final. Checking over the shoulder, bid look for Teddy Pritchard Williams. Higgins not looking for the move here. Is he going to line one up into the inside here? No, but Pritchard Williams holds that inside line. Checker flag goes out to Sean Butcher, who crosses the line from Kai Clark and Archie Walker. And crucially, Teddy Pritchard Williams holds on to P4 from Higgins, Gilbert, Cunnington, Perilli, Carter and Kimber, who finishes in the top 10.
See, I told you, even though you saw Kimber getting force wide, getting involved in an incident, he makes his way back up. Don't count Mark Kimber out of a podium just yet. And you'll think, why is he going about Kimber so much? He must have a thing for Mark Kimber. No, I am just trying to explain that in this globally talented field, one of the most successful drivers in Rotax racing history is Mark Kimber, and this afternoon will be a perfect opportunity for Kimber to show why. Morgan Porter finishing 11th, then Harry Linden, followed by Austin Lee, David Aulesner in 14th position. Harry Linden and David Aulesner also beginning their karting careers at Landau International Raceway. Behind the top 3, then, Aulesner in 14th position. We had Sam Hawthorne coming home in P15, ahead of Jude Ferneyhough, up 14 positions from the repechage. The Jack Dex racing team will be happy with that. Tristan Rennie, Alex Duncan, George Holbrook, and Jay Lawrence round out your top 20, ahead of Brandon Nagelvoort, Lorenzo Cordal, Ben Folland, and his chatty go-kart. Hungary's Zombor Kovacs, Oakley Pryor, Will Ellswood, only 25th and 26th. Wow, that says a lot. about how competitive this field is. You'd expect both those drivers to be up challenging the top 10. Maybe they will in the final. Neil Clark, Jack Lilly, Jack Collins, James Lowther, the number 8 seed, only finishing 30th. Then George Donald and Alexander Adams Action Jackson in 32nd position. Harry Barlow and William Pemble, the rookie, rounding out the 34 finishers, 34 starters, 34 finishers. That concludes the racing for this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now we will have a very special announcement from Jag Rotax, which leads us into last night's paddock show. Can I just apologise in advance? It was a good one. See you after the break. The 2023 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship season for the Rotax and KZ2 classes starts at Kimbolton, with the biggest ever entry this championship has had since Motorsport UK took over the running from it. And two of the people that we've really got to thank for that join me now, Gary and Tina Shale from Jag Rotax. There are 175 Rotax-powered drivers here this weekend across Micro, Inter, Junior and Senior. This has been a fantastic winter for you. The new season starting great, and we're also welcoming in the biggest ever rewards program that British karting has ever seen with Rotax Life. But firstly, can I congratulate you on being named the Global Rotax Distributors of the Year for the 5th year running. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Now, we'll talk about Rotax Life. So, all 54 drivers entered in the British Championship this weekend in the Micro and the Inter class have got 50% of their championship entry fee paid for and 50% of each individual race entry fee paid for, courtesy of Jag Rotax, provided they enter all 6 rounds of the championship. So this is a loyalty scheme. They get the money back at the end of the year. On behalf of everybody in the British Championship, thank you. Tell us a little bit about how this came about, how this offer, this reward scheme, Rotax Life, came about.
I mean, this is mainly obviously to give back something to our customers. It's a reward and a thank you back to the customers that have stayed loyal with Rotax.
Now, there obviously has been a change in the class structure in karting over the winter. We've got the introduction of Micromax, and Minimax now become the Inter class. How impressed or pleased with you have you been with your service centres in the UK in dealing with the changes in the structure?
I mean, obviously, our service centres are one of the biggest parts of the Rotax family, because without them, you know, the success of the Rotax class wouldn't be where it is today. So the first approach from our customers is usually with a service centre. It's that's where they go for the advice and information as to what classes they should move on to or what they're thinking of doing. So our thanks go to the service centres for the big grids that we've got here in the Micro and the Inter this weekend.
Not to mention the 75 drivers in juniors, the 45 in seniors. And this is a chance to explain a little bit about the unique nature of how Rotax operate their karting division. Every single one of these Rotax engines, be they Micro, Inter, Junior or Senior, they come from BRP Rotax headquarters in Austria. Those engines then get sent to the one national distributor for each nation. Obviously Jag Rotax being the UK's distributor. You can then send those engines to licensed sealing agents and service centres with a unique passport of these engines. Now, you have got a fantastic way of keeping track of every engine, every barrel, every component, like an MOT. Tell us a bit about the incredible, the world-leading system that Jag Rotax have got for making sure that all these Rotax engines stay legal.
Well, this started as soon as the first engines came in 1997. We started sealing as a way of controlling our market to stop importing engines, and then obviously it extended to us having authorised service centres. So it goes right back to the very first engine in 1997. We have the whole history of every single senior, junior, mini, Micro, Inter, DD2 Every one of them is sealed. We have people phone up constantly asking for the history, and we can give it to them within seconds. How many times the engine's been rebuilt, whether it was a top end, full rebuild, bottom end, whether it was just a squish check. All that data is kept on all the data sheets, and it's just unique, and it's worked, and it still works to this day.
And it's where we talk about the Rotax family being people, but there's a family of engines as well. All those engines are taken care of. You know who is working on those engines, and you know exactly what has got what. So if a new customer comes to you and say, I want to buy an engine, you could say, okay, here's a second-hand engine, but you could tell them exactly where that engine's been, whose hands it's been through in its entire lifespan.
Straight away, it's within seconds, and it's a really, really good selling point. A lot of people, they might be buying something off the internet. They're told it's had a full rebuild. It's literally a phone call, and I can say, well, it's not had a rebuild for 5 years. Yeah. So, and then they'll say, maybe I'll look for something else.
So it's a way to me that people know what they're buying, that they're not being, because again, it's a lot of things. When people come into karting, the first thing they do is they look on the internet, and that could be a dangerous thing. This is a way of making sure that new people coming into our sport, because new people are the lifeblood of our sport, they're the future, first timers, that they are being taken care of by you guys and by the service centre, the sealing agents, straight away.
Yeah, I mean, again, I have to emphasise, the success of not just Rotax but Jag. We rely on the service centres, and they play such a big part in the success of the UK market. So we have to thank every single one of our service centres for the support that they give us.
Because the UK is now the biggest market for Rotax anywhere in the world. And because, well, not necessarily because of the biggest, because the racing in the British Championship is so competitive, the team that Great Britain sends to the annual Rotax Grand Finals is amongst the best. I'm very fortunate enough to be the voice of Rotax on the world stage. Last season, let's talk about 2022. A pinnacle year as the success for yourselves at Jag Rotax, but also for Team UK in the Grand Finals. Portimao, Portugal, I believe 13 podiums. We had 3 Rotax Global Champions. How satisfying, Gary, was that for you, not just for that year, but for the years that you and Tina put in, and for Jean and John at Jag, for all these? How was that? Can you now sum those feelings up?
I suppose really in one word, it was reward maybe back for us. I mean, last year to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in senior, the results we had in junior, mini, micro, we won the team event. I mean, it was just unbelievable. Chances are we'll never see it again.
Well, you say we'll never see it again. It was an unprecedented level of success. And with over 60 nations competing, all with their various national distributors as well. Again, some of you who are good friends with a lot of them. It's a very friendly rivalry. However, the introduction of micro class now and the Rotax Life Reward Scheme that is going to make 54, it's going to make 54 drivers very happy. It's going to make 54 sets of parents very happy as well. That is going to allow us to build on that success in the years to come.
Yeah, I mean, the fact we've now got drivers coming into the sport at such a young age with Rotax, we never had that before.
Yeah.
So we've got them, from that young age right the way up into their senior years. It all bleeds for more success, hopefully, and we grow stronger and stronger.
So in closing, thanks to the change in structure, thanks to the introduction of Micromax this year, drivers can now get into karting at 8 years old, straight out of Bambino, and they can race a Rotax product from the age of 8 in Micromax all the way through to when they retire at the age of 88.
Yeah. I mean, now we're looking out the window now, and hopefully we're seeing a lot of future, Rotax Grand Final champions out the window. So
excellent. Well,
it looks good.
Well, I've got to say thank you very much to Tina and Gary Shale, the entire Jag Rotax team, all the Rotax service centres and sealing agents in the UK. You have made the Rotax Life the biggest and most lucrative reward scheme ever seen in British karting possible. We look forward to a great 2023.
Thank you.
It's been a hard day's night, and I've been working like a dog. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Eurovision 2023. No, not Eurovision. That's later on. Welcome to the Paddock Show here at Kimbolton.
Yes.
Event 2 of the 2023. This is Cookie, by the way.
Yes.
And Cookie has flown in from her house just to be part of this. And we're right next to the strawberry racing awning, so that makes it
Cookies and cream. Yes.
Excellent, excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a record-breaking event. We have 180 Rotax drivers, plus KZ2. It's the biggest grid that we've had in the British Kart Championship since its relaunch. One driver here, this is Cookie's owner, well, not Cookie's owner, this is Cookie Hassan, and this is Aidan Hassan. And of all the competitiveness in the British Championship, we've got the teams, we're going to go and speak to as many of them as possible. Camaraderie and helping out their opponents is still strong. Because, Aidan, quickly, tell the man what happened to your go-kart this morning.
After qualifying, the front end of it snapped, and which meant the weekend was done.
But it wasn't done.
No, it wasn't.
Because, to the aid, Kato Motorsport, I think Kato helped you fix the chassis.
Yep, he did.
And also Pro Train were helping out as well. So two teams
Yeah.
in the paddock offered to help Aidan Hassan get his kart back out there just so you could race this weekend. You're going to go and race now as well. Good luck.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Bye, Cookie.
Bye, Cookie.
Nomination
Excellent.
1 for Paddock Show Pooch of the Year.
Nomination 1, yes, yeah. Plenty more
Okay.
paddock pooches, though.
We have got just over 20 minutes. We've got a lot to get
We've got a
through.
lot to get through. We do.
So, we got first things first.
Go on.
Major announcements for the Micromax and the Rotax Inter drivers.
Yes, we'll start with that.
Yes, because we're going to go speak to them. So,
Yes.
Jag Rotax. Are you going to say it or am I going to
Well,
say
no,
it?
you say because you know you're Mr. Rotax,
All right,
aren't
okay.
you?
Well,
I
thanks
don't
very
know,
much.
it's fine. You know,
That's very kind of you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate the kind
You're welcome. Go.
So,
Don't mess it
courtesy
up.
of Jag Rotax, all 54 drivers in Micro and Inter racing here this weekend, provided they do the full 6 rounds of the championship, Jag Rotax, as part of the Rotax Life Reward Scheme, are paying 50% of their championship registration fee and 50% off each of their 6 race entries. It is the most lucrative reward scheme. As long as you do all 6 rounds, you get the money back at the end of the season.
Yeah.
That is fantastic. Thank you, Jag Rotax, the 5-time.
Is there an echo in here?
No, I'm channeling my Booker T. That's resting.
Hurry up, we've not got long.
Distributors of the year. Right, let's go and speak to some of the mini and the micro drivers.
Yes,
Here's
where are we
Strawberry.
starting?
Well, we're starting Strawberry.
I think they're all in the lower end.
Okay, let's go.
Right.
Strawberry Racing, Callum Bradshaw, last year's senior Rotax Grand Finals winner.
Yeah.
Mark Kimber, last year's DD2
Yeah.
Rotax. There's a Strawberry driver.
Yes.
Speak to the Strawberry driver. Quick, go. Name,
Right,
class,
Strawberry.
point, go.
Who are you?
Kieran.
Kieran. Is that it? Stuart.
Yeah.
Excellent. Class.
Minimax.
Excellent. And how's your day been?
Good.
Good.
Yeah.
That it?
When I seen the tire, rolling to me, I thought, where do I go? So I just turned away from it.
There was a tyre rolling towards you.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
When I think someone hit it and launched it on the track.
Oh dear. But you avoided it.
Yeah.
Good driving.
Thanks.
Well done.
Well done.
Here's
Right,
a slightly
we've got
older.
a chat to the
Let's look at
local.
Jamie Perilli. New signing, Strawberry Racing, new colours this year. How's it going?
Yeah, really good, thank you. It's going well at the minute. It's P2 in my last heat, 3rd in quali, so can't complain.
There we go. Good to see Jamie going well. His dad
Yeah.
said, watch Jamie, he's going to go well this weekend. Right, onwards.
Yeah, I know where you're going
More
slow.
Micromax
What's that metal
and
around your
Inter
neck?
drivers. Inter is the new name for Minimax, by the way. Where's he gone? Get over the right, get over the
right
right
here,
side.
sorry. I was just admiring his
Right,
necklace.
here we go. Okay, we got some more. Class, name, team, points, go.
Hi.
Hi. Name?
Blair.
Huh?
Blair.
Blair. Are you aware that Jag Rotax have just paid half of your entry fee for this weekend and for every other round of the championship and for the championship, your registration fee? Well, you are aware now?
Yeah.
How's your day been?
Bad.
Okay, we won't go there. Come in. Has your day been better than his day?
Bad.
Oh, dear.
Right.
God, we found someone in Strawberry that's had a good day. Mr. Lapper, have you had a good day? Well, you kind of come and speak to...
Mr. Lambert, how was the day then? Go on, tell us through what happened.
Well, first session wasn't great. Like,
I had a good day. First session wasn't great.
First session wasn't great. I think we were like 20th. The second one we missed out because we put the wrong tyres on. The qualifying we messed up badly. Engine was wrong.
I'm not getting much of the good day vibe here.
I'm getting.
He's getting there. He's getting there, Henry.
I'm getting there. And then in the final we went from 30th to 16th. So it's a good day now.
Yeah. Excellent. Well done. It'll be a better day tomorrow, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You looking forward to some sunshine or rain?
Sunshine, hopefully.
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows.
He's singing, everyone. It's not just me. Right, I think we're going to take a quick shortcut through the strawberry order.
We are, yes.
We're going to embarrass some of the mums.
Happy 30th birthday, by the way, whoever it is. It's your dad's.
Strawberry racing parents, are you aware that Jag Rotax have just announced that they are paying 50% of your championship registration fee and 50% of every race entry for all 6 rounds of the British Championship this year? Does that make you happy, Rotax parents?
Yeah, definitely. Can't say no to that.
No, and you've got to enter all 6 rounds, so that's the thing. The money gets paid back at the end there, but that is for everyone. Everyone in micro and inter for the whole 6 rounds, as a way of saying thank you for your support. There's Kieran Stewart. Kieran Stewart, because they give you some idea. Kieran, where do you live?
Scotland, just outside of
Edinburgh. So, on a round-by-round basis, how many miles do you have to travel to race the British Championship?
Hundreds, thousands.
Hundreds. That is a lot of petrol. As a parent who's paying the entry fees of that, how much is that is going to be a help for you? Because again, we're going to Lark Hall, but everything else is a long drive.
Every penny helps. If the Rotax are giving us money back, we're most appreciated because we want to keep doing the series. So it's well appreciated. So thank you very much.
Problem solved. Right, Anthony Jordan, go that way. We're going to speak to more
Thank you very
teams.
much, yes.
More teams. Thank you, Strawberry.
Thank you,
Strawberry.
Henry.
Thank
Yes,
you, Slapper,
indeed.
Who's had the worst good day I've ever heard. Carry on.
Excellent. Right, good. You were waffling in a microphone. I can't talk over you.
Wasn't waffling.
You remember? Henry. Right,
yes,
okay.
Anthony Jordan, speak.
Right, let's have a reminder. What did we say at the very start of this?
We're going to be quick.
We're going to be quick.
Yes.
What have we spent the first 15 minutes for this 20-minute paddock show?
It's 15 minutes? Well, I mean, we're chatting. Okay, let's talk about racing. It's not just Rotax here.
No, we've got
KZ2.
Yeah.
What a championship we've got in store for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes,
let's go
indeed.
left.
This,
we're going to pass.
Yes.
International winning mechanic Dante. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. There we go.
I've never won anything, mate.
He's never won anything.
Never won anything.
He's won best beard in the paddock. I think.
It's a questionable beard.
Questionable beard.
Right.
Cato
Mind your back.
Motorsport.
Stop.
Whoa,
there we go. Almost got
Mr.
killed by
Chalk.
an MLC. There you
MLC,
go.
Mr.
Nearly had a
Ripping
crash.
going
Mr.
through.
Ripping. Right, we need to pop into
Thule, Ben Folland. We're going to speak to Ben Folland.
We need to have
Sorry,
a chat.
cameraman.
Right, yeah.
Right, here we go.
Right.
Crack on.
After you.
No, after. Oh, dear.
Fine.
Oh, he's only,
crikey.
he's messed
I'm
out
going to get
ladies and
road.
gentlemen.
Leon Hasty almost killed me.
Car crash waiting
Well,
to
his dad
happen.
did. Right.
Excellent. I'm so glad we came into such a well-populated awning.
This is really good.
We want to speak to Ben Folland, who's in Thule, who's having a fantastic start to the season. This is Mr. Pemble's kart, rookie driver, only started karting last year, I believe, jumped straight into senior, so he's going to have fun. Anthony, we have 76 juniors and 46 seniors in qualifying. This goes to show how insane.
Yeah.
Qualifying.
Very close,
Go
wasn't
on,
it?
Yeah, it was that close.
0.7 of a second in qualifying separated the top,
70.
70
No,
drivers.
it's 1 second separated the top 70 in juniors. 0.8 of a second separated the top 45
or something along
seniors.
that in seniors.
It was close.
Ridiculous. Right. Well, okay. Well, you're pointing at Ben Folland's kart. We wanted to talk to Ben Folland here. There he is, his name. He's not here.
Well, that's a bit rubbish, isn't it?
They're watching the juniors.
They're watching the juniors.
So you know when we told them that we said, yeah, we'll come round, we'll chat to them.
We'll chat.
This is their 5 minutes of fame.
There we go.
There he is.
Ben Folland in all his glory.
Moving on.
Let's move on. Right, here you go. Oh, look at that. How much of a gentleman am I?
Thank you.
Next way.
I feel like we're going to get some shtick for that.
Pardon?
I feel like we're going to get some shtick for that.
This is short, sharp and sweet. KZ2.
Yes.
Wow.
They're all the way down there. We've got some
new
more
superstar in KZ2.
Yes.
Ella Stevens. And Mr. Richardson, he wanted to come in. Come on, come and say hello. We're going to walk and talk. Right, you go in the middle. Right, answer his questions now.
Mr. Richardson, right, firstly, how's your day been?
Very good, but also very bad.
Ooh.
Crap, why do we always pick the worst driver?
Well, you pick the worst driver.
No,
he's not
worst
the worst
driver. I
driver.
don't mean it like that. I don't
he
mean
was
it
the worst
like that.
driver in qualifying
Right.
because he only qualified 29th.
But yeah.
In the race, where did you finish?
19th.
Gaining 10 places. Gaining 10 places. There's Mum round the corner trying to hide.
Yeah,
She's got
Mum's giggling away.
Mum's
Yeah,
hiding around the corner. New
That's right.
team in the British paddock this year, Toby George
Toby George.
Motorsport. Let's go and have a chat with him.
Thank you very much, Sean.
First time.
Thank you.
Oh, but you know what? This is a double bubble. This is Toby George. We've got a senior Rotax heat winner, Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Unless you got, did you get disqualified or?
It's all good. It's all good.
All good. Congratulations. Are you aware that Rotax, Jag Rotax, have just agreed to reward every micro and inter driver by paying 50% of their championship entry fee and 50% of every single one of your 6 entry fees for the rounds all year, provided you the full championship? What have you got to say to Jag Rotax? Great, thanks. How was your day been?
Not the best, so...
Oh, not the best. But is anyone... Mr. Millwood, have you had a good day? Say yes. All right, come this way. Speak to this man here and tell us about how your day has been better. I'll come and stand up here. Right, you go speak to Miss Jordan. I'll sit here with this, fine man from another championship.
So, you did have a good day then?
Yes, but in the final, someone kept going in on me and they loaded me once.
Oh, no.
And then I literally just... And then everyone who had the first accident caught back up. And then they made it pass.
Drama. Toby George, long-time mechanic. You've been around the world. Welcome to the British Championship as a team boss.
Thank you.
Did you have the grey hair before today, or is it just grown?
It just grows.
Just grown today. There we go.
Just gets more and more.
Good to see the Paralin name back in the British Championship.
Yes.
Okay, time's ticking. You're moaning at me.
Yes,
Let's go.
Indeed.
Next awning.
Thank
Congratulations.
You very much. Yeah.
No problem at all, Mr.
This
Millwood.
is the most quick-fire paddock show we've ever done. Only because... Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. It's event 2, but it's round 1 for Rotax and KZ2. We're back for the finals. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Henry Burdett in the commentary box for your viewing delectation.
Exactly.
Henry, it's good to be back. Apologies for the short paddock show.
No need to apologise.
Okay, I won't
It gives
apologise.
the viewers an extra incentive to go and search it out on the Motorsport UK and the Alpha Live YouTube channel in its entirety. But the main news is Rotax Life, the rewards program. Every single one of the 54 drivers entered this weekend in Micromax and this class, Minimax, Intermax 950. They have 50% of their championship registration fee paid for by Jag Rotax, and 50% of each one of their 6 race entries paid for by Jag Rotax, provided they enter all 6 rounds of the championship. They get the money back at the end of the year. That is an incredible gesture from Jag Rotax. 5 times now the Rotax Distributor of the Year, one of nearly 100 distributors globally, worldwide. As you saw in the feature, every Rotax engine comes from the Rotax BRP factory in Vienna, Austria. They then get sent to the various national distributors around the world. The distributors then allow certain licensed engine sealers to then build the engines, or sort of get the engines to race spec, or even more of a race spec. They come out of the box race spec. Oh, someone's on the grid.
Yeah, no, I'm just hearing this, Henry. Hold on.
Someone's on the grid. It's a Dan Holland mechanic. They could be in trouble. He's running. Have they got a cart on a stand? Yes, there is a cart being taken away. I'll try and find out. It's one of the Dan Holland racing drivers.
It could be Kai Clark.
We'll have a little look later on. But, I mean, while you're looking at that, Anthony, history lesson.
Go on.
Last year, Minimax, Noah Wolf won for the Synergy Factory team. Scott Marsh was second. Scott is in the paddock this weekend. Harry Bartle was third. Sebastian Mins fourth. Harrison Whitcomb was fifth in the championship in Minimax last year. All-time Minimax results. Looking at Kimbolton, Noah Wolf won for Synergy ahead of Finn Leslie for Cato Motorsport and Harrison Whitcomb for Argenti. All-time Coles Racing, 9 Minimax race victories in the modern era of the British Championship. Dan Holland Racing have 6. Strawberry Racing have 4. Synergy and Vision Motorsport have 3. The most successful Minimax driver in the modern era of the British Championship. A tie between Ethan Jeff Hall and Archie Kitching with 4 wins apiece.
Yes, indeed. So, nice little history lesson there for everyone at home. Now, that kart's coming back. Now, I think there was something up with the kart. They were trying to work on it, but of course they can't work on it on
There was something up with the kart, then down with the kart. Is that going to be a penalty because there were mechanics on the grid after the grid closed? However, there was an adjustment to the timetable. So, ladies and gentlemen, earlier on in the day, there was a protest which forced us to run 10 minutes behind schedule. We're now trying to get back on schedule. So the drivers and the mechanics, their excuse or their reasoning will be we were unaware of the updated time schedule. There is Gridman Sam on the right-hand side of your screen, along with Paul Klassen. Yep, hands in the air. Let's have a look at the full 34 kart starting lineup.
Formation lap begins. Minimax 950, the interclass for race 25, the first final of the weekend, gets underway. Cole Denham and Jacob Ashcroft go from the front row. Albert Friend and Finley Lyons take row 2. Charlie Wolfett and Will Green, they round out the top 3 rows in P6.
Charles Kitely and Noah Barham start from row number 4. Rory Armstrong and Charlie King round out your top 10, followed by Daniel Minto and leading privateer Harry Freeman.
Oliver Meek and Jaden Sherwood go from row 7. Blair Smith and Finley Hines take row 8. Kai Clark and Ethan Griffiths for KR Sport. He is Welsh. They go from row 9.
Isaac Barker and Nat Johnson round out the top 20. Head of privateer Ellis Bell and Archie Lovett. John Richardson and Luca Holmes Ballock on row 12.
Samir Paul and Ryan Gandor go from row 13. Thomas Butcher and Tom Reed on row 14. Albie Lapper and Ella Lucia round out the next 2 rows with Kieran Stewart, Joshua Griffin, Oliver Miejski and Max Endicott rounding out the field. There's a kart that's not moving already. It's the 195.
Charlie Wolfett.
And
Charlie Wolfett due to start on the 3rd row of the grid. Max Endicott we saw finishing in the top 6 of the pre-final at the back of the grid. Obviously an exclusion post-race. They come to the line, lights are out, we're off and racing. 15 minutes in the final underway, and from the outside of row number 1, Jacob Ashcroft squeezed his teammate across to take the lead.
Oh, and there's some contact there. Several karts involved, 2 karts in the barriers.
Yeah, one of them is an M Sport kart, and the other one I think might have been Albie Lapper and possibly Thomas Butcher in that pack there that went into the wall. But it is a Dan Holland Racing 1-2-3 because Finley Lyons, for the 2nd time today, has made an outstanding getaway from the outside of the 2nd row of the grid to move into P3. When he was in P3, Albert Friend has now pushed him back to P4. As, yes, there is Thomas Butcher stepping away from his damaged kart and into the final corner at the end of lap number 1. We're down Charlie Wolfett. He failed to take the start. Watch for the progress made from the back of the grid by number 118, Max Endicott. Endicott already up 10 places to 24th position. Ella Lucia, the Anglo-Italian young lady, down in 31st. I mean, did we have a couple others who didn't make the start? Joshua Griffin for Strawberry Racing also not taking the start, or maybe he was the driver involved at turn number 1.
He's now just crossed the line, the 113,
yes,
in 32nd place. So Charlie Wolfett was a breakdown. Thomas Butcher, a retirement after the crash at turn number 1. 13.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap there. Again, you're seeing chopping and changing lines down the inside of Albert Friend and moving up into 3rd place, but I think Friend managed to get it back. Yes, he did, so maintaining that 4th place spot. Dramatic start then, and well, now we just the race begins essentially.
Now
doesn't
the race
it?
begins. So we'll watch for the slipstream. At the moment, the top two are pulling clear. Now, all weekend, Cole Denham and Jacob Ashcroft have been able to get the better of Albert Friend and the rest of the field, whether they have been working together or battling between themselves. Now, if ever there was a time for the next 8 or 9 minutes of this race to work together, it is now. They cannot afford to let Albert Friend and Finley Hines, running 3rd and 4th, to stay in contention as the number 1, 2, 3 kart of Luca Holmes-Balak making a move. He is up 9 places already to 15th from starting grid number 24. The O plate, another driver to watch, the KR Sport driver Oliver Miewski, a retirement from the pre-final. He started 33rd and he's already up to 17th. So those are the drivers, the Holmes-Balaks, the Miewskis and the Endicott's of the world. They'll be hoping that Ashcroft and Denham start waging war against one another.
Well, that's what everyone would be hoping. Now, I think, they're a little bit wide there for Charlie King out of the Dan Weldon corner. Gets it back on track, though. I think, these two, they're in a position now, they're in a powerful position where they can quite literally just drive away from the rest of the field. They have that advantage to them. They didn't do that earlier on in the day, did they? We saw them squabbling, we saw them fighting for position. This time around, are we going to see it? I think we might. I think they will have said to the team.
Final. It's a final. It's game on in the final.
Yes, it is game on. But it will be game on the last lap, really, essentially, for it.
Yes,
I mean,
you are right.
During the race, I mean, it will be, right, let's work together and let's pull away from the rest of the team. Whether or not that will stay true, we don't know. And again, it falls down to what the drivers behind do. It's just going to call to a case of who's going to be quicker, Denham or Ashcroft, Friend or Lines. Who's going to be faster?
Now, I'm just looking. I'm looking there. So obviously, Cole Denham has got a whole number of British Championship victories to his name. I'm thinking back. I think he may have about 5 wins in his career, both in Honda Cadet. I'm looking back. I can't remember Jacob Ashcroft having a win. So Cole Denham's got 5 wins in the British Championship, all in Honda Cadet. Jacob Ashcroft, has he ever been on the podium? And do you know what? I'm not sure he has.
Sorry, Henry, as down the inside, Rory Armstrong gets the move done for P7, gets past Will Green and moves up. Charles Kitely next on the picking order if he's able to get that done. Now and again, looking at the gaps, 1 second separates it. Albert Friend and Finley Lines, I've got to say, that gap, ever slowly, is starting to close up for second place. So keep an eye on that one. Cole Denham just set the fastest lap at the end of that one. Motorsport Magpie is back, had a power cut. How many finals have I missed?
None.
This is the first, so you're in time.
And speaking of none, and Barry Ashcroft can correct me, and I'm sure he will if I'm wrong, but I don't think Jacob Ashcroft has ever actually stepped foot on a British Championship podium. He was a seeded driver in 2021. He finished 8th in the Miami Cadet Championship. Didn't do a full season last year because he moved up into the Minimax class, did a lot of racing out in Europe. 2nd in the world in Minimax last year, behind Lebanon's Christopher El-Faghali. Interestingly, Christopher El-Faghali's World Championship winning mechanic Alfie Lawrence is on the spanners this weekend for Kai Hunter.
Ah, interesting. You saw there a 5-second time penalty going out there. Another one going out as well to Jaden Sherwood, also the treble 1, currently sitting in 29th place. The other one was for Finley Hines, currently sitting in 20th place. So drama down the field.
Change for 3rd place. Well, yeah. Finley Lines had made a move on Albert Friend. Albert Friend making the move back. Denham and Ashcroft playing nice. They're 1 second up the road.
Yeah.
Other drivers, Luca Holmes-Balak up 11 places to 13th. Oliver Miewski up 18 places to 15th. Max Endicott up 18 places to 16th. But the way that this race is panning out with 9 minutes to go, okay, we've got a good scrap for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. That could help maybe get the likes of Holmes-Balak, Endicott and Miewski into the top 10 and maybe into with an outside chance of a 3rd place finish, a podium finish. But Denham and Ashcroft working in sync, in synergy, even though they don't drive for synergy, together.
Yes.
That was a pun. Great.
Several drivers under investigation so far. There's
Ellis
actually
Bell.
been 4 5-second time penalties that have gone out.
Right. Tell us who.
So we've had one for the 114.
That is Kieran Stewart.
157.
157, that would be Finley Hines.
The treble one.
That would be Jaden Sherwood.
And another one for Finley Hines.
That's, by my calculation, that would be
10 seconds.
10 seconds, yes.
Yes.
Took me a while. I got there in the end. There's a move for third. That is Finley Lines back up the inside. And, well, Finley Lines' beloved West Ham United aren't doing so well this year, but Finley is on a mission. Maximum attack from the Maximum Group sponsored driver.
Yes, indeed. He's got his teammate as well of Noah Barham just behind. So now it's DHR 1, 2, 3, 4 out on circuit, but which are the faster two, or which are the faster of the two groups out there? Let's see, as down the inside straight away, Barham's going to go for the move, and this is not going to help their attack because now back through comes Albert Friend and separates them once again.
And he brings Charles Kitely in kart 164 with him, so we were about to have a Dan Holland Racing 1, 2, 3, 4, and now we've got a Dan Holland Racing 1, 2, 5, 6.
This is one of those little moments here, isn't it, where drivers got to think as down the inside now. Charles Kitely tries to get the move done and does get it done through the Dan Weldon corner. And crucially doesn't have to defend immediately after.
Exactly, but that camera angle was fantastic. It showed as they came out of Dan Weldon corner, the two leaders were about at the end of the TKM straight going into Kestrel corner. The gap is growing, corner after corner, and we're going to get 3 wide, possibly into turn number 1. No, Albert Friend backs out of it. He drops back to 6th position, and this battling is bringing the Argenti number 154 of Will Green into play. The number 128, the Hunter Motorsport kart of Daniel Minto into play. It's bringing leading privateer, the Zip entered driver of Harry Freeman into play. Holmes Ballock into 10th, and Northern Ireland's Rory Armstrong 11th, followed by Charlie King, then Majewski, Meek and Endicott.
Well, 6 minutes to go in this race, plenty of time left, but that gap, like we were saying, now 3.3 seconds here.
Well, we're going to have a good head-to-head battle.
We are going to have a good head.
And we're going to have a fantastic, at the moment, it's a 2, 4, 5, 6 kart battle for third. In a minute, it's going to be a 12 kart battle for third.
Yes, as the rest of the pack closes up, and yeah, the rest of the field down there as well. Big movers out there. Max Endicott is up into P15, 19 positions gained. Oliver Majewski up into P13, 20 positions gained, of course, from the, well, near back of the grid. Well, it was the back of the grid for those two. So making big moves. Luke Holmes Ballock up 14 places. He's at the tail end of this battle, up into P10. There is Majewski on your screen going through, and there is the battle for essentially third place.
Closing in. Oh, that's Albert Friend making a move. Did it work? Yes, it did. And he pushes Noah Barham back to 5th position. Finley Lines down in 6th. Here comes Lines round the outside. Loses the place, tries to cross over through Stowe Corner, side by side into the Willows, and that's allowing the KR Sport Cosmic kart of 164 Charles Kitely to escape into a handy advantage for P3. And here is the number 128 of Daniel Minto for the Hunter Motorsport team, trying to get involved as well.
Saw a shot there, Finley Line saying to Albert Friend behind, right, let's go. And, well, Albert Friend's made the move, and you saw the gesticulation there from Finley Line saying, no, that's not what I said. I said, let's push and close the gap, not overtake me and lose more time.
And Albert Friend's like, okay, well, now I'm in front, now you push me.
Now we do
now
that.
Now we work together, as long as I'm in front.
Yes.
We're only going to work together as long as I'm leading.
That's the double-edged sword, really, isn't it? Like you say, let's catch them, but I want to lead. No, let's catch them, I want to lead. And then you fight, and then no one catches them.
Yes, there's no I in lead, but there is an I in I lead.
Yes.
Kitely up the road now into P3. And behind them, there is the number 178. There is the Zip kart of Harry Freeman running in 9th position. I've got to say, we'll go, Rog and Rog Pitchforth and James Bean, Luke Hines, and the boys at Zip Kart have worked very hard on that kart, because Harry Freeman has not always brought it back to Parc Fermé in the same shape that it left, shall we say.
No, but so far, so good.
And we're going to see at the end of this battle, watch for another one. We've got a KR Sport kart lead. There's the second KR Sport kart. That's Oliver Majewski, and not far behind him is the Argenti kart of Max Endicott. Majewski 12th now, Endicott still 15th.
You saw there the graphic popping up on your screen, the treble one again with another 5-second time penalty. That is now 2 drivers totaling 10 seconds worth of time penalties out there, which are
if it's an in-race penalty, it appears to be non-discussable.
Yes.
Is that discussable? It's a new word.
It's a new word.
It's undiscussable.
Yes.
Thou shalt not discuss it.
Undiscussable.
Undiscussable.
I would like to see that in the
Oxford English Dictionary or in Countdown's dictionary corner.
Yes.
A bit like bounce back ability.
Yes, that's a good word, that one. Yeah.
Right, there is now. I think Vinnie Lyons just thought, okay,
fine.
Yes, you lead, I'll follow,
yeah.
I'll push. And they are closing back in on Charles Kitely. The gap is 0.7 of a second between Kitely in third, looking over his shoulder there, and then Friend and Lyons chasing him. And Lyons is Dan Holland Racing teammate Noah Barham in kart number 127, tagging on as well. Could be a 4-kart scrap for the final podium position because everyone else behind, Will Green, Luca Holmes-Ballock, Daniel Minto, Harry Freeman, Charlie King, Majewski and Meek are all fading now, and that is Minto getting squeezed wide at turn number 1 by Harry Freeman.
Yes, indeed. It is all starting to kick off in that sort of top 10 area here as I think Ballock's coming in thick and fast. It's down the inside there. Luke Holmes-Ballock gets it done on Will Green, and Will Green now struggling here as he's got the pressure from everyone behind. Harry Freeman trying to get the move done as well.
Again, Harry Freeman, if he had made the move there, that would have been really significant. But because they just went side by side, going through the entrance to Dan Weldon corner, here's Freeman having another go, and now he makes it stick. But they have there's a problem there, big crash. That is Minto hitting in front of them now. That was Luca Holmes-Ballock hitting the tyres coming out of the final corner. The kart bounced back into the middle of the track. Kart scattered. Daniel Minto hit the kart and the kart is cut out. Now he gets back in. Well, firstly, number one, Daniel is okay. Because anytime you come across a very slow-moving or almost stationary vehicle, where is Luca Holmes-Ballock? He has also crossed the line down in 15th position.
Oh, dear me.
That could have been major. That was... But now, let's have a look. How has that affected the order? Harry Freeman is now up into 7th place. Make that 8th place because Will Green gets it back. And Majewski, the O-plate, now moves into 8th position.
This is certainly starting to heat up something fierce, isn't it? 30 seconds left on the timer. Your 2 race leaders, nothing's happened between the 2 of them. It's still Denham and Ashcroft who are now leading by 5 seconds from Kitely and Friend. Lyons now there in 5th place, and this battle here just further back. And again, everyone just trying to scrabble for any sort of positions they can gain. That was Charlie King for Coles Racing, making the move further down the order. This is for P11 at the moment. So again, battles all the way throughout this field as drivers try their hardest to make any sort of positions.
5 British Championship wins in his career so far for Cole Denham. A 6th, as the clock strikes 0, a 6th would put him in a tie with Kit Malowski, James Glenister, Noah Wolf and Vinnie Phillips.
I'm looking out the window, and I think the battle is starting now between two race leaders. Already defensive out the commentary window did go Cole Denham, and instantly here they are on your screen. Ashcroft now wanting to try and look past. There's the look over the shoulder, and again they can see there's nothing behind. So instantly now Denham's seeing right, there's no one behind. Ashcroft will go for the move.
This is white line.
Or on the outside.
Wheel to wheel. They just give each other racing room. Ashcroft, what a move! Jacob Ashcroft, now can he hold it? Here comes Denham. Denham is the closer. He is the last lap specialist. Is Cole Denham. Has Jacob Ashcroft just snookered the master at his own game with a spectacular move? Into Derricks they go. Denham round the outside. Denham returns the favour. How does he do it?
I don't know how either of these drivers do it, because that was incredible by both of them, both taking the outside line through different corners to both get past each other. And again, a huge look over the shoulder from Denham as they go into the final corner. Now it's going to be so close. Can he repeat the move Ashcroft did last time?
Oh, he's going to crossover, drag race to the line. Here we go. It's Denham again. Cole Denham, win number 6. wheel to wheel against Jacob Ashcroft, and a fantastic last race. Ashcroft, I thought, had pulled off the move of the day going into Kimbolton corner before they came onto the last lap, and then just half a lap later, Cole Denham returned the favour. Now, let's have a look as they crossed the line. I'm sure Denham was in front. The timing screen is saying that Ashcroft has won by 100th of a second. We'll wait to see. No, there it is. It takes a little while for the photo cells to adjust themselves. It is a 6th British Championship win for Cole Denham, and it's a 1, 2, 3, 4 clean sweep for the Dan Holland Racing Team. It's a first podium for Jacob Ashcroft. It's a 3rd place finish and a 2nd career podium for Finlay Lyons. Noah Barham, Albert Friend comes home in the top 5, the leading non-DHR driver home in 5th position. Charles Kitely in 6th. We didn't focus on the 3rd place battle going into the last lap, but Finlay Hines won a fantastic battle for 3rd place. Further down the order, Majewski from 33rd to 7th. Will Green finished 8th, then Rory Armstrong, Charlie Kin, Max Endicott from 34th to 11th, Harry Freeman in 12th, Oliver Meek, Archie Lovett, Kai Clark, Luca Holmes Balak after his incident, Nat Johnson, Ellis Bell, Rayan Gandour from Canada, a top 20 for Rayan, great stuff from him. Finlay Hines rounds out your top 20 ahead of Isaac Barker, Blair Smith, Tom Reed, Ethan Griffiths, Azerbaijan's John Richardson, Jaden Sherwood, Albie Lapper, Samir Paul, Ella Lucia, Kieran Stewart. We lost Daniel Minto after that accident, along with Joshua Griffin and Charlie Wolfett. Anthony Jordan is going to be making his way down. You can see the Championship Director Dan Parker there from Motorsport UK, Karting Director. There's Daryl Smith from BRP Rotax on the right-hand side of your screen. And, poor old Charlie Wolfett in the number 195 car. What could he have done from the 3rd row of the grid? I have to say, I would say that he would have definitely been in the thick of the action there. If not for the win, then definitely for a place on the podium. Well, there's a reason why BRP Rotax have brought their chief test engineer Daryl Smith and Jen Wade over to Kimbolton to watch this event this weekend, with nearly 180 Rotax drivers. Easily the biggest domestic Rotax championship in the world. And, well, there is Charlie Wolfett. Karting giveth and karting taketh away. For every smile, there's a frown, epitomised by that image right there. But replacing a frown with a smile, Anthony Jordan will be with our top 3 down the pits right about now.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down in Parc Ferme, and here with our race winner. Incredibly close, and what a fight all the way to the end. Cole Denham, you come away with the win. What a race, that last lap. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was very tough as Jacob got me at the last corner going on to the last lap. I just had to keep cool and see if I could manage to get him back on the final lap.
I mean, it's been a solid weekend already, and well, I mean, you come away with a race win. Let's talk about the championship itself. Obviously, first round, great way to start it, and a good stepping stone to maybe another championship this year.
Yeah, I'm just, I'll try and duplicate it as last year, but yeah, I think I've got a little bit of a gap in the championship, which is pretty good going into the next round.
Yeah. Well, brilliant stuff, and Kimbolton, a great circuit to race on. It served you well with a race win, and is there anyone that you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Dan Holland Racing, Time Racing Engines for the mega waft, my mum, my dad, and everyone supporting me over the weekend.
Well, congratulations. Well done, Cole Denham. Let's see if we can have a quick chat with 3rd place. We don't have Jacob Ashcroft in 2nd place. Finlay, come on over. Well, a podium, first round of the championships. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, solid result. Anyone you'd like to thank for the weekend?
I'll thank Dan Holland Racing, my mum and dad, and just all my sponsors.
Brilliant stuff. We would have had a quicker word, but the Kart's heading out for the next one. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there, Finlay Lyons. More racing to come. Henry, back to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Karts are on circuit. Here's your starting lineup for the Micromax final. Pole position, it's Dan Holland Racing's Emerson McAndrew-Uren with Oliver Spence at the O-plate on the outside of row number 1. Edward Haynes and Harry Taylor go from row number 2. Max Abrahart and Kian Bernard on row 3. Then Max Gilman and Jensen Chalk, Riley Murrow and Jack Freeman, Samuel Lowdy and Zach Starbuck, Harvey Bacon and Grayson Wortley, Josh Cormack and Luke Millward, Tian Pahal and Oliver Warner, Austin Oman and Joshua Cook, 18 drivers. We've seen Micromax, the British Championship before, but always the guest class. This is their first time out as a regular championship class. And from the outside of row number 1, Oliver Spencer takes the lead. Side-by-side, wheels banging, and 2 karts running wide on the outside there. Harry Taylor is one, and I think Kian Bernard, the Zip Factory driver, is the other. Emerson McAndrew-Uren getting all crossed up at the brake for turn number 1 as well. It means that the O-plate from the outside of row number 1, Oliver Spencer, makes a great start, and he's already got a handy little advantage. It looks like it's the Richardson Chassis Engineering entry of number 46, Edward Haynes, into P2. Max Abrahart as well, they're in 5th. Emerson McAndrew-Uren has done well to hold on to 3rd place, and Jensen Chalk for the MLC Motorsport team from 8th on the grid, already up into P4. End of lap number 1. Spencer locking it up in the brake. We saw him do that so often in the pre-final. To good effect. They're the number 21 karts. That was the Toby George Motorsport kart of Josh Cormack going through towards the back of the pack. Now, let's see. Harry Taylor from 4th the grid came round 20th and last at the end of lap number 1. 19th was Kian Bernard, who started 6th on the grid. We'll watch to see how much of a progression they can make up through the order. But at the end of lap 1, coming towards the end of lap number 2, Spencer leads from Haynes. There's a move from one of the Argenti karts a little bit further back. That was Oliver Warner picking up place. And now we have our first battle for the race lead, and it is Edward Haynes passing Oliver Spencer and bringing Emerson McAndrew-Uren with him. So it's now Haynes, McAndrew-Uren, Spencer, Jensen Chalk running in 4th. Anthony Jordan joins you back in the commentary box. Anthony, just to bring you up to speed, there was a bit of a concertina effect going into turn number 1. Emerson McAndrew-Uren was forced wide, and then behind him, Kian Bernard and Harry Taylor got together from 4th and 6th of the grid. They're now down at the back of the pack.
Right, okay, thank you very much. Yes, so it's all heated up then in the early stages of this final.
Yes, the adrenaline level was cranked up a notch already. We've still got a whole heap. I mean, Jensen Chalk making a great start, but he's now slipped back to 5th position. He was at the 4th in the number 64 kart. Side by side for the race lead, McAndrew-Uren. That's 3 different leaders inside the first 3 1/4 laps.
Nicely done, back in the lead and already gaining an advantage. And straight away, Haynes is on to Spencer to say, right, okay, let's close that gap up a little bit more. I mean, Spencer's in a situation here now where, well, earlier on he didn't need anyone's help to close up a gap, and might think, well, oh no, I'll just go past you and then try and close it myself.
Yeah, and he's realising it is not as hard to do it from the front as it is to come from behind.
No, exactly. So, yes, we'll see what he can do in this one. He might work together. I mean, they've already closed the gap, like you say. They've got that slipstream, the bumper effect, and they've closed it up. So, again, no need for too much between the two of them. But instantly, Spencer's going to say, right, I'm going to go down the inside, retaking 2nd place. But Haynes instantly fights back. And, well, this is what I mean.
Great stuff. Great
good stuff. Good stuff.
Oh, and you can see the 2 teammates there. Well, the 2 RC teammates there, Haynes. Oh, and that's the Cato Motorsport car, number 50, Max Gilman, just misjudging the move on Jensen Chalk going into Derek's corner. Now, this is the first, so a brief history. In 2019, Micromax had 1 race in the British Championship. That was won by Macaulay Bishop. In 2020, we didn't have a Micromax qualifier. In 2021, there was 1 race at Wilton Mill, and the 2 drivers that came first in their respective classes, Kenzo Craigie and Albert Friend. Last year, we had 3 qualifiers. They were won by Daniel Minto, Lachlan Johnson, and Jensen Chalk. But they don't go down, they were guest classes, so they're not down in the official record books. But now, Micromax makes its debut as a full class, a full championship And so we're writing a new page in my stat book, Anthony.
Excellent. Adding pages, eh?
Adding pages. Practicing my writing.
Good stuff.
I have no idea whose names are going to be putting in that stat book because it's a long way to go.
Oh, yes.
10.5 minutes. And as you can see, even though there's a few gaps developing, we've seen this as there is the number 88 Project 1 racing kart as a privateer driver. It's a Project 1 chassis. Zach Starbuck. Again, anyone can still win this one. Cian Bernard is up to 12th now after dropping to 19th on the opening lap, and Harry Taylor is up to 15th after dropping to 20th.
Yes, indeed. So, eyes on these groups as the battle still rages on, and here at the sharper end, Jensen Chalk just holding off Max Abrahart there. See Max just behind another driver for the RCE team.
Yep,
He's just trying to find his way through this field here, and you can see them just behind there. They've not really latched in on these drivers in front as Oliver Spencer leads the way here. McAndrew Urin, and they've got to be careful here because, like you say,
Yep.
I said it earlier on, okay, that Spencer knows how to get away and doesn't need anyone help. And if he does that here on his own, you know,
and
these drivers are in trouble.
There's that lock-up again from Oliver Spencer.
Even more sideways, though, that time.
Extra style points. What I did notice there is that now all the leaders are using Oliver Spencer's tight line coming out of Kimbolton corner. They've all probably watched the race back, watched the footage back, the mechanics are telling them, and they're all now learning. You can see McAndrew Urin there coming out of the final corner, which is on his rear bumper, copying his line. So that maybe that little advantage that Spencer had in the pre-final has gone because his rivals have all caught onto it.
Yes, indeed. And again, look, we'll put that proof to theory or here as they exit out. Yeah, look at that much tighter line as they go on the exit there. So again, just keeping with that slipstream, and that's what the drivers earlier on were doing. Your driver who was leading the way earlier was holding that. Oh,
Emerson McAndrew Urin
back through.
takes the lead. Now, if the next time around, we've got a great camera angle at the exit of Kimbolton corner. You'll see the curb, that sort of raised curb coming out of Kimbolton corner. What Oliver Spencer was doing, he was jumping up onto that curb. That helps the wheels rotate just a tiny fraction bit faster, and using the curb to steer the kart a little bit. We see it at PF International all the time, where drivers use the curbs to help rotate the kart so they don't have to put as much steering input. Let's see if McAndrew Urin does it now. Let's have a look. Watch the curb there. And they're up and over. You can see Spencer again just gets his left rear onto that wheel. A lot of other drivers are avoiding it. That means that the wheel just jumps a little bit further up. It's an extra rotation. An extra rotation could be an extra thousandth of a second. These races are decided by thousandths of a second.
Oh yeah, very much so. And like you say, some of the slowest cars that we've got here this weekend, but not slow by any stretch of the imagination. You know, they really do show how close they can be. And there, we just saw Riley Murray down the inside of Max Gilman there, just trying to get a position done. I think the door slammed closed by Gilman there, just thinking, oh, no. You're not going for that move. We've got to work together here and try and close that gap up ahead. So keeping an eye on it.
Max Gilman, third in the 2021 British Bambino Championship, battling against the 2022 British Bambino outright champion.
Yeah, so there you go. Battles all the way through, and again that lock up there from Spencer, and from that angle it doesn't look like that benefits him at all in this sort of situation.
Well, I mean, sometimes it's almost like a placebo effect. The drivers think it benefits them, therefore if the drivers think it, then let them do it. However, a wheel rotates a fraction quicker, that's an extra fraction bit of speed.
Yeah.
There's off is one of the Dan Holland carts, that's the number 93 of Jack Freeman.
Yeah, Freeman off the circuit, not sure how that erupted into that situation. I think maybe 2-3 carts into one.
Aidan Mitchell, thank you very much, TKM driver. The curb is for lifting revs, not rotation. There we go, same difference. It adds an extra tiny bit of speed, improves the lap time. Thank you, Aidan. Shows what I know. But the point is, he's doing it for a reason.
Yes.
There is a reason why he does it, and it was working for him. Maximilian Abrahart, curb lifting or not, fastest lap of the race, 47.29 seconds. That's 0.2 of a second quicker than the race leader, and half a second quicker than his teammate Edward Haynes, who runs in third place. Here's Max Gilman in the number 50 kart, battling with Zach Starbuck, and this is the fight for 8th place.
Oh, contact to the spin, rotation. And, well, that was just under braking there in towards Down Weldon Corner. And, well, Max Gilman there.
Oh, he's going to feel hard done by there.
He was. And, well, you saw the head jerk back. And now, well, Max is going to try his best to get that back on the track. But
again, it's points. Points.
Yeah.
Championship points.
Gets it going. Good
There's
lad.
20 drivers in this race. There are 20 drivers still running, but there are 5 minutes to go. Max Gilman will now be 20th position, but if a couple of drivers retire in front of him, then that is, you know, an extra couple of championship points. There, well, we've got a 2-kart battle for the lead, McAndrew, Uren and Spencer. At the end of lap 12, with 5 minutes to go, they were separated by 0.04 of a second. McAndrew, Uren in front. Now it's Spencer's turn to lead.
There we go. So Spencer back out in front here. And instantly he's not going defensive at all anywhere. He's just staying on that normal racing line and just seeing what he can do. Now keep an eye on the gap between himself and Edward Haynes and Abrahart behind, because now Haynes is just explaining there. It's like, what are you doing? We're trying to catch. Why are you fighting?
The problem is Edward Haynes had one hand on the steering wheel. We need to have 2 hands turning into the corner.
Exactly, but Abrahart is the faster of the 2 drivers. So Abrahart's thinking, no, I'm quicker. Now you follow me. Now let's go. And again, it's just... we say it all the time. It's every class. Doesn't matter if it's the young drivers or the senior drivers. They all do it.
Okay, and I hope this doesn't trigger anyone watching on YouTube. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Abrahart's got the quicker kart. He is going to create a slipstream. He's going to create a vortex that Haynes will be sucked along. So even though Haynes' kart isn't as quick at the moment, he will gain speed and go up to Abrahart's pace because Abrahart has got that slipstream effect. He's got the extra speed. He creates a slipstream. Haynes can now capitalise on that extra speed in that slipstream.
Zach Starbuck, the 88, has received a 5-second in-race time penalty, I suspect,
for the incident with Mr. Gilman, who is still in 20th position. Dian Pahal is 19th, Luke Millward 18th, Grayson Wortley 17th, Josh Cormack is 16th, Joshua Cook is 15th, Oliver Warner 14th, Harvey Bacon is 13th, Harry Taylor 12th, Austin Oman 11th, Jack Freeman rounding out the top 10. Starbuck 9th on the road. That 5-second penalty will drop him back to 14th place as things stand. Kian Bernard has made his way back up from 19th on the opening lap to 6th, and he's only 5.5 seconds off the race lead. He's only 0.6 of a second behind Jensen Chalk for a place in the top 5.
That's quite a drive.
That is a very good drive.
Yes, yeah.
Some might say excellent drive so far. Still 3 minutes to go. Haynes slides it inside, going into Derek's corner, and it's the leaders have now escaped. Abrahart and Haynes are now 3 seconds behind Spencer and Uren. We got a head-to-head fight for the win, and at the moment a head-to-head fight for third. And Edward Haynes again saying, we need to push, we need to push. Here comes the man on a mission, number 25, the zip cart of Kian Bernard, back past Jensen Chalk with the number 22 of Riley Murrow for the Hunter Motorsport team hanging on in, sorry for Sam Pollock racing, I do apologise. If I'm getting it wrong, it's because the Sam Pollock graphics and the Hunter Motorsport graphics look a little bit too similar for my liking. Shh, don't tell anyone though.
There's, I think, quite a few teams that have quite similar liveries that we've struggled with over the years, Henry.
That's because we're thick.
Oh, yeah, true. Less than 2 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. And again, what a drive from Kian Bernard here. Like you say, moving up in those positions. He's there in P5 now. And he's going to try and latch on to the 2 in front, but the time very quickly running out. Only 90 seconds left on the board. I don't think it's going to happen for the race this time around. Question is, at what point are our 2 drivers at the front going to start battling? Because again, still Haynes gesticulating there to his teammate. Let's keep going, let's keep going. And back here at the front, and McAndrew Uren now is back in the lead across the line, so they are chopping and changing.
Dan Holland Racing have already taken a top 4 clean sweep in Minimax. Can they go 2 for 2 on the day in Micromax? I'm gonna, well, the clock strikes, heads towards 0. overall, in the modern era, Dan Holland Racing have 10, 20, 30, 40, 42 race victories. 43 once Denham's has been completed. Fusion Motorsports, 10, 20, 30, 40, 43. If Emerson McAndrew Uren takes the win, he will move his team, Dan Holland Racing, back to the top of the all-time British Championship win record, ahead of Fusion Motorsport. No pressure.
No pressure at all. No pressure at all. Hopefully he couldn't hear the PA system from where he was
Well,
there.
probably not from his cart.
No.
Dan Holland was listening, and here comes Oliver Spencer.
Gets it done yet through Kimbolton corner, and Emerson McAndrew not able to fight back as they go on to the final lap. And again, McAndrew all over that rear bumper. Oh, Spencer just kept it in that one straight line, just squeezing her in a little bit wide there as they exit out through the Willows down the Yamitsu straight. And again, checking over the shoulder, Spencer will hug that inside line. Watch for the switch over here as they exit out of Derek's corner. They will be side by side, but he'll have the optimal line going in. Will Spencer, and Spencer so far is holding off the pressure here.
Out of Dan Weldon corner, down the TKM straight. Spencer defends. McAndrew Uren tries the crossover move, but it doesn't work. McAndrew Uren's going to try and copy his teammate. No, he does the switch to the inside. Emerson McAndrew Uren takes the lead with an absolutely fantastic dummy, and they cross the line side by side. It is McAndrew Uren with the victory. Oh, Oliver Spencer defended, and then as he swung wide to take the racing line into Kimbolton corner, Emerson McAndrew Uren, reminiscent of the move that Nigel Mansell pulled on Nelson Piquet to win the 1987 British Grand Prix, dived to the inside and takes the win by 1100ths of a second. And of course, provisionally, that puts the Dan Holland Racing team back on top of the all-time British Championship modern era finals win list with 44. It's over the Fusion at the next round when the Army classes come back and the Water Swift classes come back to continue this fantastic inter-team battle. There is a look at the rest of the leading finishers. Edward Haynes, the 2020 Bambino champion, finishes third for the Richardson Chassis Engineering team. That's their first British Championship podium. Maximilian Abrahart finishes fourth. Riley Murrow takes a top five finish. Kian Bernard takes home fifth. Sixth for Kian Bernard. Seventh for Jensen Chalk. Jack Freeman, eighth. Zach Starbuck, ninth on the road, but a 5-second penalty will drop him back outside the top 10. Also at the top 10, Sam Lowdy and Harry Taylor. Austin Oman, Oliver Warner, Harvey Bacon, Josh Cook, Josh Cormack, Dean Pahal, Grayson Wortley and Luke Millward. Sadly, Max Gilman finishing 20th after his incident. That is an excellent, excellent finish. And you can see some of the spectators out waiting for the next race, will be KZ2. But Micromax have arrived as a fully fledged class in the Motorsport UK Wera Tools British Kart Championship. And if that race is anything to go by, we are in for a treat. Quick chance to see there's Paul Carr. I can see down on the barriers there on the right-hand side of your screen. He is instrumental in designing the new Silverstone kart circuit. You can see with the red and white cap on there, it's Mark Allen from the Jade team, overseeing his sons Scott and Ross running Ella Stevens there. Brian Rush with his arms folded, his back to the banking there, head of the Rush Performance karting team. And at the back of the back with his blue cap on, that's Derek Turner, Charlie Turner's dad. Oh no, is that Turner? No, the Rotax coat on. No, that's somebody else. I do apologise. That random person with the Rotax coat. Hello, whoever you are. But again, they're all waiting for the next race where we could have a little bit more history being made. And Anthony Jordan is making his way down to speak to the leading contenders in Micromax. Emerson McAndrew Uren, like I said, has got a family who's, is it Emerson's grandfather raced in the British Touring Car Championship a long time ago. Jeff Uren, who was one of the British Touring Car Championships first ever superstars back in the late 1950s. We've got another bona fide superstar in the paddock in the form of Mike Chittenden, who is wandering around. He was helping Greg Caton, although Greg has not made it out today. Saw Mike in the paddock this morning, still looking very sprightly in his 80s, and still preparing historic Super Saloon cars to a race-winning standard. And we wait and watch. Speaking of Paul Carr there, he's got his one hand on the fencing down the right-hand side of your screen. I, for one, cannot wait to see the new Silverstone kart circuit come to fruition. Paul is involved heavily in the design of that circuit, but Anthony Jordan has got our Micromax top 3 down in their pits.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down here in Parc Fermé with our race winner at the end of that one, Emerson McAndrew-Urin. Well, what a race that was, all the way to the checkered flag, but you are able to get away with the race win. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's talk about the last couple of laps on that one. It was a tough fight all the way to the end. What were the moments that really caught your eye?
Well, we just had to push away, and then last lap it was always going to come down to who isn't behind and who could attack.
Kimbolton's always one of those circuits where it's tough to attack, it's tough to defend as well, because it's such an open and fast track. Do you reckon it's one you'd like to see on the calendar again in years to come?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about the championship as well, because, you know, it's a long way to go, but a great way to start the season.
Yeah. I hope I can carry on doing what I've done this week and just continue doing that to win the championship.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad for doing the kart, Time Engines, DHR, and all of my family, and Eddie and Sam and Sean.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations. Well done. Excellent. Let's chat to our man in second place, Oliver Spencer. Well, Ollie, what a weekend you've had, because you've certainly been proving that you've got the pace out there. You were flying in the pre-final and then through into the final. A brilliant race still.
Yeah, the pre-final we went from 17th to 2nd from disqualification in Heat 2, so it was really good improvement.
Very big improvement as well, and you know, all the way throughout this weekend you've been very quick and showing that you've got what you needed to do, and you know, it's a long championship again. A second place, still a solid result, isn't it?
Yeah, try and go for the championship win this year, so 4 more rounds to go, so it's okay.
It's more than okay, it's fantastic, isn't it? Plenty of time left to go in the championship. Is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Mike, Rob, Alex, Sinji, KR Engines, and my dad and everyone else who supported me.
Excellent. Make sure you get the hairdryer on that hair again, get it sorted out. Perfect. Helmet hair is one of them. Let's go all the way down. Look like everywhere. All the teammates following here. Well, Edward Haynes for RCE. Well, congratulations, coming away P3.
It's all right race, but
Hey, it's a solid race, wasn't it? You had to fight all the way throughout. You were a lot of hand gestures, a lot of talking. What was going through your mind there?
I just wanted Max to push me so I could try and catch up, but it was just they were too far away.
Yeah, it was a long way. Max is here, isn't it? Come on, Max, come on in. So he was waving his hands around. What were you thinking?
I thought I was quicker, so I wanted to get past and him to push me so we could get further up there. I knew we weren't going to catch them because they had a very big gap. So I just wanted him to push me because I thought I was quicker. So I tried to break away, but at one point I did try, but it didn't work. So
is that true?
Yes, it is.
But a tough race for both of you, wasn't it? But you come away with a P3. It's a solid result still. You come away with decent points and you get to enjoy the podium a bit later on, don't you? Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yes, I'd like to thank Jordan at Force, Dave at RCE. I'd like to thank my family and Adam, my mechanic, and I've done that. Well, all my sponsors like Wellbro and MKM and stuff.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations. Well done, guys. Well done to all the grid out there for Micromax. A brilliant start to the season for the entire category. And of course, plenty more races to go. We go from some of the slowest karts, some of the fastest. KZ2 is coming up next.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I've got to say, well done, those Micromax drivers. Fantastic, fantastic interviews at the end of the race. Now, before we get into the next section, we're waiting for KZ2 to be going out. A couple of other little comments coming in. Remy Gilbert asking, what does Henry think of the driving standards at Wilton Mill? Well, I was, yes, they were driving and there was some standards. We can't say quite what they were. That was at a Wilton Mill Kart Club event. I was a bit shocked, shall we say the least. And Paul Lansley, yes, how could I forget that Josh Turnbull's granddad, Rob Turnbull, was a legendary British hill climber. His career going up the hills at places like Sharlsey Walsh and Wiscombe Park and what have you spanned from 1975 to 2012, and he did it in hill climbing with some of Keith Duckworth's finest Cosworth DFV engines in the back of his hill climb car. There is a clip on YouTube of having a rather big accident at Wiscombe Park for those of you that like hill climbs. Speaking of hill climbs, one of these KZ2 karts in the hands of Tom Longfield did the Sharlsey Walsh hill climb a couple of years ago and stunned onlookers with their favourite drivers. First shout out of the day to management. Good luck to all management. Drivers.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Are we going to have an O, or is it going to be an R for the O drivers, OH management drivers? Now, let's focus on some of the KZ2s. There is 2020 British Senior Rotax champion and 4 seed in KZ2 last year, Morgan Porter. Great to see he's got the Ashley Todd Mark AMT logo on his crash helmet, remembering Ashley still. I got it wrong earlier, Anthony, when I said only 3 young ladies had ever stood at a podium at the British Championship. Jessica Edgar, Ella Stevens and Sukhmani Kira. I was wrong because Olivia Jenkins also. So only 4 females, but only one of them has ever stood at the top step of the podium, and that was Jessica Edgar in Mini X30. None in British Gearbox Racing, the KZ2 Short Circuit British Championship, having won, and there is the lady that could make it happen. Ella Stevens, 16 years old. She's only got 15 minutes of the fastest and most intense racing and the best field of drivers, including 8 of last year's top 10 in the country to beat. Only. Let's have a look at how KZ2 line up.
Yes, indeed. KZ2, race 27, the finale at round 1 for the championship. Ella Stevens goes from pole position. Tom Adams starts alongside. Miles Murphy and Charlie Turner go from the second row with Derek Morgan and Josh Price. Hopefully that kart stays intact.
Lee Ward and Joe Charlton go from row number 4, Dan McEwen and Morgan Porter on row 5, Ashley Lewis and Nat Thomas on row 6.
Row number 7, we'll see Hannah Lang and Ryan Green, the privateer driver, alongside. James Glenister and Charlie Cole had a good day earlier on. It's all gone wrong later on, with Charlie Cole's having an engine problem, and the same with James Glenister. They go from row 8. Greg Caton and Sam Ward potentially could be out on circuit. I'm looking at the timing screen.
I think not. Oh dear, Charlie Cole. The engine is still not working. James Glenister also slow away, although if he's got a new engine in that kart, then he's got to bed that in. So we could be down. We've not got Sam Ward. We've not got Greg Caton. At the moment, we don't have Charlie Cole. Go. Yes, we do. So we will get a full complement of drivers. A quick question coming in, Nick Meister. Am I coming out for the next Dubai O plate? Yes, I am. Unlucky. You got to put up with me again at the Dubai Auto. Hello to everybody at Al Ain Raceway, Guy Sheffield and his team, and to David Bright at the Dubai Autodrome.
Do let me know if you need a hand with that one. I'd like to work on my tan.
Well, Mr. Bright, consider yourself hired as long as we can find the pennies.
Yes. There we go. James Close, is he okay?
I don't think he is. He's starting at the back.
Yeah.
Now, of course, these KZ2 engines, you can't just bolt a new engine on and then give it the beans.
They're going round again as well.
Yes, that's going to help. You have to. These are very delicate pieces of equipment.
Yes.
And you can't just give it the beans. Now, good luck to Tristan Powell. We'll see Tristan later on. Nathan Guzzi. Do you know something? I've got this statistics book. It would help. Yes, of course. Jessica White.
Yes.
She won the
final.
final.
How did you forget that one?
It was the best race.
It was the best race.
It's the most viewed clip on Alpha Live, about 250,000 people. Well, do you know? Okay, Nathan and audience, you catch my drift. This is a very significant
There's not
race.
many.
There's not many, and we keep pushing for more women in motorsport. And you know, this is one of the only sports that go-kart does not know if it's a man or a woman, a boy or a girl driving it.
To make you feel better, when was the last time a female won a British Kart Championship round in KZ2?
Never. I got that bit right. Les Latham, thank you for the information online. Hope you're doing well, sir. Oh, right. Now I've been corrected by all our audience and my co-commentator and the 7 Micromax children in the paddock. They're also wrong. It's about time I retired, isn't it?
No, never.
This is still an important, significant, potentially significant race.
Yes.
Not because of what's going to because of look at the drivers in the race. Oh boy, Tom Adams, it's going to be his 18th birthday in a couple of days' time, and we're going to have an early birthday present for Tom in the number 3 kart. I love the way they just sit with their hands on. Someone's out of position. That'll be Miles Murphy. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good luck. Good luck.
Good luck lifting the back of one of these KZ2 karts, Mr. Marshall. Right. Lights are out. Off we go.
Great start then from from Tom Adams, who gets away very, very well, holds on to the race lead down in towards turn 1. Concertina effect comes into play here as all 3 of them just try and fight for that inside line. Everyone gets through Stowe well. Everyone gets through the Willows well. Down the back straight in towards Dan Weldon, and Tom Adams leads the way well. Charlie Turner there in 3rd place. Ella Stevens holds on to 2nd as they make their way round. Eddie dives down the inside here in towards Kestrel Corner. No, everyone thinks against it as the first lap nears completion. Adams leads the way, but now it's starting to kick off for 3rd place as Charlie Turner under pressure here as Ella Stevens gets nerfed out of the way, and she's down 3, maybe 4 positions here in this final.
And the rest of the KZ2 drivers know that Ella Stevens has had the edge in terms of pace all weekend. They are not going to give her an inch if they could possibly help it, because they think if she gets clear track in front of her, she could go. It's safe to say, to quote the legendary, the late great Sid Waddell, the KZ2 drivers wouldn't give Ella Stevens. And there's a problem there. That's Lee Ward into Miles Murphy, and that's the 3rd crash of the weekend for Miles Murphy. I say the rest of KZ2 field, they wouldn't give Ella Stevens a drip of sweat off their forehead as she was dying of thirst. They are going to make it very, very hard because they know how quick that number 28 Jade kart is.
Well, already drama. 2 drivers out of this one. Lee Ward, Miles Murphy now down at the back of the grid. Nat Thomas leading up the rest of the field from Hannah Lang. Charlie Cole just in 12th place from James Glenister on that recovery drive from Ryan Green. Ashley Lewis, Morgan Porter. And, well, at the moment, the battle for the lead still very much raging on. Charlie Turner, who won the championship here, remember, last year in September at Kimbolton, now finds himself leading the race as he goes down the inside at turn number 1. And Josh Price tries to get the move done as well, and Tom Adams can't do it, and he slots back into 3rd place, and now the whole field just slots into position. Joe Charlton, much better off in this final, up into P4.
Started the pre-final last, got himself up to 8th, and has now already gained 4 more places in that number 51, the Energy chassis, as Price looks to the inside of Adams going into Kestrel Corner. Adams holds him off. Stevens there in 5th position. Joe Charlton, the 2020 British champion, closing in on the podium. There's that shot. What was that line that Guy Martin said? Fast enough to suck a rabbit out of a hedge. That was an Isle of Man TT reference, in case you were wondering, boys and girls. Oh, Price isn't
So
giving
quick.
up. Yeah,
No,
the
he's
Moore
so
racing team, and you know the entire Moore family, the ones that aren't here at the paddock, are watching back home. Josh Price has not had a podium finish. A couple of years ago, he was Jason Plato's teammate, the British Touring Car Championship. And Charlie Turner and Tom Adams are like, we care not one jot. We are the kings of this castle. As we go through the willows on lap number 5, Charlie Cole.
Despite the teething issues.
Yes, well, the teething issue or lack of teeth that were left on the sprocket of the car when the engine went wang.
How did it go again?
Wang.
Thank you.
Like
Yeah, fastest lap of the race.
Like a strangled cat.
Great,
the whole field. Ryan Green, privateer driver on that the DR kart, the Danilo Rossi chassis. He has been in and around this sport for a long time. He's finally made it up into the main class, running in 12th, just ahead of Hannah Lang. Nat Thomas. Ella Stevens makes a move, and that is, she had dropped back behind Derek Morgan, so Ella back into the 5th position. Someone saying from the Isle of Man, congratulations, well done. Someone's got to be. The Peel Grand Prix, ooh, look it up. That was some proper racing. Street circuit at Peel.
What was that, karting?
Karting.
Yeah,
oh, yes.
I think I've seen some footage of that one.
Oh, you would have.
Absolutely terrifying it looked.
And it was.
I think they need to bring that back.
Yes. It stopped in 2003 after there was a couple of nasty accidents.
Oh, well, I can imagine, yes.
Oh dear, that is not the greatest advert for Demon Tweaks, I've got to say. Well, at least Miles at the DC, he's thinking of the sponsors, always thinking of the sponsors. I'm going to park my broken go-kart in front of them.
Product placement is key.
Now, Josh Price is on a mission. Here we go. Now, we've talked about how unlucky Josh Price is. Let's not put the curse of the commentator on him, even though I sort of just have. He's driving superbly. And will he make the move? Charlie Turner, another 35.37 for Charlie Turner, for Charlie Cole, and that puts Cole up into P11.
Yeah, so Cole working hard out there at the moment. Back with your race leaders, and it's just absolutely line astern here between the three of them, Turner, Price and Adams. And really, Charlton's there in P4 with that nice little buffer between the two of them, ready to pick up any pieces that may...
fall his way.
Yeah.
Motorsport Magpie asked, who's the oldest driver to ever compete in the British Championships? I don't know the modern era of the British Championships. I do remember Bobby Game when he was about 46 years old racing in KGP back in about 2014, 2015. But I'm sure there's been older back in the day, long before even my time. But certainly there's... you stumped me. But then again, I get stumped even if I've got the answers in front of me because I'm not the brightest spark in the plug.
Yeah. Here we go then. 9 minutes to go plus 1 lap. And as you see, the drivers again just trying to get themselves done. Just so quick.
And that's when they're braking for Stoke Corner.
That's in the braking zone.
This is the camera crew here at Alpha Life that do a fantastic job, I have to say. Joe Charlton is now ahead of Ella Stevens. Well, he's still ahead. Ella Stevens tried to close in. Morgan Porter.
Now, is that a breakdown? I think it is, to be honest.
Yep, it's a stoppage, and it's happened halfway down the Amitsu Straight. You can see Lee Ward and Miles Murphy watching from that marshal post there. Josh Price. So, well, we've got 2 out of the 3 more racing karts no longer in this race. The only surviving more racing entry is about 3 inches off race leader Charlie Turner's rear bumper. There he is, Josh Price. Kart 27. Charlie Turner driving defensively, not pulling away.
Yeah, I think, he's trying to really put that kart in a position where Price is going to try and go for a move, but Price unable to actually get it done. Let's watch them down the Yamitsu Straight here, because I think last time when I looked out the commentary box window, I thought Price had actually tried to go for the move in towards Dan Weldon corner, and no, not this time, stays behind.
Turner is just, there's very little room to make a move there, but when I watch Turner, so coming into Kimbolton corner now, look how close he goes to the inside line. He's driving defensively. That is doing two things. Number one, obviously, it's protecting his own position. Number two, it's keeping Tom Adams in third place right in the thick of the battle, which is making Josh Price think twice about moving offline to make a bit of a more audacious lunge on the race leader. The top 7 are separated by less than 2 seconds. Here's Ella Stevens. Almost like, it's like they talk about in Formula 1, it's like a DRS train. It's very difficult. You've got Joe Charlton in 4th. Here comes Ella Stevens who's having a look at Joe Charlton. Joe Charlton hanging on to P4. Stevens in 5th. Glenister up to 6th. And Derek Morgan in 7th. Charlie Cole from the back of the grid to 8th. Is 2.1 seconds off the lead, and his teammate Dan McEwen is 9th, 2.6 seconds off the lead. There's Stevens to the inside. Okay, Ella Stevens now up into P4. Joe Charlton has to now defend against James Glenister, and look at the way that Stevens is pulling away. We've got 6 minutes to go, plenty of time, Anthony Jordan.
Yes, indeed, plenty of time. That gap, we'll see it as they cross the line. 1.6 seconds when they broke the last timing beam. Let's see what it will be when they next cross the start-finish line as this battle here. There's Charlie Cole up into P8 now as he sizes his way through the field. Still with that fastest lap of the race. It's now 1.5 seconds, so that gap is ever increasing and closing between Stevens and Tom Adams. Keep an eye on it, because visibly out the window, look at that, about 15 kart lengths. Ella Stevens has opened up already at the space of 1 lap.
Yes, indeed. So let's look at the lap times. Last time around, Charlie Turner 35.5, Price 35.5, Adams 35.39. Ella Stevens, as well as making the moves, a 35.4. Now let's look again. It's a 35.5 for the top 3. It's a 35.2 for Ella Stevens. 0.3 of a second quicker than the trio of karts in front of her. The Maranello chassis of Charlie Turner. The Birrell ART, the KR, the Kart Republic chassis of Josh Price. Then another Maranello of Tom Adams, and then the Birrell ART of that young lady there, Ella Stevens.
Well, let's see what happens. Still just under 5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. And you saw how difficult it was to get past Joe Charlton earlier on.
New fastest lap, sorry, Anthony, 35.16. Guess who?
Ella Stevens.
Correct.
There it is on your screens. So she's working very, very well out there, and it's latched on.
Charlton.
And oh, dear me.
Charlton
another mechanical.
Has stopped the mechanical issue. Oh, that's going to promote Glenister into 5th. It's going to promote Morgan to 6th, Cole to 7th, McEwen to 8th, Green to 9th, Ashley Lewis to 10th, Hannah Lang to 11th, and Nat Thomas up into 12th. Ella Stevens has caught Tom Adams. Now, will she go for the move?
Well, let's see, down in towards Stowe Corner, and no, not able to get it done. Everyone now is just holding that middle racing line. There is Joe Charlton just going in front of the shot there. Adams checks over the shoulder now, sees Stevens is there, goes defensive slightly in towards Dan Weldon Corner. Stevens not able to do anything about that one. Of course, she's got the momentum here now. She doesn't want to lose that momentum now. She wants to maintain it and instantly try and get past. But at the moment, they're making that very, very difficult. Turner still defending, which means they're not actually losing touch, crucially.
Yeah, and if I was Charlie, now is Charlie Turner's chance to press the go button and, like, pull away a little bit.
Yeah.
Because Adams is getting caught up, although Price is, sorry, it was Price's chance to make a move. Because Adams is focusing on defending a little bit, and although Adams catches Price very quickly there going down the Amitsu straight. 3 minutes to go, the top 4, and look at, don't count James Glenister out yet.
No, definitely not, because he's right there, and I would say he's actually started to close
there's
it
a
now.
move.
Oh, there it is. Stevens up into 3rd place now, just down the inside there through Kimbolton Corner, and is now up onto the top 3 spot of the podium. Charlie Cole once again with the fastest lap of the race. The Jade Racing team sure know how to set up a wagon here, don't they?
Absolutely. Can they set up a win? That's the remaining question. Ella Stevens has got to get past ex-British touring car driver and British Rotax champion back in the day, Josh Price, and current reigning and defending British KZ2 Gearbox champion Charlie Turner. That's all.
That's
and
all.
She's got 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to do it. But this is why we love karting. It's so close, so competitive. You cannot take your eyes off it for a minute. Charlie Cole, 35.10. He's for a second-year driver. There he is. That driver there, kart number 9, is in electric form. 2, 4, 6 karts within the space of 2.1 seconds after 21.5 laps of racing, and it's not over yet, Anthony.
It's very much not over there. You can see now the pressure coming on and down the inside here and towards Stowe Corner, and Stevens gets it done, and Price tries to fight back but can't get it done. 1 minute 40 seconds left on the timer, and now Ella Stevens is back there in P2. She started this race on pole position, got squeezed back into the field as drivers did not want to give her any opportunity to try and break away in this one. And it all comes down to the final few minutes of this race. Turner still leads and has done exactly what he's needed to do, maintain track position, held on to it. It's been a championship drive from Turner, who's used to this sort of position.
Why has Charlie Turner got the number 1 plate on his kart?
Well, exactly.
We're watching why. He has put that kart in the correct place every single corner for every single lap for the last 23.5 laps. Can he hold off Ella Stevens? Ella looks to the inside, going down through the gears into Kestrel Corner. This is where Turner has been consistently defensive. Ella gets a good run coming out to the final corner onto the Hines straight. Turner begins to defend. 30 seconds to go. Ella Stevens trying the crossover move for the race lead. Does she make it? Yes, she does. New leader, Ella Stevens.
Wow, what a move that was. And Turner did everything he could do. Dive to the inside to try and maintain that position. Crucially, that's backed everyone back up now. Price is back into play. Glenister is into play. Who's that just behind? It's Charlie Cole.
Unbelievable. The two drivers start at the back of the field. Glenister and Cole are fighting for a place on the podium. Josh Price has driven magnificently. He's got 5 seconds. Next time around, it'll be the last lap board. Price now fighting for his life to stay on the podium. Here comes James Glennis at the inside for P3. Price back to 4th. Cole and Adams has fallen all the way back to 6th position.
Well, the timer strikes 0. Cole's going to try and get the move done here on Price. And I've got to say, Price has done an absolutely fantastic job here in this race. He's still there, P4. This would be probably, what is his best result so far in KZ2?
Well, still, Josh Price.
Yeah.
It would be right up there. Yeah, he hasn't had a podium in KZ2 as far as I'm aware. I'll check my stats in a bit, but I can't take my eyes off this race. We start the final lap. We start lap 26. Ella Stevens stands on the precipice of glory. Down the Yamitsu straight, up to the gears, 85, 90, 95 miles an hour. Down through Dan Weldon Corner and out. Alice Powell, Abby Pulling and other ladies who have been supporting this young girl's career will be watching, they will be standing, and they will be cheering for Ella Stevens, race winner in the British KZ2 gearbox class as a 16-year-old on her championship debut. And from starting out as a Bambino driver at Landau to the top of the British podium in the Premier class of British karting, the Jade Racing team, Scott Allen, Mark Allen, Ross Allen have done it again, and she has, well, the best of British have thrown all they can at that young lady, and she has emerged with her head and shoulders just above them. Charlie Turner, James Glenister, Josh Price, etc., etc. Game on for 2023. Turner begins his championship defence with a very, very good second place finish, and Josh Price is on the podium for more racing after several years of nothing but trouble. Price is a podium finisher. Glenister from the back of the grid finishes in 4th position. Charlie Cole is 5th. Tom Adams, who celebrates his 18th birthday, finishes in 6th position. Del Boy Derek Morgan in 7th. then it's Dan McEwen, Ryan Green, Ashley Lewis, and Hannah Lang. 2 ladies in the top 12. Let's not forget Hannah, who has been a support of this class. She was the fastest lady in British short circuit karting for many years. She has now got some company as well. It is 11th for Hannah and the MK Racing team. Nat Thomas on his debut finishing 12th. Sadly, Miles Murphy, you're seeing on your screen there, walking back, was one of several drivers who failed to finish, alongside Joe Charlton, Morgan Porter, Lee Ward, Greg Caton, Sam Moore. Failed to start. I see Corey Stevens. Fair play to you, Corey. You called the win for Ella halfway through that race. And, you know, there's the spectator stands are now sort of breathing a sigh of relief. The KZ2 contenders have all made their way back to the pits. Now we've got the Rotax contenders up there. I can see in the Sodi Kart cap there, the black with the orange logo and the white writing on it. That's Scott Marsh, the reigning junior Rotax Grand Finals winner. There's Mr. Malotti. But, Ella Stevens doesn't like doing interviews. But Anthony Jordan's not going to give her a choice now. She has to, because she's a winner.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down in Parc Fermé here with our race winner, Ella Stevens. Well, congratulations. We were speaking earlier on in the week. You think, could you come away with a race win? You're thinking, no, there's not a chance. And you go and do a drive like that. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I was not expecting to do this well, but after I've finished first in every race, and it's been great. So.
The guys at Jade have certainly given you a fantastic kart to race on, and like you say, starting the season with a bang there. It was a shaky start to the day, though, today with, what was it, a jump start on the line?
Yeah, I got a 5-second penalty in the second heat, but I soon come back from that.
Yeah. Definitely so. I mean, bouncing back is such a strong way of racing, and you came away well in that one. Pole position at the start of the day, race win your first one, obviously penalty, but then coming away with both the pre-final and the final. A solid start to the season. Congratulations. Is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, my family, my mechanic, Ross, and all the team, Jade, and Alice Powell, because she's here looking after me.
Excellent. Congratulations. Well done, Ella Stevens. Brilliant result. Let's chat to last year's champion who won it here, Charlie Turner. Well, again, a solid result. You led the race for the majority of it, doing exactly what you need to do. It looked tough out there. You constantly had pressure from behind.
Yeah, I gave it everything. We just didn't have the pace to beat Ella this weekend. Congratulations to her. She drove really well her first race, made no mistakes. She caught me by surprise. We was getting towards the end of the race, and 1 minute there was no one behind me. Next thing you know, she's right behind me and had to defend going into the first corner. And she must have got the cut back on me, so I didn't go down in another gear, and I think she got better traction than me, and she just got ahead of me. So, and then by then I was hoping to try and catch her back up again, but she's just so fast.
Very quick indeed. But like you say, it's still been a solid weekend for you. Coming back from last year, you're still fighting for the championship this year. And again, is it something you can get away with again? You're going to fight for it hard?
We'll give it everything, of course, but it's been a great birthday weekend as well, so
yes.
It's been a great weekend, I think. So I'd like to thank Rush Performance for a great comeback in the final. We didn't really have the pace in the heats, but made great progress, so thank you to them. We thank you to Brian, thank you to Ollie, my mechanic, and my dad for the support this weekend.
No, brilliant result. You shouldn't say happy birthday around me because I might start singing it. No, brilliant. Cheers, Charlie.
Thank you very much, mate.
Excellent. Let's chat to our man in third place who, well, has had quite an up and down weekend, James Glenister. We were talking just very briefly before the cameras came on us, you know, mechanical gremlins, but you fought back on that one and come away with a P3.
Yeah, luckily, well, obviously a 15-minute race helps a lot that you can just sort of pace yourself, but yeah, the competition this year is a hell of a lot closer than last year, so it's a bit more difficult getting through. But yeah, so you can see I'm probably absolutely shattered. Yeah, and you have to, when you're obviously trying to get through the field, you have to take different lines that you wouldn't want to usually take, and then that overheats the tyres. And probably 5 laps from the end, then I didn't really have any more to probably get Charlie or Ella. So yeah, but they drove fantastic, both of them, especially Ella. She halfway through the race, it's like she flicked a switch and then just got on with it.
Yeah. Got released from the pack behind and then off she went. But, you know, this season, it's a short season, of course, only the 4 rounds. But, like you say, it's a very challenging one. Lots to happen. Are we still looking forward for the rest of the season?
Oh, no, definitely, yeah. Glanny Gore's next. I had a bit of a bad round there last year, so hopefully I can sort of redeem myself this year, next month there.
When you get a corner called Devil's Elbow, it's certainly a track that plays well. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, Brian Rush for the engines and obviously the setting up everything for the team. Basically, he does a fantastic job. Spencer, my mechanic, he's even though we've had gremlins, it's not been his fault this weekend. It's just things that happened. And yeah, my mum and dad for supporting it, basically.
Congratulations. Well done, P3 for James Glenister on that one. Well done. Well, there's plenty more races to go. Stay with us as the next one is coming up very soon. Back to you, Henry.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 2 races to go. Junior Rotax up next. We started with 76 drivers. We have whittled them down to 34. A history lesson before we get into the drivers that we're looking at on screen. Dan Holland Racing have 12 Junior Rotax wins. The only team with more than 5 is Coles Racing, the most successful Junior Rotax driver of all. Kai Hunter, 8 wins. Nobody else has got more than 3. Dan Ginchard has 3. Tom Adams, we've just seen, has 2 wins. Matthew Higgins has 2. Archie Walker has 2. Brandon Carr has 2. And there's a whole host of newcomers that are potentially going to open their victory count. Ethan Jeff Hall's got 1 podium, a second. Gustav Usakov's a first and a second in his junior career. He is out there. Macaulay Bishop has 1 win. He starts from pole position. Everybody else is looking for their first junior Rotax podium, but we have lots and lots of other very, very talented drivers about to go out. There is a look at some of the Strawberry Racing team. There's Donnelly just moving out of the way of number 46, and number 46 is our Australian-Hungarian driver, Armand Hamilton. Let's have a quick look at the starting lineup.
Here we go then, Junior Rotax race 28 final about to take to the circuit, and there, starting on pole position, the O-Plate, Macaulay Bishop, Ewan Charman starting alongside. What can they do? Joshua Graham and Gustav Uzakov take to go from row 2, and Armand Hamilton and Archie Clark round out row number 3.
Row 4, Thomas Min-Spearing and Cian Geraghty, then Joshua Smith and William Antrobus rounding out the top 10. Former Minimax and European Junior Rotax champion Ethan Jeff Hall on row 6 with Hugh Bolton.
Jack Hobson and Lizzie Mentier go from row 7, from Thomas Behrman and Aidan Hassan. Ollie Stevens and Harry Hannon round out the next 3 rows.
Harrison Whitcomb and Tommy Harfield round out your top 20 ahead of Joe Rippin, Freddie Ingram, Lewis Goff and Timo Jungling.
Reg Haywood and Leon Hasty go from row 13, with Noah Wolf and Harrison Crowther taking row 14. Joshua Turnbull and Lucas Blanford rounding out row 15, with James Shotton, Will Murphy, Finn Leslie and Ethan Head rounding out the 17 rows, 34 drivers. And a long old race ahead of us.
Indeed it is. Are we going to get a clean
start?
It's a false start already. That's time to breathe. Macaulay Bishop, 5 British Championship wins. I'm just glancing at my stats book. Has he got 5 or has he got 6? No, he's got 7. He's got 7. They have come in IAMI Cadet, Mini X30, Junior X30, Junior Rotax, and he had another one in Micromax, which isn't an official record. No one else has won races in as many classes as Macaulay Bishop. He is already the British Open champion. Ewan Charman, last time we saw Ewan Charman atop the podium was back in his Honda Cadet days, I believe. He starts on the outside of row 1. Joshua Graham, another Honda Cadet race winner in the British Championship. Gustav Usakov's and a winner here. Where is Usakov's? There he is in the number 4 Kart. Armand Hamilton and Archie Clark for the defending junior Rotax champion team, KR Sport. And lights are out, we're off and racing. Bishop holds the inside line. Around the outside goes the Charmander, Ewan Charman, but Bishop holds on. And Constantine Reflect, the back of the pack. There's 3 or 4 wide. It's the number 69 Kart facing backwards.
And the
that's
25,
Freddie Ingram.
Timo Youngling out the Kart. And there's another Kart there as well.
It's a Thule Motorsport Kart. It's Leon Hasty, the S-Brake, the Scottish champion. But they're all getting back in the karts and still in the race. As, at the front of the field there, that looks like the number 87 kart of Thomas Behrman, brother of Oliver Behrman, current GP2 championship leader, is he possibly? I know he won everything there was to win at Azerbaijan lately. Thomas Behrman there making a move further down the junior Rotax back there, still 2 wide, still 3 wide. And it's Bishop from not 1, not 2, but 3 Argenti Motorsport karts, because Thomas Min Spearing has moved up into P3 in kart number 78.
Yeah, 4 places gained on that first lap for Min Spearing. So the number 78 Argenti Motorsport driver doing a fabulous job. There he is on your screens, just going through the shot. There is Joshua Graham under pressure from Armand Hamilton and Gustav Uzakovs. Archie Clark has not had the best set. He's dropped down to 7th place. Keane Garrity still there in 8th from Joshua Smith. Ethan Jeff Hall up 1 position, now into the top 10.
There's a move down at Kimbolton corner. That was Armand Hamilton passing Joshua Graham for 4th position. No, he was Joshua Graham just about held off. Now Armand Hamilton goes to the inside again. There's Lizzie Mentier in kart number 50. The 54 flashed through your screen. That's Joe Rippin. Further back in the pack, right then, we've got Vorza Edit saying Tristan Powell says good luck to Macaulay Bishop. James Bell Racing that he's confirmed for us that Finn Leslie's going to win this one from last of the grid. Not sure about that. And George Bagley saying go Harrison Whitcomb. There's a Welshman supporting a Welshman.
Thank you.
Mackenzie Cree saying go on Coley and Lizzie.
5-second time penalty going out to James Shotton, the number 71.
I think that's possibly because James Shotton took a shot at the rear bumper of a kart coming into turn number 1.
Yes.
It caused a bit of a concertina effect on the opening lap of the race. I've got to make sure whatever Maisie Creed Racing says, I say, because she gets upset at me if I don't say it.
Yes.
There you go, Maisie. I've said it.
Spearing and Charman are battling away. That's allowing Bishop to break away here. And again, they don't want it. The 2 teammates nearly colliding as they go in towards Derek Corner. Oh, that is not what you want to be doing to your teammates, and the drivers behind are going to be closing in. There's a breakdown on the start-finish straight.
Danny Sweeney, look away now, because Thomas Min Spearing sent one at the inside of Ewan Charman going into Derek's corner there, and they have both lost ground.
I'm looking at the commentary box window. It's very red-faced, and I don't think that's because of the sun. Anyway, down the start-finish straight they go.
There are tyres that are being dislodged. Now, coming out of the Willows, there's grass all over the outside of the circuit. Someone's gone off, and we have 5-second penalty for Finn Leslie. Sorry, who was that? James Bell Racing. I can't see Finn Leslie going from last to first and winning by more than 5 seconds. We have lost a Coles Racing kart. I think that might be Harrison Crowther.
Yes,
Noah Wolf hasn't started. We didn't see Noah Wolf because he had that puncture at the end of the pre-final, and surprisingly Noah Wolf is not out there. And there is Gustav Uzakovs up the inside of Ewan Charman. Meanwhile, the battling between Min Spearing and Ewan Charman has allowed Macaulay Bishop to jump out to a 1.3 second win. I don't want to say I'm going to...
When was the last time you saw Bishop have a lead like this and not win?
That's a very good, easy answer. It's never.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert. Danny Curl and Oliver Greenall both have 8 wins the British Championship, along with Chris Whitton. They are joint second in the all-time win list behind Kai Hunter, who has 14 wins. Macaulay Bishop is under 12 minutes away from joining them on that list.
Yes, he is indeed. Cross the line they go. The gap 1.4, now 1.3 from Min Spearing. Uzakov still there as Ethan Jeff Hall takes the fastest lap of the race in a moment there for Ewan Charman in through Stowe Corner. The back end of the kart stepping out from him.
Okay, so there is Ethan Jeff Hall in kart number 5, battling his way through up into 8th position, just passing Archie Clark, so that moves him into 7th. Mechanical failure for William Antrobus. The weekend started so well for driver 57, William Antrobus, and the Sam Pollock Racing team, leading time qualifying. So there's Josh Graham, he's dropped back here. At one point in this race, Argenti Motorsport ran 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And if they had worked together, they could have taken the fight to Macaulay Bishop. This is not being overly critical of individual drivers, but you've got to say it as you see it. Between them, Min Spearing, Ewan Charman and Josh Graham have sort of handed this race to Macaulay Bishop on a plate. Min Spearing is 2nd, and this would be his best career result, but he's 1.5 seconds behind Bishop. The gap is growing ever so slightly. Charman, who was running 2nd and then got sort of forced offline by Min Spearing, has dropped back to 4th, and Graham has dropped all the way back to 10th place in the number 88 kart, and I'm not quite sure all is well with that kart. It's one of those things, and that's going to be something that the team need to work on with these drivers. They've got 3 very fast drivers. Kenzo Craigie, add that to the list as well. Fast junior Rotax Argenti Motorsport drivers, but they have to learn to work together a little bit better, in my opinion.
Yes.
Which counts for whatever.
Probably nothing.
Now, let's have a little look. Yeah, exactly.
No,
you know,
no.
You've got to say it as you see it. You say the positives and the negatives as well. Josh Turnbull is picking them up and putting them down. He is up into 17th place now. Finn Leslie is 16th, but that is a 5-second penalty. Will push Finn back to 28th place. Leon Hasty, Timo Jungling, Harry the Lion, Hannum, here we go! Dear!
That
looked
was like
Graham.
brake failure, but no.
That was, well, Graham would be thinking that was a failure of intelligence on one of his rivals. It looked as though he was pushed. He was looking, oh, well, we haven't got a replay, probably quite as well, but Graham plummeting down the order.
Yes, indeed. So 8 minutes to go. And, well, this race certainly getting very interesting. There on your screens, the 50 of Lizzie Mentier, who's in P12 at the moment after gaining 2 places. Finn Leslie is up 17 positions, but has that 5-second time penalty. As well, James Shotton, also a driver who's up several positions, also has a 5-second time penalty. So the 2 drivers who have seen that they have penalties have certainly pulled the plug, or pulled the pin,
Absolutely, absolutely. A lot of comments coming in. We really appreciate all the comments about the karting. If you don't want to talk about karting, leave. How's that, Harry YT? Off you trot. Macaulay Bishop leading by 1.2 seconds. Yes, Thomas Min Spearing is, oh, dare I say, he's closing in. He's closing in. Only by inches. There's Lizzie Mentier for the Jack Dex Racing Team in kart number 50. Lizzie battling Jack Hobson. Can Jack Hobson, well, he's done a rally driving course.
As any Tyrone.
Course I have. And he's there in battling for a place in the top 10.
William Murphy now with the fastest lap of the race. William Murphy, can I stress, is in 23rd place with the fastest lap of the race. Archie Clark now seeing a 5-second time penalty.
Oh, so that's going to push him out of the top 10 for the KR Sport team. That's going to move Joshua Smith up into 8th. It's going to move Hobson to 9th, Mentier to 10th, and it's going to move Harrison Whitcomb into 11th position. Rippin, Hassan, Graham, Turnbull, Leslie, Goff, Shotton, Stevens, Hayward, Big Reg Hayward in 2030 because he's tall. That's
yes.
Why, yeah, you know that. You know how we do. Blandford, Murphy, Ingram, Moulton, Harfield, Head, Behrman, Harry the Lion, Youngling and Hasty round out the drivers still running. We've got 31 in the race, 3 out of it. William Antrobus, Harrison Crowther and Noah Wolf. Bishop's lead, Anthony. It's down to just 1.09 seconds. It goes back up by 200. He can't relax yet.
No, not at all, because that is slowly coming down, isn't it? So, still just under 6 minutes to go. Down the inside goes the number 54, gets it done. And who is that? That's Joe Rippin on Lizzie Mentier. I think it was indeed.
Joe Rippin, Harrison Whitcomb, Lizzie Mentier, and under braking it's Archie Clark. 3 wide through the willows. They all somehow come out unscathed. Behind them is that Aidan Hassan. Look at the Aidan Hassan kart, the MBM livery kart, running as a privateer.
Yep, there he is.
That kart, he's only in this race thanks to Cato Motorsport, who welded it together yesterday. There he is. Cookie will be, well, probably having a lie down in the shade somewhere. Cookie the Bulldog, star of the paddock show, coming to Joe Rippin, getting a 5-second penalty. That'll knock him out of the top 10. And so with top 10 looking good. Well, I mean, having a look there.
How
it's
many
Bishop.
have got penalties?
I think we got 4 drivers with a 5-second penalty, including Rippin in 10th, Clark in 12th, and Leslie in 17th, Shotton in 18th.
Interesting. Interesting.
Bishop's fastest lap is a 41.52. Everyone else, well, 41.47 for Min Spearing. Fast up the race, Cian Geraghty. Oh, that's the number 69 Kart out of the race. Sadly, that is Freddie Ingram's KR Sport entry.
Yeah. Harrison Whittingham with a warning flag, and yellows have come out. Oh, no, there is a yellow flag. There is a crash down at the top end of the circuit, and Battenberg flag has come out, so the race has been neutralised.
That is, yes. Now, that's the entrance to the Dan Weldon corner. Right, okay, Hugh Moulton has had an accident. Now, 3.5 minutes to go. Bishop slows the field down. I can tell you that the medical staff and the marshalling team here at the Hunts Kart Racing Club are with Hugh Moulton. He sat in his cart. There's another driver that he's gone off with. Now, he hasn't rolled the cart or anything. He sat in the cart, communicating with the marshalling team. I can see Lee Manchester, one of our clerk of the courses, out there. I think it was Freddie Ingram and Hugh Moulton had the coming together. We saw Ingram off the side of the circuit. Hugh Moulton is standing up out of the cart, shaken but not stirred. I know that his brother, what's his brother's name? His brother did the artwork for us at Kart Masters last year. His brother's always watching on, so Hugh's brother, there's Hugh's cart. That looks a bit second-hand. Luckily, Hugh isn't, so it's Hugh's brother who does that lovely little drawings for us whenever he's in the paddock. Don't panic, young man, your brother is okay.
Yeah, indeed. So, well, now, with 4 minutes to go, this is going to make it a little bit interesting as the drivers make their way out of the final corner. Green flags come back out and the race gets underway, and Bishop already with a commanding lead as they go into it, and Spearing has to go defensive, and round the outside goes Gustav Uzikovs in through turn 1, can't quite hold it, and actually drops back a couple of positions there as well. So Spearing holds on to second place and crucially is on the fight back.
Charman up to third.
Yep.
Right, our Genty Motorsport teammates, Thomas Min Spearing and Ewan Charman, you have 2 minutes and plus a lap to redeem yourselves, to work together to take the fight to Macaulay Bishop. You've been given a second chance. It does mean that all those 4 drivers that had a 5-second time penalty, they are now going to finish right down the order. Because Usakovs is there in 4th. Let's have a look. We've got Armand Hamilton in 5th. It's side by side behind him. Ethan Jeff Hall up into P5.
Joshua Smith has tumbled down the order on that restart. He goes all the way down to the back of the grid. He may have stopped somewhere on the side of the track. We'll hopefully see if he's all right. Geraghty now with the fastest lap of the race on this restart. 90 seconds left on the timing board, and you can see here what's the gap. Oh, that's definitely come down from what it was at the start of this race and the start of that restart as well. So Bishop leads. The gap's 0.3 of a second from Spearing and Charman, who are now working together as teammates to close that gap.
Yeah, Harrison, Endaf Edwards saying good luck to Harrison Whitcomb there on the live chat. There's a change. Ethan Jeff Hall up into P4. One more for Jeffy, and he is on the podium. But Bishop can't breathe easy yet. Charman in 3rd, chasing Thomas Min Spearing. Thomas Min Spearing, I don't think has had a podium finish in the British Championship. He is just a few minutes away from breaking that statistic. It's Bishop, Min Spearing, Charman, Jeff Hall, Usakovs, Geraghty for the Mark and Dave Litchfield racing team on one of his first ever times out in a Rotax. Joshua Smith in P7. Then it's Rippin, 8th, Hobson 9th, Mentia 10th, Harmon Hamilton has dropped to 11th, Hassan is 12th. But 2 of the top 10, Rippin and who was the other driver with a 5-second penalty? Rippin's definitely got a 5-second penalty, I know that much. Archie Clark's down to 13th. Joshua Smith dropping down the order as well.
There's a yellow flag in towards turn 1, and there is a car stationary at the edge of the circuit.
Oh yeah, driver's just pulled off and hasn't quite made it into the pit lane. I think that might have been, it's Lucas Blandford in the Sodi kart. 10 seconds to go. Can Thomas Min-Spearing wind that KR Kart Republic chassis for Argenti Motorsport up and give it one go at race leader Macaulay Bishop? Dan Holland Racing have just put, oh, there's Charman up the inside of his teammate. Oh, and he clips him. He clips the rear tyre of Min-Spearing. Bishop starts his final lap, and he doesn't need to defend. It's game on for second. Here comes Usakovs. Usakovs round the outside. Great move. And Ethan Jeff Hall goes up the inside.
Wow, brilliant stuff there from Usakovs. Read the road perfectly there. Just sweep the kart round the outside through Stowe, and just takes that spot and moves up into third place now. He's on the podium, and here with the new team now, Strawberry Racing for this year, and, you know, to come away with the first round with a podium will certainly look good on the old resume.
Not done yet, though, is Gustavs. The Latvian driver looks to the inside. No, here comes Ethan Jeff Hall, though, to the line. Bishop takes win number 8. The O-Plate champion, looking for a second British title, second across the line. Thomas Min-Spearing, a best career result for Thomas, and he survives a late challenge from his teammate. Gustav Usakovs comes home in third, his third British Championship podium. He's now got a first, a second, and a third. Clean sweep for Gustavs. Ethan Jeff Paul finishes P4, so Strawberry Racing, 2 drivers in the top 5. Argenti Motorsport, 2 drivers in the top 5 with Ewan Charman in 5th position. Kian Geraghty for the MDL Motorsport team. Great result for Kian in 6th position. Joe Rippin was 7th on the road for MLC Motorsport, but that will well, with that late race Battenberg flag, that will drop Joe, that 5-second penalty, back to 18th. Jack Hobson for the Ultimate R team. I know his dad Sean was looking around, looking at his empty pockets, thinking, why do I do this? Well, you do it, Sean, because Jack has just got himself a top 7 finish in the British Championship. Armand Hamilton, Australia, via Hungary to Kimbolton, and he comes away in 8th place. Aidan Hassan, top privateer. Great result. It's a top 10 finish for Aidan. You want to keep Frag out of the paddock even more. It seems only joking, Frag, but a privateer driver in the top 10 amongst a 76 kart field. Well done, Aidan Hassan. Archie Clark will also have a 5-second penalty, so up into P10 comes Wales's Harrison Whitcomb and Josh Graham. Oh, 13th of Josh Graham. Joshua Turnbull from 29th, 15th on the road. That'll be 13th with penalties up for other drivers. Finn Leslie gets a penalty, cross the line in 15th position. Lewis Goff, William Murphy, Ollie Stevens, Thomas Behrman and Timo Jungling. Jungling, well, that Battenberg flag was a great help for Timo Jungling after his first corner accident. He salvaged the top 20 finish ahead of Joshua Smith. Lizzie Mentier, now what happened to Lizzie Mentier? She was 9th going into the final lap, and she finishes 22nd. Reg Hayward, Ethan Head, Harry Hannam, Leon Hasty, James Shotton, Tommy Harfield were the other finishers. Sadly, Lucas Blanford, Freddie Ingram, Hugh Moulton, who is okay now, William Antrobus, Harrison Crowther and Noah Wolf failed to finish. Anthony Jordan is making his way down to the paddock to interview Macaulay Bishop, Thomas Min-Spearing and Gustav Usakovs. Thank you for your comments coming in. We had a great chat on the live chat. Paul Lansley supporting Josh Turnbull. Lots of support for Lizzie Mentier and Aidan Hassan. I would just remind you, let's keep things karting related. You know, I will not tolerate anybody poking fun at people's other drivers or at, you know, even their parents or anything like that. And I can, because I've got a big voice, we can report you on YouTube to Motorsport UK. There is, behind the scenes, there is a few issues going on with you know, this situation like that where drivers are having their licenses taken off them or suspended for online bullying. So please remember, we love having your input into these race meetings. You don't get many other types of British action where we interact with the viewers so much, but we must keep it clean. Anthony Jordan, remember to keep it clean. Macaulay Bishop, Thomas Min-Spearing, Gustav Usakovs down in the pits with Anthony Jordan now.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down in Park Fern, mate, with our race winner from Junior Rotax, Macaulay Bishop. Solid race, and, well, it kind of went your way from the word go in that one, didn't it? Pulled a gap and, yeah, managed to get away with it.
Yeah, I managed to get away. The gap stayed the same most of the race, and then the Battenberg come out. So we did a lap under the Battenberg, and then the restart, I think I timed it quite well. Managed to get another gap, and then just bring it home. Yeah,
indeed. Yeah, the restart there certainly went your way as well. We always say during, yellow flags and the whole pack slows down, it really puts a scupper in all the hard work that you've pulled away. But, you got away with that one again. Yeah, I didn't really mind. As long as I got a good start, then it was going to be quite easy. But, yeah, it's not very nice when it comes out because, I worked really hard all this weekend, getting the setup right and the tyre pressures and stuff like that. And, yeah, I thought it was really fast at the start of the race, so... Yeah, well, still a dominant performance from you all weekend, coming away with the race win at the end, and I think that's your 8th British Kart Championship win as well in total, so, that tally's going up and up as we go along in your career. Anyone you'd like to thank? Yeah, I'd like to thank Time Racing Engines for the waft, Darryl for the setups, and my dad and brother for mechanicking. Spot on, well done. Macaulay Bishop taking the race win at the end of the Junior Rotax final. Well... Thomas been spearing, congratulations, 2nd place, solid result, but it certainly wasn't easy. You had a battle with your teammate all the way throughout that one.
Yeah, start of the, weekend, we hit the barriers in quali, so 46th overall with quali, and then starting 16th in each heat. Finished 7th and a 9th, sure, right. But then in the final, we just got our head down and got 2nd, but just couldn't catch Macaulay at the end.
What were you thinking during the Battenberg flag? Were you thinking you've got to try and get a jump here on Macaulay? It's very tough to get those restarts right, and, it even proved it there as well.
Yeah, just couldn't quite time it at the right time, so, yeah, he got quite a bit of a gap, and I was left with the other pack behind. Yeah. You had to defend all the way through those last few laps. It was looked like a very challenging and dramatic race, but like you say, certainly got away with it, and you come away with P2, so solid results still. Anyone you'd like to thank? I'd like to thank Ron Meadows, Argenti Motorsport, Danny Sweeney, my dad, my mum and my whole family.
Well, congratulations.
And my mechanic, Sam.
Yeah, don't forget your mechanic. Yeah, especially Sam. Perfect. Thank you very much, Thomas, for inspiring. Congratulations. Well done. Let's chat to our man over here in P3. I guess a nice little last-second congratulations there. Gustav Huskos, congratulations, P3. New team this year here with Strawberry, and, a good way to start the season, coming away with the podium.
Yeah, I made a few mistakes at the end. I think I could have got better, but for first round with the new team, I think it's really good.
Solid result. It's a podium, it's points as well. Talk us through that race, because again, we were seeing it from certainly different perspectives. Macaulay, who drove away really at the start of that one, but from your perspective, you had to really fight for that, didn't you? Yeah, I lost a few positions at the start, started around the outside. Had to just push in with Min Spearing through the whole thing, and then just a massive battle at the end, last 2 laps. So. Yeah. Look very exciting on our screens as well. I can't imagine what it looked like from your screens. Going into the rest of the season, lots still to do in the championship, but it's definitely the right step in the right direction as well. Yeah, I think it's a really good way to start the season off, and I'll be hoping for more wins in that. So let's hope for the best. Anyone you'd like to thank? New team, Strawberry, my mechanic dad, and everyone supporting me back at home, Latvia and all that. Brilliant. Well, congratulations, Gustav Huskos. Well done, P3. Thank you. Excellent. There we go. Junior Rotax is done and dusted. It's one more race to go. Henry, it's back to you for the seniors.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
Once more into the breach, dear friends. Once more, the last race of the day. It's senior Rotax. 46 drivers have entered from all over the world. We have 34 of the very best about to do what they do best. A history lesson, Mr. Jordan.
Ooh.
In the modern era of the British Championship, Dan Holland Racing, 12 final wins. Persistence Motorsport have 5. Strawberry Racing have 3. Last year, it was Strawberry Racing who won the British title with Callum Bradshaw just in front of Kai Hunter and then Guy Cunnington. Top 2 out of the top 3 for Strawberry. Dan Holland Racing taking 2nd and 4th with Sean Butcher, 5th for the KR Sport team. Guy Cunnington has 5 wins, the only driver with more wins as a senior Rotax driver in the British Championship so far. Mr. Guy Hunter, of course, there is Pearson Bullock Carter, one of the Jax Motorsport drivers on your screens. Now, there is, just starting behind Pearson Bullock Carter, it should have been more, it is Morgan Porter,
yeah,
doing double duty. There's the former team owner of the Persistence Motorsport, Mr. Darren Brown there, and Dan Tate, ex-British Rotax 177 champion, who guided Mark Kimber to 2016 Rotax Grand Finals glory when Mark was just a junior. And speaking of Solihull's finest, that was actually, there is Mark Kimber. Fist pump, fist pump, fist pump. Daniel Tate is working with a young Italian driver called Daniela is his mum name. It's Nico Fracassi. Okay. Young Mr. Fracassi, who's a very, very promising young driver. Maybe we'll see Mr. Fracassi joining us, if not for the British Championships, maybe for Kart Masters. Who knows? Right then, 34 drivers. Let's bring you the full starting lineup.
And it is a busy full lineup as well. 34 drivers about to do battle for the final race of the day. And Sean Butcher for KR Sport will start it on pole position with Kai Hunter alongside Archie Walker and Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Matthew Higgins and Lewis Gilbert will round out the top 3 rows.
Row number 4, Jamie Perilli and Pearson Bullock Carter, Mark Kimber and Morgan Porter on row 5, Harry Linden and America's Austin Lee on row 6.
David Allegner and Guy Cunnington take row 7 from Samuel Hawthorne and Jude Fernahoe. Alex Duncan and George Holbrook, they round out the next row on row 9.
Row 10, Jay Lawrence and Brandon Nagelbort, followed by Lorenzo Cordal, Zombor Kovacs from Hungary, Oakley Pryor and Will Ellswood on row number 12. Neil Clark, the rest of the field as they go round on a rolling lap. We've got the tail enders, we've got Neil Clark, Jack Liddy, James Lowther, Harry Barlow, George Donald, the Jax Motorsport team represented there on the 15th row of the grid, followed by debut driver William Pemble, Ben Folland and his go-kart, Tristan Rennie and Jack Collins rounding out the field.
Yes, indeed. Busy old grid out there. So what's going to happen during this race that we saw? Very interesting races earlier on in the senior Rotax category. Senior Rotax at the Wilton Mill O Plate, if you can remember that final.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes, indeed.
I believe that'll
be a doozy to watch back.
I think that's 3 oak plates for Kai Hunter, possibly 4 even. I'm not quite sure. Sean Butcher, though, Sean has been Mr. Consistency.
Oh,
Third in 2021. Back in 2020, he was racing in Europe. In 2019, Butcher was also racing in Europe and in juniors. In 2022, he was 5th. He has won BNL titles. He has been on the podium all over the world as Sean Butcher. Now, though, is his time to shine. From pole position, Butcher leads them to the turn one. 34 drivers, the best in the world, go in, and 34 drivers prove why they're the best. They all come out side by side, wheel to wheel, millimetres apart, but all facing the right way.
Yes, indeed. Good start then for the rest of them as they make their way through Derek's corner and once again getting all out cleanly. Rest of the pack there still side by side, about 3 wide in the background as well. It's Brandon Anglefort going through your shot as well, but crucially, Kai Hunter still leads the way then as they go through. He's managed to get past Sean Butcher. Butcher, I think, is there in second place. Yes, he is.
14 times a final winner for Kai Hunter. This would be number 15. Butcher, Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Pritchard-Williams has not had a British Championship podium. He drives for the MLC Motorsport team. Again, MLC showing why, just, you know, how do I say this without, you know, they're a great team of very, very hard-working individuals. Drivers in the paddock, yeah, you've got your Strawberries, you've got your Dan Hollands, you've got your KR Sports, you've got your Argentis. However, if you don't have to go with them to be successful. You know, you work hard. Teddy Pritchard-Williams, he's not in a kart that often.
No.
You know, he's not a regular driver. So the kit, the mechanics, the whole team set up is very well. And round the outside, Super 10 takes flight. Not quite.
No, indeed. Stays there in P3. Tried that outside move through Stone. Now he's under pressure here from Archie Walker, I believe, there in P4.
Yes.
And tries to get it done through Derek's corner, not able to get it done. Looks to maybe the inside here through Dan Weldon. No, there's Gilbert going through. He's got the company of Kimber, Higgins, Lyndon, Pirelli and Al Lejner behind the top 10, separated by just 2.2 seconds. Breakaway though, these top 4, Hunter, Butcher, Williams and Walker, starting to break away from the main field.
So let's not forget, 0.8 of a second separated the top 45 drivers in this class in qualifying as Walker passes Pritchard-Williams for third. It does mean that unless drivers make mistakes, it's very difficult to make them. So we have seen some processional racing. There's Pearson Bullock Carter of the Jackson Motorsport team looking over his shoulder. He has dropped 5 places back to 13th place. Hunter, Butcher, Pritchard-Williams, Walker. Gilbert, the Diamond of Dal ride there, kart number 29 for the Craft Motorsport team. Then it's Kimber. Remember what I said back, and that is one of the Cato Motorsport karts.
Lorenzo Cordal.
Lorenzo Cordal pitting out of the way. And that's, who's that, number 12 kart? That is the Dan Holland Racing number 12 of Harry Linden. Running wild. Running wide. He was running wild in school, that's why he's back in a go-kart. Trust me, I've got eyes and ears everywhere. It's a good thing that Harry's back driving. He even said he needs, and do you know what? I spoke to Harry, he said he's really enjoying it now.
Yeah.
I think towards the end of last season, it became a bit of a chore. He had retired from karting, came back after 6 months at the, not even at the Oak Plate, at the club meeting at Wilton Mill last round. He says he's having a good time, he's enjoying it. And Teddy Pritchard-Williams has just been passed by Archie Walker for P3.
Yes, indeed. Walker now in that top 3, and now it's getting interesting for the race lead as Kai Hunter goes defensive with 11.5 minutes to go.
Oh dear, roll your sleeves, boys and girls. If that's the way the next 11 minutes is going to play out, then my voice is already going. Anthony, you could be taking over because it could get... But again, now Butcher has got his teammate Walker behind him. This could be specific. If Butcher can open the door, if Butcher can get alongside, Walker will push him through. Williams there, then it's Kimber, Higgins, Gilbert, Cunnington, Pirelli, Olejna, Porter, Linden.
Oh, I thought Butcher was going for the move there. Sorry, Henry.
Mark Kimber, remember what I said? If he hasn't got the quickest kart, watch how when it matters most, when the meat meets the metal, Kimber comes to the front and he's there in a 4th position. Now, if I was Teddy Pritchard-Williams, well, which I'm not, but he gets passed there by Matthew Higgins, so Kimber now has his teammate behind him. Pritchard-Williams now trying to defend from Lewis Gilbert. Teddy's got to be careful now that he doesn't just get bowled around like a bowling ball and spat out like an old bit of chewing gum.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to see that one as the race goes on. Still plenty of time left in it. Nice breakaway now for the top 3 alone, as Kimber is now holding off the rest of the pack just behind him, and actually he's broken away with his teammate Higgins. Pritchard-Williams is in danger here now of being swallowed by the field.
That kart does not look happy. I think that maybe the pressures were a bit too high. He was very quick in the first 6 laps. now Pritchard Williams is starting to struggle. He's got to hold on, but the gap is growing between him and the drivers in front of him, and the amount of drivers sitting on his rear bumper is also growing. There's number 3 kart, Guy Cunnington, with the Guy Cunnington Racing Team picking up a place. Again, Guy has won so many, the 2019 British Senior Rotax Champion that year. Well, he's showing why he was in a tie for the win in the Grand Finals that year. And some will say he was robbed of the victory, but Hunter has to defend. Walker passes Butcher. Now, the 2 KR Sport drivers, they've got to be careful. Don't let Hunter get away. Hunter's probably waiting to see whether they fight amongst themselves and then try and pull away, but it's Butcher's got a new fastest lap.
I don't think all is well with Kai Hunter's kart, because it's still there on pace, but looking at his lap times...
Well, is it there on pace? You got Butcher's best lap of 40.55, Walker a 40.63, and then Hunter only a 40.70. Okay, Kai Hunter is leading, therefore he's not got the slipstream. The drivers following him have got the benefits. Hunter, Mark Kimber, ladies and gentlemen, up into P4, and he is looking menacing.
He is indeed, and he's now right on the back of these 2 KR Sport drivers who once again have changed positions. Butcher back up into 2nd place now. Walker under pressure from Kimber. Higgins will be next to latch onto the back of this group, and Mark Kimber down the inside looks for that move for P3. Walker holds on to it but loses touch now with the top 2 as Hunter and Butcher start to break away.
Last year it was Sean Butcher chasing Callum Bradshaw for the win here at Kimbolton, just like we're looking at here. And Butcher, just try as he might, couldn't break down Bradshaw's defences. And he's like, oh, it's a bit like deja vu, only it's now Hunter and not Bradshaw leading the race. One thing I noticed, so when you look back at this race, Mark Kimber went for a move a lap ago at this corner on Archie Walker, and it didn't work. Kimber backed out of it very soon. He didn't. Other drivers would have just sort of squeezed Walker wide, and it would have been a side-by-side, but they would have lost more time. Kimber had the nous. It hasn't worked. I'm going to back out of it to not cost myself even more ground. And now he can give himself a lap to get back up to speed. Hunter is driving defensively. The pace that we saw from that kart, that number 2 kart in practice yesterday, has not translated quite as much into racing because of the top, again, Butcher and Walker are faster than the race leader. Hunter is a warning. Interesting. Now, I mean, the disembodied voice in my head is a question about over-defending, but I mean, we haven't seen him weaving around. Yes, he's defending, but, you know, Alfie Lawrence is his mechanic, and Alfie's a World Championship, Rotax World Championship winning mechanic, so, you know, there's no question that the kart's not bolted together properly. Maybe we'll start to see now the second half of the race, Hunter begin his pace, to pick up his pace a little bit. That last lap, though, 41.3 for Hunter. They're half a second off their pace. Kimber has caught back up. The proof is in the pudding, Anthony. I think you are right, and I think I was talking nonsense. Surprise, surprise, because Kimber and Higgins in the number 4 kart have caught back up. We've got a 5 kart train. Hunter looking over his shoulder. Pritchard Williams there in 6th. Then it's Cunnington, Gilbert, Perilli, Porter, Aulesna, Duncan, Lee, Bullock, Carter, Nagelbort, Pryor, Fernihau, Kovacs, Linden, Holbrook, Clark, Ellswood, Lawrence, Collins, Lilly, Hawthorne, Barlow, Rennie, Lowther, Donald, and the rest.
Oakley, Pryor, your biggest mover so far in this race, as well as Guy Cunnington, both 7 positions gained in this race. They are up several positions so far. And again, look at that, Hunter's going defensive here, just holding that inside line. I wouldn't say it's full defensiveness, he's just holding a tighter line going into all the corners. That's defensive driving going in towards turn number 1, and out on the outside row, Walker tries to get past his teammate, fails to get it done. Kimber still there in 4th place. Walker and Butcher both looking over their shoulders as they all dive in towards Derek's corner. And once again, now Higgins has latched onto the top of it. 5-car battle for the race lead. 5 minutes to go. Henry, it's all starting to get exciting now.
It is, and it's Dan Holland Racing versus KR Sport versus Strawberry. Up at the front, Walker has to defend from Kimber. Higgins is there as well. Have to say a shout out to William Pemble, P30, the only rookie to make the final in his second year of karting, and he's there in 30th position. Obviously his mechanic Lewis Malin is the reason he's there, but he's not done a bad job of driving. Only joking, Williams done a fantastic job.
Indeed.
Oh. Sean Butcher has not got frustrated. Sean Butcher must be absolutely seething inside that helmet because Kai is just defending, but he has not overdriven the car. He's not shown his frustration. This is showing the maturity. Oh. There's Kimber again. This time, that was close. Walker force wide. He was squeezed like a zit.
Higgins goes through as well, and again, Butcher is just trying to find a way past here, not able to get it done, and now he has got past. He has got past and has to cut the corner, does Hunter, and holds on to the race lead. Oh. Now he's going to have to give that up, I'm afraid.
I can't spell controversy because I'm thick, but I think I'm going to have to look up the dictionary because Butcher will say that he was alongside and in the lead.
Yeah, and that's going to be, well, it's not down to us, of course.
Hunter will say that he was forced off track.
Yeah, he will. And, well, it happens so fast, you just can't make a decision on it. And, well, Hunter holds on to the lead. And now here comes Mark Kimber into second place and potentially for the race lead. No, he can't. Has to hold on to it. Higgins follows through.
He's there.
Oh,
Kimber's
here we
there.
go.
Kimber's there. 3 wide. Higgins. And now Hunter gets exit stage left. Kai Hunter, and he's dropped to the back of this group. It is Matthew Higgins into Strawberry 1-2. I could hear Paul Spencer squeaking away in the grandstand because his drivers have just pulled off an absolute masterstroke. Higgins, Kimber, 2 minutes to go. I think it is, but no, it's Walker in third. Hunter is
Kimber
fourth.
round!
Oh no, what happened there? Mark Kimber.
And Kai Hunter sees a 5-second time penalty.
Oh,
dear me.
It's Scissor. Kicking right off. Matthew Higgins gets on a plane to go to the USA next week to commence his career in Formula 4 on the road to Indianapolis. Is he going to get on that plane having won his first race as a senior in the British Kart Championship, the 2020 Junior Rotax British Champion? He has still got Archie Walker right behind him. Hunter is third, but he's not a factor. That's going to put Lewis Gilbert on the podium. Sean Butcher is in third, What happened to Kai Hunter there? Kai Hunter's dropped back to fourth. Gilbert's going to move into P4. Cunnington's going to move into P5. And now Higgins has to defend. Archie Walker. I seem to remember.
Oh, here we go. He's side by side. Sorry, Henry. Walker's gone for the move. Side by side. Nobody can't hold it. Now Butcher comes back through and his teammate. Butcher back up into second place, and Higgins amazingly holds on to the race lead. And now down the inside comes Kai Hunter. Walker under pressure from Hunter. He's come back through. Here comes Gilbert now as well, and Walker's under pressure and gets squeezed off wide. Walker goes through, and there goes Guy Cunnington. Walker, it's all going terribly wrong for him.
Well, Pearson Bullock Kart at the back of this lead group there, watching up the front. All these more experienced drivers absolutely take chunks out of each other. There are, as we start lap number 20, there is 1.9 seconds separating the top 8. Morgan Porter in 8th, Walker in 7th. There goes Guy Cunnington, the inside of Gilbert, and here comes Super Ted. Teddy Pritchard Williams back into play. Gilbert saying go, go, go to Guy Cunnington.
Well, my goodness me, this final has certainly had everything, hasn't it?
The top 13 are in one pack of karts, Anthony Jordan. Bullock Carter 13th, Lee 12th, Olejna is 11th. Alex Duncan, we haven't mentioned Alex Duncan, as Kimber gets a penalty, he has dropped down the order. Alex Duncan in the number 63 car, what a job, he's the top 10. Pirilli is 9th, Porter, Walker, Pritchard, Williams, Gilbert, Cunnington, Hunter, Higgins and Sean Butcher's last win was the final round of the 2021 championship at PF International.
Well, here we go then. 17 seconds left on the timer, plus that one lap. And I've got to say, Butcher has driven away here, and he's managed to get away with this.
Problems behind.
Oh, dear.
Pearson Bullock Carter, 2 wheels in the air. And I can't see, there's that gaggle of karts that was involved in that. It's the number 40 kart now leading this. It's Perilli up into 9th position. Oh, the clock has struck 0. This is going to be the last lap. Sean Butcher, Matthew Higgins, Kai Hunter third of the road. That's going to put Cunnington onto the podium. Oh, Bullock Karts defending Anthony Jordan. Sean Butcher has done enough. Patience and persistence pays off.
It really does, doesn't it? Now he leads by over a second as they go in towards Dan Weldon corner. Higgins has done everything he needs to do. Hunter's there in third, but with that 5-second time penalty, Guy Cunnington would be finishing this one in P3. But your man here, the number 5, what a drive.
Well, I know that his dad going to be watching back home, and the Anglo-Australian driver Sean Butcher wins for KR Sport after an absolutely outstanding senior Rotax final with not a small hint of controversy, but by and large that was a great kart race. Matthew Higgins with Strawberry Racing from Trafalgar in mid-Wales finishes in P2. Guy Cunnington will finish in P3 after Kai Hunter's penalty. Kai Hunter's 5-second penalty pushes him back to unofficially 11th. Lewis Gilbert in the top 5, as was Teddy Pritchard Williams. Good start for Super Ted. Archie Walker, Morgan Porter, Jamie Perilli, Pearson Bullock Carter, and David Auleshner rounding out the top 10. Alex Duncan will finish in 12th, followed by Austin Lee and Zombor Kovacs from Hungary, up 8 places to 14th position. Kimber had a 5-second penalty. That will push him well down outside the top 20, which means Jude Fernihau will finish in the top 15. And George Holbrook, Oakley Pryor, Harry Linden, Will Ellswood, Jay Lawrence in the top 20, Neil Clark, Jack Lilly, Sam Hawthorne, Jack Collins, Harry Barlow, and William Pemble. On your British debut, you were finished in front of the number 8 seed, James Lowther, who was 8th last year and has been a multiple seeded British driver. Brandon Nagelvoort and George Donald rounding out your top 30. Well, there's not smiles all round. Some of them are smiling, some of them look a bit frustrated, but that is karting for you. And if you have been watching karting for the first time, well, welcome aboard. This is why we love the sport. Anthony Jordan is making his way down to the pit lane to interview the drivers, and when he does that, I will also make my way down there. There is a look at, again, if you want to get into officialing with Motorsport UK, please go to the Motorsport UK website, type it into Google, and yeah, we need officials in this sport. A big thank you to the boys and girls in orange, the marshalling team, some of our race directors on screen there. So many people give up their time to allow these young superstars to go racing. What a show they have put on left. Debbie Burston asks, do I have a voice left? Unfortunately for you, the viewers, yes, I do. If you want to know anything more about the British Kart Championships, please go to www.britishkartchampionships.com to find out all about when our next race is going to be. But Anthony Jordan has got our current winners down in the pits.
Thank you very much, Henry S. down in Parc Fermé, here with our race winner at the end of, well, I don't even know how to describe that race. Sean, help me out here. How would you describe that race?
Well, I can't really say that on live, but yeah, it was a hack. A hack.
Yeah.
A hack indeed.
Well, a hack indeed, and you've come away with a win from it. And, you know, that race, ups and downs all the way throughout it, but certainly a fight all the way to the flag.
Yeah, for sure, it was a fight all the way to the flag. But, yeah, I think we could have probably had the lead a little bit earlier on, and yeah, there was a few incidents, wasn't there?
Yeah. Well, you came away 1.1 seconds clear from the rest of the field, so you did something right at the end of that race. But you know, still a solid way to start the season. And you know, is this maybe a taste of what to expect maybe later on in the season as well?
Yeah, I'm sure it will be, but we'll see. But yeah, the speed at the end, I think that shows how good the KR Sport team and the engines are. So yeah, I can't thank them more.
Yeah, solid weekend for you. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, so everyone at KR Sport, my mechanic Jay, my mum and dad, and Pureware.
Solid result. Congratulations, well done getting away with that P1.
Thank you.
perfect, Sean Butcher there. Let's chat to your man in second place. Come on over. Well, Matthew Higgins, well, is this a nice start to your season for Rotax? It's pretty good, P2, well done.
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, really didn't have any pace, just raced smart and worked our way there. And then Sean had so much pace, not even we're fighting with that. Just definitely got the most out of the kart, but it's just painful.
Talk us through those moments where you were pushing with Mark, because of course you two were working together, and you actually went first and second at one point as well.
Yeah, it was just, I mean, like I said, I had no pace, so it was just smart to follow him through making the gaps and just pick him off, really. I couldn't have, yeah, like I say, couldn't have done much more of what I had.
Yeah. Kimbolton's one of those circuits where it's very fast, but it's very inviting for those overtakes, and we certainly saw that during that race, didn't we?
Yeah, definitely, it was carnage.
That's definitely a word to use for that race. But, you know, it's still a solid result for you. Plenty of points in the bag for that one, and you move on to the next round as well, looking pretty decent. So, anyone you'd like to thank?
Just Dad, especially, putting in the work. Everyone that's supporting me, and Strawberry Racing, especially Cooley.
Brilliant stuff. Congratulations there. Matthew Higgins.
Cheers.
Thank you very much. Let's chat to third on track, Kai Hunter. Now, the race there, very challenging. What can you take away from it?
Nothing really. It was, I try to win. I didn't, and that's about it. I can't really say anything else. Everyone's annoyed at us because I made it in too much of a scrap. But I think that was something I needed to do. People I'm racing against just literally had so much more, so I wanted to win and I did everything I can. Yeah, I can't really say much more, that's it.
Still a solid race, mate. Well done, well done. Obviously third on track, but with that 5-second time penalty, Guy Cunnington would go up into third. Henry,
Wow.
yes,
Wow.
What a race.
What a race, what a day. We said it was a record-breaking weekend.
Yeah.
We have had some of the best racing I can remember in a long time in the British Championship. It just goes to show how competitive it is. We've got drivers that are European champions, global champions in all the classes they've come from around the world. We've had drivers from Kenya, India, Turkey, Canada, the USA, from Hungary, from Germany coming here, and to try and take on the best of British. And this is why the British Rotax classes are the best in the world. It's why our drivers do so well in the grand finals. And we haven't even got to Alice Stevens in KZ2. Mark my words, she is a superstar.
Definitely so.
One to watch.
One to watch, 100%. And you can watch it again in a few weeks' time.
And again. And again, go onto YouTube, watch it again and again and again.
Yeah, yeah, and so on and so on and so on. Glannygore is next in a few weeks' time, indeed. Back to Wales. It's going to be an exciting one. IAME, KZ, Bambino and TKM, I'm pretty sure.
Lots.
Regardless,
thank you for watching. Thank you to the officials. Thank you to Hunt's Kart Club. Thank you to Wera Tools for sponsoring it. Most importantly, thank you to the families. We've got nearly 200 drivers. That is 200 sets of parents, siblings, aunties, uncles, grandpies, nans, who are all giving up their time, their efforts, their money to allow these drivers to do what they do best, to entertain you, to entertain us, and to show why the British Championship, the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Championship, is the best in the world.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you.